فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة الرياض. السلام الملكي. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة الرياض، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، ضيوف المملكة الكرام، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم في الأرض التي لطالما حولت الأحلام إلى واقع والتطلعات إلى حقيقة والمستحيل إلى رؤية وإنجاز. أهلاً بكم في المملكة العربية السعودية، أهلاً بكم في الرياض. نلتقي اليوم في المنتدى الدولي للأمن السيبراني 2023 الذي ينعقد تحت رعاية كريمة من مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود حفظه الله، وتنظمه الهيئة الوطنية للأمن السيبراني تحت شعار رسم الأولويات المشتركة في الفضاء السيبراني. السيدات والسادة، نتشرف الآن بدعوة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز أمير منطقة الرياض لافتتاح أعمال المنتدى.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. المشاركون والضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية، ونيابة عن سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين حفظه الله، يسرني أن أعلن عن انطلاق أعمال النسخة الثالثة من المنتدى الدولي للأمن السيبراني في مدينة الرياض. أيها الحضور الكريم، تأتي نسخة هذا العام من المنتدى تحت شعار رسم الأولويات المشتركة في الفضاء السيبراني. وعالمنا اليوم يعيش تطورات متسارعة في قطاع الأمن السيبراني، وهذه التطورات جعلت الحاجة ماسة لتعزيز التعاون ومضاعفة الجهود المشتركة للتعامل معها والاستفادة من الفرص التي تحملها بما يحقق رخاء الإنسان وازدهاره حول العالم. نحن على ثقة بأن هذا الحضور الكريم من الخبرات الدولية وصناع القرار والمتخصصين من حول العالم سيعظم إن شاء الله من مخرجات المنتدى، وسيقدم خلاصة التجارب الدولية ذات الصلة بالموضوعات الحيوية والاستراتيجية في قطاع الأمن السيبراني، بهدف الوصول إلى فضاء سيبراني آمن وموثوق يحفز على التقدم والابتكار ويمكن النمو والازدهار لجميع شعوب العالم. الضيوف الكرام، أشكر لكم حضوركم، راجيا من الله للجميع التوفيق في أعمال المنتدى، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لكم يا صاحب السمو. السيدات والسادة، أدعو الآن زميلي راين شيلكوت لاستكمال الفقرات القادمة من فعاليات المنتدى لهذا العام. أهلا بك راين.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 Global Cybersecurity Forum. My name is Ryan Chilcott, and I'm pleased that we have a full house. Having so many of you here, cyber leaders, innovators, and experts, not just here in the room in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, but online and around the world, to me, underscores the commitment from the global community to build a safe and reliant cyberspace. The theme of this year's forum, charting shared priorities in cyberspace. And over the next 48 hours, that is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to design a shared action plan that takes all of the insight from last year's forum and everything we've learned since then, and takes that knowledge and turns it into tangible results. This year, we've identified 5 themes to guide our conversations: bridging cyber divides, exploring cyberspace's emerging horizons, navigating cyberspace amidst polycrisis, delving into cyber mines, and of course, unlocking cyber growth. This is an extraordinary event. Let's just take a moment to look around. There are hundreds of you in this one room alone. So let's all connect with our colleagues and work together to shape the future of cyberspace for the good of all. And on that note, let's take a glimpse of what's to come.
We have come together to chart a new way forward, to maximize cyberspace's opportunities for humanity, communities, and nations. At GCF 2022, we convened to rethink the global cyber order and agree the key elements that will shape the future of cyberspace. Today, we reconvene the world's brightest cyber minds to chart shared priorities and set a course towards new horizons. Together, we will unleash cyber growth and power economic development against the backdrop of a rapidly changing environment. We'll delve into the inner workings of cyber minds and explore behaviors and motivations in cyberspace, while bridging the divide for our most underserved and vulnerable communities. Now let's set our course together for the next leg of a shared journey to create a secure and prosperous cyberspace for people all over the world. Welcome to the Global Cybersecurity Forum 2023.
You all enjoyed that. I know I certainly did. It's now my honor to introduce the governor of Saudi Arabia's National Cybersecurity Authority. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to His Excellency Majid bin Mohammed Al Mazad.
صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير فيصل بن بندر بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أمير منطقة الرياض، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you to Riyadh for the 2023 Global Cybersecurity Forum. GCF is a space where we transcend physical and conceptual borders to come together as a community, share ideas, and drive forward progress in the crucial domain of cyberspace. At GCF 2022, we welcomed over 9,000 participants from 117 countries. Together, we took great strides in fostering engagement among diverse stakeholders and advancing our collective knowledge of the challenges and opportunities of the cyberspace. Since then, the GCF Institute was established by a royal decree earlier this year as an independent global non-profit organization and will act as a global platform committed to strengthening cyber resilience through shared priorities, purposeful dialogue, and impactful initiatives. Today we come together to collaborate in our common interests under the theme of charting shared priorities in cyberspace. We will build upon last year's deep exploration into the most pressing cyberspace issues and lay the groundwork for collaborative action which will transform our goals into tangible results for the future. We are committed to bridging social and developmental divides, making sure no one is left behind, and unleashing the potential of cyberspace to ensure that its opportunities are accessible to people all over the world, including our most underserved communities. We look forward to engaging with all of you as together we plan the next phase of the GCF journey. I thank each of you for your commitment to enabling GCF's mission to ensure cyber resilience on a global scale. Through our collective efforts, we are shaping the future of cyberspace to ensure it is an enabler of both our security and our prosperity. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your insightful remarks, Your Excellency. What strikes me is how GCF is constantly evolving to address the changing needs of cyberspace, establishing the GCF Institute this year to advance dialogue, drive social impact, and unite all of the stakeholders. As part of that, the GCF Institute is launching knowledge communities to advance our understanding of critical issues. And 4 of those knowledge communities have already been formed. Securing industrial systems for global energy supply, led by Aramco. Safeguarding the future networks and emerging technologies, led by STC. Securing the future of urban living, led by NEOM. And the future of cybersecurity, led by SITE. These groups, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, aren't going to start their work tomorrow. They're beginning today at this forum already and will be operating throughout the year. The Global Cybersecurity Forum Institute is also announcing the establishment of a new Global Center of Excellence, which will be focused on securing the world's energy supply chains. Now let's learn a bit more.
Born in Saudi Arabia, the Global Cybersecurity Forum was founded in 2020 as a shared platform to nurture cooperation within the global cyber community and maximise the benefits of cyberspace for the good of humanity. Over 3 previous editions, the Forum has fostered collaboration and collective dialogue and pushed the boundaries of our knowledge of cyberspace. To honour our commitment to translating the Forum's innovative ideas into purposeful actions, we launched the GCF Institute, a global platform to promote the positive effects of cybersecurity, foster talent and entrepreneurship in the sector, and increase understanding of critical issues that will shape the future. By uniting our diverse cyber community, spanning multiple industries, countries, and continents, GCF is committed to partnership and achieving a common goal: a stable and secure cyberspace that enables people from all nations and backgrounds to prosper and thrive. We are honoured to begin this new chapter of GCF's journey together.
So let's get into it. Allow me to introduce our plenary session, The Evolving Dynamics of Cyberspace. Over the next 45 minutes, we're all going to listen and hear from some of the world's foremost experts on public policy and leading government. So please join me in putting your hands together and give a warm Riyadh welcome to our esteemed panelists, José Manuel Barroso, former President of the European Commission and Prime Minister of Portugal. Kersti Kaljulaid, former President of the Republic of Estonia. And Ambassador Shamsaran, former Foreign Secretary of India. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator today, my good friend, John Defterios.
Thank you, Ryan.
John, the floor is yours.
This is my favorite job. I just need to swap you from you here to there. No problem, sir. Great to see you. Please, if I can get my microphone up. Thank you very much. It's great to see you. Ryan, thanks for the kind introduction. And it's phenomenal to be back for a second time. And as Ryan was suggesting, the room is full for a reason, because cybersecurity is taking greater prevalence than ever before. I think it's commendable, by the way, that the kingdom is serving as what I like to call the Intel chip inside the computer. If you remember the ad campaign from the 2000s, it was the chip that was driving the computer at the time. I think the kingdom has a very unique role to play as one that convenes everybody like we are doing today, lead from behind to take action for the future. And I would suggest geographically, straddling north and south and east and west, it has a particularly strong position in which to do so. Governor, it's great to see you, and thank you for the opening remarks. And it's nice to be in Riyadh again. I think I'm here 10 times a year because of the transformation that's taking place. Can we give a nice round of applause for the excellent panel that's been assembled today, and we'll get right into the debate. We have 45 minutes in which to delve into these very key issues, and you all three sit at the nexus of geopolitics and geoeconomics. If it's okay, Governor, I think it's also worth noting that we should recognize the global crisis that we're facing today when it comes to conflicts, and we'd love to see a solution. But our role here at the GCF is to hone in on cybersecurity and a safe cyberspace for all. So we'd like to see solutions, but at the same time, clearly, not in this room because everybody works in cybersecurity, but globally, awareness needs to raise about the opportunities and the threats, because cyberspace knows no boundaries. And because you're both specialists in geoeconomics and geopolitics, how do you see, President Barroso, the forces driving the change in this sector today and what we should be aware of? Because it's, what would you call it, extreme complexity in the world, there's no doubt about it.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for your introduction. Your Royal Highness, Ministers, Excellencies, dear friends. I believe the developments are quite worrying, to be very frank, in terms of cybersecurity, in the sense that we have, on one side, technological change in some sectors, like artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, and what we can call superintelligence, and also quantum computing and other areas that will probably make it more difficult to keep high level of cybersecurity. So this technological change is a challenge for the protection of data, protection of networks and cyber systems. And on the other side, as John, you mentioned, there are the very worrying geopolitical developments. From that point of view, I can share with you my experience. I remember when I was leading the European Commission that, for instance, in the G20, by the way, where Saudi Arabia is a very important member, there was some level of cooperation and sincere cooperation between the United States, China, Europe, and others. I'm not sure, to be very frank, this is exactly what's happening today. So the level of confidence and sincere cooperation globally is going down. Cybersecurity should be seen as a global public good, because, as you said, cyber criminals, they don't stop at borders. They are threatening all of us. But the reality is that because of the links to technology, some powers, they will try to keep as much as possible their prerogatives. They will resist any kind of, let's say, supranational regulation or system. So that's why I think it's very important to find spaces like this one here in Saudi Arabia. And I'm not saying that just to be nice to you, most of you here coming from Saudi, but because I think Saudi Arabia has a good place globally, being also a member of the G20, to foster some dialogue, being realistic, what can be achieved at some level between all the powers of the world, and in other areas being more, let's say, precise about what we can develop further. But it's going to be a very challenging task from a geopolitical point of view.
Good. Madam President, we had a founder of CNN, Ted Turner, who said he was in cable before cable was cool, right? He was an entrepreneur that wanted to break new boundaries, and Estonia was very much an early mover and an early example of both e-government, but also recognizing the role of cybersecurity. I'd love to have you share your perspectives of the key factors you see at play today. Number one, we've come out of COVID-19 with record spending by government, right? And high debt. 10 years before that, we had the global financial crisis. And one of the things you noted is that we have to be very aware of what's going on in society, but you're seeing the cost of this to fortify industry, academia, our civil society overall in terms of day-to-day living. What are you seeing here as a cost driver and the importance of getting deeper collaboration amongst governments?
Well, I've used an example for about 8 years to start these kind of discussions. And this example tells you about a little AI worm. It's a little worm which is specifically designed to enter military systems, weapon systems, maybe even nuclear systems. And it is able to gather all the data which you have in that system and hurt it, destroy it. This is how it is trained. But now imagine this system is somewhere, and somebody has contaminated the data set of that system by using a computer which also was used to browse the World Wide Web. And therefore, our little AI worm finds some information which shouldn't be there. And guess what? That information is a press release by United Nations, which says United Nations is getting ready to vote on banning and destroying artificial intelligence in military capabilities. Now, what our little AI worm will do, having had this information, it does know it is an AI system in a military capabilities. Therefore, my question is, will this little worm do what it was planned to do, destroy the system, or take an aim at UN global headquarters? When I started telling this story, most people would have considered technology part of this as a fantasy. Nowadays, most people think that it is a fantasy that UN can ever come to a global conclusion to ban AI from military systems. This is what we have seen just in 10 years' time. And of course, I mean, trying to contain these kind of risks, we need to think about singularity, because if we think about singularity and take into account that our tech cycle is so much quicker than our legal cycle, which deals with our international law space, only then can we protect us from the current level of risk where we have predictive AI only, 5G, 6G, space technologies. But you asked about costs. Estonian National Cybersecurity Authority budget in last 5 years has risen 5 times. I'm really worried.
You know, you raise a fantastic point, because in this week we saw President Biden sign an AI executive order. When he came into office, 4 months into office, he signed an executive order for cybersecurity. But Shyam, I'd love to get your thoughts as a former foreign secretary and ambassador. And Madam President talked about it. There's 21 international laws that touch upon cybersecurity, but it's not a holistic legislative bandwork. And at the same time, countries want to maintain their sovereignty, right? So this is the challenge. So how do we advance this idea to protect sovereignty, but also protect our society today in the cyberspace? It's not an easy balance, and you can use the Indian example as president of the G20 this year.
Thank you very much, John, and it's a pleasure to be back here. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. You mentioned the Indian experience and, of course, the chairmanship of the G20. Our effort was to try and see that in an international landscape, which is today extremely polarized, very fragmented, how do we also at the same time try to keep alive a sense of international solidarity, a sense of collaboration in dealing with issues which are really cross-national in character. They are cross-cutting in character. Cybersecurity or climate change, if you take some of the examples, these are challenges which no country, no matter how powerful it is, can hope to resolve by itself. You need collaboration. And I think what we are unable to find is that, our whole negotiating frameworks are very competitive frameworks. If I go as a diplomat to a negotiating forum, what is my brief? My brief is give as little as you can, extract as much as you can, right? That is what we operate on. If you operate on that basis, should it come as a surprise to you that we always end up with a least common denominator result? When actually what you're looking for are maximal results, not minimal results. That is what cybersecurity is, because it is advancing so quickly that you are out of date before you even start trying to tackle it. So how do we ensure that for issues of this kind, we have a global collaborative mechanism in order to deal with this challenge? But today we are finding that the whole landscape, as I said, is very fragmented. You mentioned the global financial and economic crisis. Since then, we have not had any kind of crisis where the world has actually come together to try and really address the issue. So going forward, how do we bring this about? And I think in that context, fora like this and what our hosts have been able to organize still provides a forum where people from across the divide can still come together to try and see how we can deal with these problems. So going forward, I would say a lot of opportunities, because we have seen in India itself that the digital space has actually allowed a degree of inclusion, which we have not had before. So it is a very powerful tool. But we have also seen that there has been a tremendous amount of assault on the cyberspace from inimical forces. And how to keep that balance is what is going to occupy us going forward.
Okay, if I can ask a question here on the comparisons of what we've seen, and I'd love to get both of our other panelists involved in this. You sit on the board of Gavi, which is in charge of global vaccines, right? We had the Rio Agreement in 1992 to the foreign minister's interjection here, and very little action for the first 25 years, and we still struggle to have cohesiveness when it comes to climate action. Can we use those two examples and say, how do we not make the same mistakes as we develop policy for cybersecurity? How do we accelerate? Because AI is moving so quickly, and it could be an opportunity, but it could also be a great disruptor. Kirsty, do you want to start? And we'll come to President Barroso.
Yeah. Frankly speaking, our academia has been telling for a long time that the only way of dealing with it is to agree that all our analog legal space applies in a cyberspace. Exactly the same things which you cannot do in analog space, you cannot do in cyberspace. And we should simply decide that this is how it is. Also, the UN working groups regularly come to the same conclusion. So what you cannot do in the real world, the same things you cannot do in the digital sphere. But as we, follow the practices nowadays, for example, the physical situation doesn't seem so bad. Estonia last year had about 2,500 serious cyber attacks, which we detected. Only one went through to the extent that real people couldn't buy some train tickets for a while. But all the rest was captured. So it can be done, but as I demonstrated, at the spiraling cost. So if we want to really spend on healthcare, education, what makes our world generally better, there is nothing else which takes us forward, than to decide if this is not to be done in analog, this cannot be done in cyberspace. In practice, we have already diverged nowadays because we do not have anywhere to go and complain about these attacks. Attribution's worthless because you don't have a Security Council where you can then go and complain. We should actually make our analog system, of course, work better, but then we should simply apply it also to our cyber systems.
Good. President Barroso, were you a bit frustrated sitting at Gavi and seeing that the Global South was not getting the vaccines fast enough? And can you apply that to the lessons here as we develop the Institute further, as Saudi Arabia convenes people to take action? What would be the advice, if you will, from your personal experience? And you lived through the financial crisis as well as a leader.
Exactly. So, first of all, the results of the pandemic in terms of international cooperation were, let's say, mixed. We created COVAX, and COVAX was in some sense very successful because we were able to distribute more than 2 billion vaccines in the world, in 146 countries. But it is true that there was a difference between the more developed world and the developing, the poorest countries in the world. So, why? Because while, in theory, everybody recognizes that global public health is a global public good, because there should be no borders when it comes to fight against the virus, because the virus does not know borders, so we should have a common action. The reality is, and I'm very sincere, the advantage of being, I've left politics some time ago, so my level of sincerity is increasing day by day. So I'm telling you very frankly what I think. The reality is that we saw vaccine nationalism. We saw some countries accumulating many more vaccines than they needed. We saw disparities. At the same time, to be fair, we saw also great generosity. So some of the biggest donors increasing their donations, including in financial terms. So it's a mixed action. But one thing I believe it's important as a lesson for the future is to have a multi-stakeholder approach. I think it is a case, by the way, Gavi, that I have the honor to chair of the board, is based on that concept. So we have the governments of the richer countries, but on developing countries, but we also have the pharmaceutical companies, we have the private sector, we have research institutes, we have civic society organizations. I think this is very important. Because on the issue of cybersecurity, I think it's going to be even more difficult. Why? Because cybersecurity, let's be frank, is also linked to defense matters or war. And so some of the global powers will never share all the expertise they have in cybersecurity. They may share some, but not everything. For instance, against cybercrime in business, that's possible. According to the best statistics, it means $8 trillion per year, the cost of cybercrime, expected to go to 10.5 in 2 years' time. I think that's an area where different geopolitical interests and ideology, they can cooperate against this kind of cybercrime. But let's be realistic. There are areas where the countries will cooperate, others will not. And we need to bring also the know-how of the more prepared corporations in the world. We need also to apply here a concept of public-private partnership. That will be my advice.
Good. I want to get a quick follow-up from you, if I may, in my opening remarks, albeit brief. I was talking about Saudi Arabia serving as a convener. It could lead from behind, but I think geographically and strategically, with the transformation that's taking place, and to put this into an institute and policy, can it be a bridge between China and the US, where, as you know, in technology, it's very fierce competition? And Madam President, if you can follow up as well. Please, President Barroso.
I think so. I think for instance, Saudi Arabia, during their presidency of G20 was doing a very important job. Now, Saudi Arabia is a member of G20. At the same time, it's a country of this BRICS Plus. It has good connections with both sides of the global arguments. So I think it's a great place to have a global conversation. That's why we are here, by the way. Right. And at the same time, Saudi Arabia has also be developing real capabilities in this field, and other countries in the region as well. So yes, I believe we need places like that can offer a platform for cooperation, and I hope that that can be developed so that this global conversation, and not only conversation, hopefully some action can take place. But I'm realistic about what we can achieve, as you understood. And you mentioned it yourself, John. In the United Nations now, there is a stalemate on this. Let's be frank. There is a stalemate. Let's say, conventional wisdom is that we have to follow the principles of international law on cybersecurity, okay. But when it comes to an idea of having some supranational regulation, enforced binding agreement, then people some countries do not agree. So what we can do is, in what I call variable geometry, some, let's say, like-minded countries can go forward and hopefully extend as much as possible the areas of consensus to have, a possibility of reinforcing our cybersecurity.
Good. Madam President, you wanted to provide some follow-up as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm quite sure that countries like Saudi Arabia can catalyze positive developments. Like, for example, my own country certainly has catalyzed digital development in European Union, cross-border, because we have digital identities, Stone Age, if we talk nowadays technologies. European Union has decided that all EU countries have to offer all their citizens digital identities, and in addition, they have to interoperate. So absolutely, this country can be a catalyst of the positive things. What needs to be catalyzed right now most is that we have to understand that if we compare 20th century to 21st century, in 20th century, most technological development always happened under control of the government. Internet happened under control of government, nuclear weapons similarly. Nowadays, far more of this development, which affects our cybersecurity, is company-led, happens in the private sector, in the industry. And here I see the great role for countries like Saudi Arabia to cooperate and call also for industry to apply the set of standards, to define the set of standards together with governments. And the first ones who are able to define these standards will normally prevail for the global standard-setting body. And by the way, these standards could give industry quite a lot of leeway in developing, which they're anyway doing. They have more resources than governments nowadays. But it also should invite them to voluntarily share with government what needs to be onboarded all the time into the regulation, because governments cannot regulate if they do not know what is cooking in the industry. And also, I think, thinking also of some incidents from the last year, if there is one company which is capable to play the government's game, affect geopolitical decisions by withholding their service from one party and not from the other party. There should be a mechanism which will make sure that the share price of that company tomorrow is very low, because otherwise we cannot keep the sovereign's task only to the sovereigns. I'm sure Saudi Arabia understands these problems very well and can catalyze the positive process.
Good. We have the benefit of having His Excellency Amin Nasser from Aramco as one of the 4 partners that Ryan mentioned here. So they have the corporate sector very involved in cybersecurity, which I think is quite crucial at the front end of this process. Minister Saran, I'd love to get your thoughts on the ability to leapfrog through digital technologies. We saw the Indian example today, called it the belle of the ball at the Future Investment Initiative, because there's so much attention, so much growth. But how do we prevent the fact that if we don't get the cyberspace correctly, it erodes all that growth we saw in India? Or you take a case like Nigeria, leapfrogging away from the hard line into mobile. What's your view of the Global South and why it is so important to make sure we get this right on the collaboration our 2 other speakers have been highlighting so acutely?
So just to give you an example, that while the G20 summit was taking place in New Delhi, there were probably several thousand cyber attacks on the various sites which were associated with the G20 summit. And it was a huge challenge trying to protect our systems from such attacks. Now, it has just been mentioned that today, if you look at the UN system, where actually you should have a kind of collaborative responses to these kind of threats, you have actually the entire trend is going backwards, because we started with a document which was about 40 pages, and now it is more than 70 pages. Many of the issues which had been resolved have come back again, and some new ones have been added. So we are in a situation where it doesn't seem as if we can, for example, as India, can really depend upon the international system in order to provide us with the kind of capabilities that we need in order to deal with this situation. So this is where, at least over the next several years, our effort is really to try and see whether we can collaborate wherever it is possible, and we are doing that with many of our partners. Also, I think the importance of the forum of this kind is that, how do you regulate if you don't understand what the problem is? And I think today the gap between policymakers, decision makers, and the technology, the fact that, as it was mentioned, that it is, the private sector which actually is leading the advancement in this technology, unless you are able to get that information, get that knowledge across to decision makers, across to policy makers, there is not very little hope of regulation. So you mentioned the fact that a start had been made by President Biden's announcement. European Union has also, in fact, made some advance. We are trying to do that in India as well. But it is fora like this where that knowledge which is required by policymakers, that knowledge which is required by governments, perhaps this is a kind of forum where that kind of sensitization, that kind of awareness at least can be advanced. And that would be a very, very crucial component.
Yeah, what an excellent panel we have here, because you're going deep into the key topics that are faced with today. I'd love to tap, President Barroso, your experience as the European Commission President and the general data protection regulations, the GDPR, if I remember correctly. We've assumed that as the norm, which is very interesting, right? Because if you open a website today, it says, do you want to accept cookies or not? And people were pushing against that GDPR, but it did take public-private partnerships to kind of determine the roadmap, if you will. So it can be done, can it not, in cyber?
Yes, it can, but it's difficult. In Europe, and now I'm with the experience of the European Union, I think the first proposal we've made, it was my first commission, 2006, 2007, but it was not entering into force before 2016. because we had to put together all the governments of the European Union. At that time, we were 28 before Brexit. And the reality is that in Europe, there is always this trade-off between scale and speed.
Yes.
The best thing is that we have scale, and that's a great example for globalization, because you have to put together 27 different countries. And among them, there are cultural differences as well, economic difference and interest. But at the end of the day, usually in Europe, we come to a compromise. So we have the scale of 27 countries. But of course, it's different to have 27 countries agreeing or 190 in the United Nations. In Europe, it takes time to come to a consensus of these 27 countries, but it's better than to do it only alone, each country on its own. As we have very often say in Europe, at least I've been saying, in Europe, all countries are small. The problem is that some have not noticed it yet. Because we need that scale. In Europe, we want to be on the same level as the United States and China, or India in terms of population. We need that scale that the cooperation gives. So I think from the point of view, it's a very good example of trying, through negotiation, to overcome differences. But to be honest, it also takes time. It's slower than if each country takes its own decisions. But at the end of the day, it's better. And now, when GDPR was launched, General Data Protection Regulation, in terms of data privacy, it was very much criticized. People said, oh, once again, the European Commission comes with all that bureaucracy. But now, all business in Europe agree that was an improvement. Can you imagine in business in Europe if each country in Europe, from France to Germany, from Italy to Sweden, from Netherlands to Spain, if each country had its own regulation, of course it will be a problem. And that's why, as you said, John, now it has, for instance, California, they followed very closely our GDPR. So in a way, it was setting a standard. So I think it makes sense with some, let's say, common sense. It makes sense and wisdom if we try to, in some areas, to have global standards, and the European Union can be a contributor for that.
Good. Madam President, you had your eyes looking at me. You're ready to jump in. Go ahead.
Yes, just a little advertisement. The European Union is now cooking AI Act, of course, and indeed GDPR became a de facto standard globally, but I'm sure that we need AI Act to become a de facto standard globally quicker even, so I would invite all like-minded countries who want to be part of it to kind of support similar standards and adhere our practices to this act when it comes out. I'm sure this is extremely important. On the other hand, it is also important that we have this regulation for the industry, for the surety of the investment. Because if you are investing into the Wild West where you don't know, you end up in explaining in some countries' parliament, we've seen it, I mean, in the first phases of tech development, why did you do this, why did you do that? Because you didn't tell us what is the regulation. And that is why I believe it is also very important in this region, which is also quite rich and important market, to come out with a certain set of standards to guarantee the security of the investment. This is extremely important, and this is what this country can do, and others close here. I would also like to say that in my understanding, all we have to do is to go back to our very basic principles and values and apply them for every generation of technology. Not now we have this one, we regulate this, and so on. And these are human rights, the rights of nation states to organize their life as they please, that we do not force each other's borders, all these basic principles, and simply to agree that never mind technology, this kind of decency, which we collectively have known for thousands of years, since Peloponnesus Wars, basically, that this decency, which applied then, applies now and will apply at every new technological level.
Interesting. Before I bring in the former Foreign Minister of India, I'd love to, if I can, Madam President, this is a key issue, and it's one of those pillars that we talked about at the opening of the GCF in 2023. I say this kind of a jest. I have two daughters, and they always say, that woman is impressive. She's a girl boss. You know, she knows how to lead. I mean, you are the ultimate girl boss, president of Estonia, and it was a leader when it comes to technology. But why is it important, in your view, to get women more involved in cyber? And how do you match the curriculums of today? Because I always find, now that I'm a practicing professor, I find that it's the business sector that goes to universities and says, we need this out of the pipeline. We need this sort of skills, and we need women engaged in this. And what's the relationship between government and universities and the private sector? Do you want to tackle that for us? And Shyam, I'd love to have you jump in as well, please.
Well, I am an honest believer into market forces, and if Estonian technology sector, and we, by the way, have 10 unicorns per 1.3 million people, this is double the density of United States. If this sector comes together and establishes Unicorn Squad, which is the tech training only for girls, then there must be something in it. And you know, I think what there is what has nothing to do with cyber or digital technologies. It so happens that half of the populations are women. Yes. Therefore, half of the good ideas come into the heads of women. And if you do not tap into that reserve and these resources, then you are losing 50% of your capability. And this is a too big chance to lose for the markets. That is why Estonian tech sector has come together and done this work for the government.
Good, but the universities, and I'd like to have Shyam do that as well. Yeah, it's worth noting in the last 6 years, we've gone from almost zero female participation in the workforce to 37% and rising. It's changing very quickly here, right? But Shyam, do you want to cover this role of the universities to keep pace with the change in technology at the same time?
You know, the big challenge really that I'm talking about the Indian experience.
Sure.
You know, at the end of the day, what are you trying to do? You are trying to wrap your analog mind over a digital space. And that's very challenging. How do you do that? And in that respect, you know, the participation of society in this whole endeavor, not something which is top down, but something which we see happening in India. It's a very traditional society. And yet you see that because of these advancements in the digital space, there are good things happening, but there are also bad things happening, including as far as women's rights are concerned. So this is something which really sort of makes you very much focused on how do you prevent those kind of negative things from happening. And participation of women in a very active way in this space is one of the ways that you can actually address those negative trends. You know, I am very impressed by the fact that in our host country, as a result of recent reforms, you have a very educated, you know, women constituency, 50%, whose brain power has suddenly been added to this economy. And that's a huge, huge resource which has been brought into play. And I think in terms of cyberspace itself, if I'm not mistaken, women in Saudi Arabia are playing perhaps a very, very important and critical role. So this shows how, you know, in this space, having women as equal participants really kind of changes the societal impact of what is this technology doing to us. We have not really focused attention on the societal impact. There are, you know, impacts on the human psyche. There are impacts as far as society is concerned. And while we are very much focused on technology, perhaps we sometimes, you know, are guilty of forgetting about those kind of impacts because we are so much dazzled by the technology that we don't really look at the human aspect. That's why I said, with analog minds, you know, trying to manage cyberspace is not very easy.
Okay. I'm going to circle back afterwards, Madam President, on your foundation before we finish the session, because you're starting to study the impact on society of technology, which I think should be a very important component. Oftentimes we look at, you know, the cyberspace and AI and speed and access to information, but should be a calculation of the societal change. But I wanted to get the panel's view. We did a podcast for the GCF, which is a phenomenal series, but we looked at through the media, obviously, because of my experience, and I was suggesting cybersecurity should be a top 5 issue of society today. And then we had a debate within the GCF Institute saying, well, maybe over time, in a very near period of time, it should be a top 3 issue because it touches everyone. Do you want to share where you think? Because it doesn't seem to be on the top radar. If you poll people, they say inflation, worried about climate change, cost of living, right? Security, conflict. Where does cyber fit into that, President Barroso?
I agree with your concern because cybersecurity is more specific. It's related to other issues that are very important top concerns, namely security. It's the word security. And now in the world, people, besides, of course, the economic situation that is affecting so many people, they are worried with security in general, and cybersecurity is part of that. But I believe it's going to gain preeminence. It's true also that in spite of the very important costs, namely for business, that are paying a big cost because of all the disruption, intrusion, all the problems that we are seeing in the business sector, the reality is that until now, knock on wood, there has not been a major, let's say, catastrophic event globally of cybersecurity. Until now. For 2 reasons. Those who have the power to create it are not willing to create it. I mean, the governments that have the power to create a major disruption until now have avoided it. And also those who could create it, that have not the capacity. I mean, non-state actors. Because if you think about terrorist organizations, or even, let's say, criminal networks, that could be extremely disruptive, until now, apparently, they have not yet the skills, the technical capability to create that major event. But what we have to think in terms of risk management is, what happens if one of the biggest global players, state player, decides to create a real disruptive attack globally? Or if one terrorist organization or one criminal network is able to acquire that technology. And we are not yet there. I hope we will not be. So, but in terms of prudent management and risk management, in terms of wisdom, if I may use the word, what we have to do is to prepare for that situation. That's why, in linking to the last question we have put, I think it's so important that the governments of the world, responsible governments of the world, they match the technological developments with the investment, public investment, including in skills. For instance, in Europe, the European Agency for Cybersecurity estimates that we need 200,000 cyber experts. We are lacking. Men and women, of course, men and women. But we are lacking that. So we need more investment to manage the risk that can come from cybersecurity threats.
Okay. I'm going to wrap it up. We had a longer time here, so I'm going to just ask for 2 final thoughts and we'll conclude. Madam President, and then Cheyenne, please, very quickly.
You mentioned my foundation. President Kaljulaid Foundation was set up to understand how Estonian society, which for 20 years and slightly more, is now receiving all public service online, how this has changed our society. And guess what? This year we understood we have to establish Academy of Democracy for our youth. You know why? Because we came to understanding that when we went to school, you and I, then we learned our emotional intelligence from interacting with each other. And we, for 10 years, thought that we need to prepare our children for life in tech, surrounded by tech, in teaching them tech. But it's actually counterintuitively that we have to teach them how to remain compassionate human beings.
Yeah,
and this is the most valuable conclusion. Technology is not going to make us safe and secure. Being compassionate human beings, knowing how to remain a society through all the challenges, this is which finally defines the future of humankind. Maybe somebody's disappointed. It's not technology, it's still us. Thank you.
Yeah, trying to find that balance is important. Yeah, I completely agree. And I'm sorry to rush us, but Cheyenne, your final thoughts, and then we'll say our thanks to you.
Well, I would only say that, at the end of the day, we are still physical beings, flesh and blood. And I think while we take the digital space as an instrument, it should not overwhelm us. I think that's very, very important. Thank you.
Good. What a fantastic session. I really appreciate the depth in which you gave the thoughts of all the major topics that we're going to have over the next 2 days. President Barroso, thanks for the time yesterday, because we had a deep discussion of where we're going with cyber. So President Barroso, President Kujat, it's nice to see you. Thank you very much. I'll say Madam President. And Minister Sharan, great to see you again here at the GCF. Can we give him a nice round of applause for the participation? Thank you.
Well, thank you to our esteemed panelists. Let's give them another round of applause for what I think was a very frank and insightful discussion. We heard the former president of the European Commission there talk about the sincerity with which he was speaking, and I think all of our panelists, and I certainly appreciate that. I think that was a great start, not just to our 2 days here, but for all of us as we begin down the journey in building a safer and more resilient cyberspace. So let's keep that in mind over the next 2 days, that we're here to unite across industries and countries to forge that safer and more resilient cyberspace. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for joining us this morning. Thank you, all of you, for being here so far. We are now going to take a little break before we tackle the big issues for a little coffee and tea, and then re-energize. We're going to come right back here and reconvene in, let me say this nice and loudly to all of you, we're going to reconvene right here in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Building Resilience Through Education. I'm Nisha Pillay. I'm very pleased to be your moderator, and I'm even more pleased to welcome the Minister of Education for the Kingdom, His Excellency Mr. Yusuf Al-Banyan. So you may be asking yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, why is education so high up on the agenda of this year's Global Cybersecurity Forum? Why? Well, the reason is clear. Living as we do in an age of exploding cyber threats, it's imperative that we catch them young, that we develop a cybersecurity mindset, an attitude as early as possible. That's obvious, right? But how do you actually do it? It's not so easy in this age of addictions, internet addictions, media addictions, social media addictions especially. That's going to be the topic of my conversation with His Excellency. So if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, and Your Excellency, I'd like to start with a personal question. Is that all right?
It's fine. Go ahead.
So as many people here will know, His Excellency was a really top business leader. You had a commanding private sector career until very recently. So what made you change? And what do you think is the challenge for the government sector in being nimble, especially in the face of these kind of threats?
Well, initially, I don't know whether I have a choice or not, but I think it's, by the way, this is my first time to get introduced on a business setting as really a Minister of Education. And in the same time, I think this will be a great opportunities for me to meet with our public and private forum. Coming from the energy and chemical industry, we have a very important role that catalysts to play, and I think at this point of time, I look at myself as a catalyst to play between public and private, and hopefully we can achieve our target to enhance our global cybersecurity issues.
How do you see the importance of cybersecurity education then in the education system? How do you embed it?
Well, I think, let me start with the points. I think the previous panel have really struggled with the fact that how can we bring global security into the top agenda? I would propose to the expert in the global security to do a change management programs, because I think linking security with cyber, this is really box the cyber issue around only security. In my view, the global cyber issues, it's beyond security. And if we continue—
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Because I think the issue with the global cybersecurity is not system, it's not policy. I think it requires huge change management programs. And this is why in education, we feel as of today, the youth, the current generations, they're born digital. So they are basically dealing with cybersecurity on day in, day out, and their communications and their learning materials. And this is why I think we need to program ourselves into the mode that cybersecurity is not only security. It's basically every day in the morning we wake up, we do unconsciously a risk management. So dealing with a cybersecurity issue, it has to do with individuals' future life. In the same time, it's very important to understand they need to integrate this as part of the skill set requirement in order for them really to survive in their business community. In my view, we need to focus on change management. And this is why in our education system, we feel there are very important elements that we need to focus around curriculum.
So
and as of
give
today,
us some more details.
I will give you more details. As of today, we are heavy on knowledge base. We need to have a much better balance between skill sets and values. And
Say that again, a better balance between?
Between knowledge and also skill set requirement.
And skill set, so they're different.
And values as well.
Okay.
I think looking at cybersecurity, it's not only a skill set issue, but also it has to be an integral part of our value system, because we need to protect ourselves, our family, our society, and the entire community we operate in.
So to almost bring young people on with a sense of responsibility to the wider setting.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's fascinating, because I was going to ask you, how do we develop responsible online behavior when our young people, our children are bathed in this, they're born into this digital world, they take it for granted, and when so much social media is so addictive?
Yeah, I think now being on my current role for almost a year, I think we need to make sure that what we involves ourselves within the classroom, either in school or university, is only one piece. The other important piece is the community contributions in the entire transformation plan, and specifically families. And if you look at the challenges poses against cybersecurity today, one of it is lack of awareness, the importance of cybersecurity. But the second, also we need to see within our children, we have weak sense of caution. Children has sense of anxiety and curiosity exceeded their sense of caution. So by default, they will be dealing with social media and gaming in a more aggressive and excessive way. And if they don't really be cautious, then it will be an issue.
So what can we do to help parents and families, do you think?
I think we have a very interesting program. I mean, if you look at the government of Saudi Arabia, we focus on the ecosystem. You see NCA and its role, and you see SADAYA. And I think both of them are creating the right ecosystem to make sure that the entire public and private sector operates on the proper dynamics to tackle the issues. And what do? I think we have a very great programs that is basically between NCA and Ministry of Education and SAVIC, and they came up with a very sophisticated programs, AMIN, which basically touches 5 important elements. How can we enhance the awareness program? We have a lot of exhibitions across nation, make sure that they understand what cybersecurity is all about. We have also virtual lectures that we are providing people, they can have access to it. We have also physical lectures, either in schools or universities. And in the same time, we have ambassadors that they are going around the nation to make sure that they spread the importance of cybersecurity. But I want to go back also to my initial remarks. We need to expand the view on cybersecurity. It's in a different approach. This is for you as much as it's for me. And I think if we look at it only from a compliance perspective or basically a system issue, continuously we'll struggle. But if we spin it on a different way and we tell individuals, especially young generation, this is for you. This is for your own safety, for your own future, and I think you will see more buying into it and they will be more receptive to it, because the issue is not a system or policy.
As you were saying, to bring values into the core of it.
I agree.
Which is a sort of emotional appeal almost, isn't it? Into the core of it, rather than do this, do that. Make it more appeal to the heart.
I mean, let's face it. In Saudi Arabia, we have basically asked students not to bring their phones in school. You know, lately, for the last year, we see in other nations, they are really following what Saudi Arabia have done. But why we have done it? The purpose of banning phones, cell phones with the students, basically we would like to increase their engagement with their teachers and the classroom. Not only this, we would like to make sure that they have also addictions to screen. Internet usage has to slow down, has to basically brought into the proper level. And this is a very important policy that we have introduced, and I think we need to look at it from a different aspect from only policy compliance, as much as this is for the sake of a student themselves. And we see a good level of compliance in the school because of that.
So the ban on mobiles in schools, brought in, whatever, a couple of years ago, do you think it's made a difference to protecting young people in the education environment?
Again, I think let's move away from the terminology security or protection. I'm not a fan of this because you cannot really operate on a fear factor. You need to operate on a more sophisticated transformation awareness program. And I think you need to communicate with the young generations. And by the way, they're born in it. They are basically born in the digital era. So maybe for us, we look at it differently, but for them, it's really business as usual. And this is why we need to show the value rather than just look at it from really policy enforcement.
So then it begs the question, what can you do to make cyber education and cyber awareness, let's say, more appealing? Less about the rules and more about the possibilities.
This is a good question. If you look at our strategy, we would like to have our education system, both K-12 and university, to have a pipeline of talent that they are not only competitive domestically, not only regionally, but also on the global scene. Therefore, we look at the global citizenship. The cybersecurity is a global issue. Is not really a regional issue. This is one aspect. The second, if we agree that in order for us to move into a much better space around cybersecurity, we need to enhance the knowledge and awareness program. This is why in our curriculum, we are basically classifying our curriculum programs where it has knowledge base, skill base, and value base. And if you look at knowledge, skills, and value, they are all needed for cybersecurity awareness program. So if you look at the global citizenship and the programs and curriculum transformation, and basically they will emerge into a very sophisticated environment that hopefully will allow our current and future generations look at cybersecurity as basically not as a policy again, but as something that they have to do it, one, for their own safety. They need to feel they are responsible for it. And at the same time, it's become also a skill set requirement for their future workforce.
Essential. So as cybersecurity, as you say, is a global issue, is there a role for multilateral action, for governments to work together, to collaborate and to cooperate?
Well, as you know, the government of Saudi Arabia has really participated on drafting basically the generative AI on 2021 on UNESCO. In the same time, Sadaya has also a committee where basically look at this in a more sophisticated way, and Ministry of Education, as basically the largest participant, is a member of the committee. As you know, we have more than 6.5 million students on K-12. We have more than 1.3 million students in universities. We are touching every single members on the society. And tell me about it. I'm getting this pressure every day.
You know, we've talked about parents, we've talked about the ministry, the education system, cooperation with other governments. What we haven't talked about yet are the teachers themselves. Now, many of them, like someone like me, would have grown up in a non-cyber age, not born into a digital world. What kind of help and support do teachers ask for, or do you think they require?
Ma'am, I think we need to recognize that you cannot have education system above the quality of your teachers. So I think it's very important that the teachers are really the foundation for any success on any education system. Therefore, we have a very sophisticated program at the last stage at this point of time where we will develop all teachers who needs to go to the classroom. They will go into basically development programs similar what we used to use in our chemical industry engineers. In order for them to move to the plants, they have to go through a very rigorous programs in order for them to get qualified to go and manage plants, even though they graduate from top universities. And those programs will be basically touches every aspect of their developmental need, and one of it, digital. Because teachers has to be digitally equipped in terms of knowledge in order for them to deal with the current and future generations. And cybersecurity is going to be part of it, and other. For example, how can you use AI from the aspects of positive side? And as you can see today, people are sometimes cautious around using AI, but let's remember, any new technology has its own risk. But as of today, I think we have a very strong technology innovation in educations. They are more or less in control environment. There will be less risk than others. but will allow teachers and also faculty in universities to enhance their skill set and research using AI in a more safe way.
Can we explore that a little further, Your Excellency? So schools around the world are grappling with how to use AI, because if the schools don't come to terms with it, certainly the children will. They can use it for research purposes, a big plus, but they can also use it to write their entire script, which is maybe not such a plus. So I wanted to ask you, what are your reflections on the opportunities and the threats, and how does one balance that?
Yeah.
It's a whole new way of learning.
One thing I learned from business, if you wait to check all boxes, you will lose the opportunities. You need to calculate your risk. You need really basically go ahead and make sure that you are having a very sophisticated calculated risk matrix and move on. As of today, for example, I bet you there is no single individual can tell you what is the implication of AI tomorrow. They just think and they predict, and there are different models that is running. As of today, we are in the ministry, we formed a team to look at how the school will look like in 2035 and 2040. Is it going to be similar school model we have today? I don't know. That question remains to be answered. But I do believe technology and AI is going to play a major role on this. How do we view digital? Is it really just for an emergency model, or is going to be an integral part of our educations? Because during COVID, I think distance learning have played a major role for all education system to continue. But as of today, we view it, some view it as an emergency model, some view it as a blending knowledge on our educations. If you bring this all together, cybersecurity is going to be an integral part of it, and AI is going to play a major role. And I think.
So how do you view AI, Your Excellency, in the education system, a threat or an opportunity?
In fact, just as soon as I leave this room, I have a meeting with some of my team, because we use AI, by the way, just 3 weeks ago on different schools in the kingdom. And you will be surprised. We have a very innovative teachers who really have leveraged it on their own scale. Imagine if we bring it on a national level, how is it going to look like? But at the same time, we need to be cautious on the implications. And I think from my engagement with the global leaders, the issue in AI is not the functionality, the issue in AI in ethics and values. How ethically we will be able to leverage AI, and how can we create a strong platform to manage the risk of AI.
Ethics and values. Very interesting, because that's what you said when talking about broadening our approach to cybersecurity as well. So finally, I'd like to ask you, Your Excellency, about the role of the private sector and the huge cybersecurity industry out there, small and large companies. How can we bring them together with educators and the education ministry to develop new approaches, maybe innovations?
Well, again, before I used to use this terminology. How can we bring them together to play their roles on the entire community? I think my duties today are coming from private sector and working on governments, specifically in a very important role where basically influence the future generation. How can we bring a clear understanding that private sector and governments, they are not different. They are one, playing together. Each one of them play its role to complement the end of the day what 2030 vision really inspired for. I personally see this on the private sector. I see it today in the government when I come into Ministry of Education. Private sector role in Ministry of Education is not something that nice to have. It's going to be something that we have no choice, but each one of us has to complement what really brings us at the end into a success to achieve, our 2030 vision.
Your Excellency, it's been a pleasure to meet you. My mindset has already started changing. What did you say? Abandon the fear factor. It doesn't work. Embrace ethics and values. It's really been a pleasure. His Excellency, Mr. Yusuf Al-Benyan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nasser Amin? What's his correct first and last name? Yeah. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that discussion. I certainly did. Very interesting, the role of education in tackling the problem of cybersecurity going forward. And we now move it on with a very special guest. Please join me in welcoming the Chief Executive and President of Saudi Aramco, Mr. Amin.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you once again at the Global Cybersecurity Forum here in Riyadh. A lot has changed since last year, and there is much to speak about. In this era of hyperconnectivity and digitalization, new technologies are rapidly transforming how we work and get things done. Automation enables us to complete tasks in seconds that once took countless hours. The Internet of Things has turned every piece of equipment into a smart device. The software we use today provides us with real-time access to data to make better and faster decisions. To put these changes into perspective, last year, the world generated approximately 97 zettabytes of data, which is equal to 97 trillion gigabytes. As the world continues to digitalize, the volume is predicted to reach 175 zettabytes by 2025. All of this can be a force for good, helping businesses to be faster and better serve their customers. However, the rapid transformation we are witnessing has also made the world more vulnerable with increasing risks of cyber attacks. While every industry faces threats, the energy sector in particular is an attractive target for those who want to do harm. We play a critical role in the lives of billions of people. We supply the products that the world economy needs to make modern life possible, enabling everything from transportation to manufacturing. Any large-scale disruption to the steady supply of energy would have an immediate and significant impact around the world. At Aramco, digitalization has made us more agile and has helped us to deliver energy more safely, efficiently, and sustainably. And to safeguard against the risk of cyber attack, we have implemented a defense strategy focused on building resilience throughout the entire ecosystem, because one weak link can hurt everyone. It is for this reason that we created a supply chain cybersecurity program which established strident cybersecurity standards for all service providers. Throughout the entire life cycle of engagement, each entity we do business with must demonstrate they uphold these cybersecurity standards and best practices. And to help extend cybersecurity capability across our affiliates in the kingdom and around the world, we have established Soprani Solutions. This venture offers specialized cybersecurity services to help businesses protect their operations and data. We have also partnered with the Georgia Institute of Technology to create a Master of Science cybersecurity program with a cutting-edge curriculum. It has already produced 140 graduates with specialized cybersecurity expertise, with many more to come. At the same time, we know that cyber threats are rarely localized to any one organization or industry. Our collective security requires close collaboration between all stakeholders, regionally and globally. As part of that, we are a founding member of the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity, which was established in 2018. We are also a strategic partner of the Global Cybersecurity Forum Institute and a founding partner of the new Operational Technology Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. Through this new center, we aim to shape the future of operational technology cybersecurity for any sector that uses industrial control systems. While we have made great progress with these and other initiatives in cybersecurity, there is another C word that we must be careful about, and that is complacency. It is absolutely critical that we keep our guard up. That's why we must carefully assess every current and new technology to identify whether they can be a potential pathway for hackers to breach our system and address any vulnerabilities before the technology is deployed. This approach enables us to harness the powerful potential of new digital innovation while mitigating their risk. Which brings me to my next point, the power of AI. It's new, it is exciting, and it is a game-changing for many industries, including energy. With generative AI tools now part of the daily life for hundreds of millions of people, the economic potential is truly astounding. According to one recent study, generative AI could add between $2.6 trillion to $4.4 trillion annually to the world economy. But as with all major innovations, it has its own unique risks, and some governments and businesses are taking a cautious risk management approach in the use of generative AI. As we consider these powerful new tools, it is important that we assess them as carefully as we have every other technology. The Kingdom has already established robust AI control and guidelines to advance AI capabilities in a safe, secure, and responsible way. Moving forward, further collaboration between all stakeholders can help to establish international standards and best practices that keep pace with the rapid development of AI. This forum is a great opportunity to carry on that work. At Aramco, we believe that continuous innovation backed by comprehensive cybersecurity measures is critical to our future. Already, our digital transformation has brought vital benefits to our business. As we continue to adopt new technologies, we will uphold our commitment to cybersecurity and safely supply the world with the energy it needs today, tomorrow, and long into the future. Thank you.
Supply chain fortification. Safeguarding the cyber resilience of the global supply chain. Opening remarks. Amin al-Nasser, President and CEO, Saudi Aramco. Dr. Saad al-Aboudi, Chief Executive Officer, Saudi Information Technology Company, SITE. Christoph Belasio, SVP, Cybersecurity and Product Security, Global CISO and CPSO, Schneider Electric. Michael Ruiz, VP, GM, Cyber Innovation, Honeywell Connected Enterprise, HCE. Ryan Chelkut, Moderator, Master of Ceremonies, former Bloomberg, CNN, CBS, PBS, and Fox News.
Well, good morning again. You don't need me to tell you that the importance of securing the global supply chains and global supply chains in the context of our digitized world is of unparalleled importance. It's actually quite easy to understand how one problem at one link in what have become and are even increasingly becoming extraordinarily long and complicated supply chains can have devastating consequences down the road. So in the next 35 minutes, we are going to delve into the vulnerabilities in global supply chains. And because we're at the Global Cybersecurity Forum and we're focused on how to collaborate and solve problems, how we do that. We have some extraordinary panelists for this conversation. Let me begin with CEO of SITE, Dr. Saad al-Aboudi. Thank you very much. Michael Ruiz, Vice President and General Manager for Cyber Innovation at Honeywell. And Schneider's Christoph Belasio, in charge of cyber and product security. Thank you all for joining us. Michael, if I could start with you. Obviously, we're here to talk about how we increase the resilience of global supply chains in the context of our increasingly digitized world. So set the stage for us. How big of a problem, how dangerous is the situation we're in today in the world when it comes to that job?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge problem today. When I think about this, I tend to think about it in two major buckets. Nation-state bad actors that are looking to move a political agenda and cyber criminals. As we've done surveys in this area, 93% of cybersecurity experts today and 86% of business leaders that were surveyed believe that we were, because of the geopolitical instability in the world today, that we're on the precipice of a major cybersecurity supply chain disruption within the next 2 years. And we need to do something in order to be able to protect those supply chains.
Extraordinary. Christoph, I want to come to you, but before I do that, let's just do a sound check. How can everyone hear in the room? At the back of the room, are you hearing okay? Everyone hearing all right? Fantastic. So we shall continue. Okay, so Christoph, let's put that problem in the context of global supply chains. Obviously extraordinary that we have near unanimity in the cybersecurity community that we're staring down the barrel of a very big gun and we're looking at a major disruption in the next couple of years. So what does that look like in the context of global supply chains, and what other vulnerabilities should we be on the lookout for?
So, if you think about, let's say, critical infrastructure, or maybe energy sector more particularly, so there is massive transformation and mega trends. So, first, this is becoming increasingly decentralized. So, think about it, every home, every building can produce its own energy. Think about it, any car will charge itself to get electric. So, decentralization is a big trend. The second one is digitization. So everything is becoming smart. Smart buildings, smart cars, smart factories. So this connectivity to get data, to get intelligence is really also transforming the landscape. And really the third one is our sustainability agenda to attack climate change is pushing for decarbonization as well. So these three mega trends is really pushing us to connect everywhere, to have data for more intelligence, and it's creating a major attack surface with a lot of open doors for attackers in very systemic approach with cascading effects, with cascading risk. So this is really pushing an agenda for more pressure for critical infrastructure there, and these are the critical infrastructure at risk.
Thank you. Saad, if I might turn to you. So we've heard a little bit about the future and the trajectory. To what extent are disruptions of the global supply chain in the cyber context already an issue?
Well, thank you, Ryan. It's great to reconnect with our friends, partners, and guests from all over the world here in Riyadh again as part of the GCF. If we look at the recent years, I believe the world has gone through different scenarios of multiple hits that are impacting the global supply chain in one way or another. Starting with the targeted attack on the global energy supplies. One famous attack was the Shamoon attack, targeting the IT infrastructure of Aramco in 2012. This was followed by another attack targeting the OT infrastructure of Aramco on Rabo facility in 2017. And another hit, which was employing the emerging technologies, in particular drones, targeting the energy supply in 2019 for the facilities of GEG and Khurais. So if you look at these three attacks, they're targeting the global energy supplies from IT to OT to the emerging technologies. Another category of hits is coming from different industry, from the healthcare. Well, we've seen how COVID-19 in early 2020 propagated in a way that never been anticipated, impacting all other industries, not only the healthcare, and impacting both ends of the spectrum of the supply chain, the supplier or the manufacturing and the consumers as well. And another hit in the same year, which was the targeted attacks on the IT supply chain. The solar ones in 2020 was a famous one. Putting more than 30,000 of entities from both public and private globally in all industries at risk of data exposure, with more than 18,000 entities confirmed to have installed the malware. And then after that, the fourth category can be the economical slowdown that we have seen over the past 3 years. It's impacting, in particular, the production and the supply of goods. And the last hit is the unfortunate scene that we see in the geopolitics today. So all these different hits, and in the aftermath of all these issues is the adverse social impact, especially on our young generations. So I believe if we look at all these hits, they are, in a way or other, either the cause or the consequence of the global supply chain issues. And that means that the global community needs to do something much more, something better when it comes to sharing and charting the priorities. I believe the announcement that was done today for establishing the GCF Institute Center of Excellence for addressing the challenges of the OT technologies is a very important move, because the OT technologies today they exist in all the critical grids of the global supply chain.
Very interesting. Thank you very much for that. Michael, I have two quick questions for you. First off, if you could expand on your initial comment there where you told us that the global cybersecurity community is pretty convinced we're going to get an attack very soon, and you said that when you think about cybersecurity, you think about two different entities, individuals and nation states. I guess, and maybe everyone here in the room would agree with this, that when we talk about this, the bigger danger out of those two groups is nation states. Is that right?
Look, I think that when we think about this problem, I mean, nation states are absolutely, the more dangerous or concerning component, because they have significant resources that they can bring to bear to prosecute their missions and to accomplish what they want to do. But we're also seeing cyber criminal organizations that are starting to collect. So cyber criminals are no longer individuals. They're really conglomerations or consortiums of bad actors working together. And these are not mutually exclusive groups. In a lot of cases, we'll start to see nation states also act like cyber criminals in that they're looking to be able to create cybersecurity funds increase their war chest in order to be able to go after, larger targets.
And we heard Saad there give us some great examples of attacks that we've already seen. I wanted to ask you, in the context of security of energy supply, I immediately thought in the United States of the Colonial Pipeline, which was cyber disrupted a few years back. What does that incident tell us about the threats? Was that an issue of operational technology and interruption of that?
Yeah, I think when we look at things like Colonial Pipeline, what we see really are IT systems that are being affected at this point. We still haven't seen any major significant OT cybersecurity threat. But imagine the difference between being able to shut off a billing system that shuts off a pipeline and creates disruption versus actually going ahead and trying to weaponize that system. Shutting off a pump at one location or a valve at one location, increasing pressure, and now having a pipeline explosion that becomes both an environmental catastrophe as well as a supply chain disruption is a huge problem that we need to really be thinking about. And OT cybersecurity systems today, by and large, are way behind from a cybersecurity perspective than their IT counterparts. The level of maturity just isn't there. One alarming statistic that I've seen is that in OT networks, an intruder will spend 200 days observing the network before taking any action. Imagine a situation in an IT network where we would have a bad actor working for unobstructed in an IT network for 200 days. That would be unconscionable to us today, but that is what we're seeing in the OT cyberspace.
Extraordinary. And Saad, it was so interesting to hear about the Center of Excellence that the Institute is going to be running, which will really be a leader when it comes to providing the newest operational technologies. Christoph, if I could turn to you, since we're now on to the subject of emerging technologies, how do you see emerging technologies reshaping the dynamics of the global supply chain and operational technology cybersecurity?
So here, it's about connecting assets. At the end of the day, it's making assets under visibility, speaking about data, speaking about intelligence for operational efficiency, for more automation, for a sustainable agenda. So here, it's not only an OT space or an IT space, and I don't like to oppose the two, because at the end of the day, in an operational environment, you have both OT and IT in the same environment. So it's connected to the cloud, the intelligence is at the edge, the sending data to the cloud to get some insight, analytics, predictive maintenance, efficiency. And here, that creates really a gap, and I'm happy that we have initiative to bridge this gap in terms of skills, because we need people in charge of cyber, but also in charge of the operational environment. And this attack, like Saad was mentioning, is just becoming kinetics, becoming physical, that push every government, every nation to protect its citizens and critical infrastructure with a national security strategy. So these emerging technologies are a great opportunity for more visibility on every asset that we want to talk to data and to the cloud. But at the same time, is bringing some challenges, both in terms of exposure. It means that we need to have an operational excellence there, and we need to have a human-centric approach in this operational environment with the right skills to be able to manage them. And that's really the challenge that we have.
So Christoph makes a great point. We need to think of IT and OT at the same time and the convergence of the two. That's what success looks like at the end of the day. However, OT environments today are fundamentally different. They work on a different model. If I have a petrochemical plant, I can't just reboot it if I have a problem. I can't isolate a network. I'm in the middle of a control process and I have to go through it. I have to maintain accessibility to all of the control systems. And so therefore, the problems in OT and IT are somewhat different in how you can resolve them or find resolution to them. But we do need to find that convergence between the two spaces and be able to take the best practices from both environments, bring them together. But I think that we still have the challenge that OT cybersecurity or OT networks in general are just at a far lower level of maturity today than their IT counterparts. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order to be able to bring that to bear, starting with just being able to have full visibility of all the assets that are sitting in the OT environment and being able to bridge that information back to the IT space so you can have one comprehensive view of the entire security posture for that organization.
The accounting's just not there yet. Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. Saad.
Well, I believe the emerging technologies has been overwhelming all of us today in this room. However, the thrilling combination of AI, quantum computing, and the mobility is increasingly empowering the world in a way that we've never seen before. And it's becoming like the brain and muscles for making disruptions to businesses from both the public and private sector organizations. And I believe in the very near future, these technologies will be an infrastructure technologies as opposed to plugins or interfaces as we see today. However, the adoption of these technologies will lead to pushing more assets from the physical space to the cyberspace, creating so much opportunities for innovation and optimization, but in the same time leading to sometimes devastating risks and scenarios. So if we look at an example at the risks of generative AI, well, with good intentions, it can be the hallucination of the algorithms and the analytics. But with bad intentions, it can be fabrication of a truth. So this is true disinformation. So imagine the consequences. And if we look at another example, which is Amazon model, we've seen live experiments of Amazon deploying robotics on the shop floors for doing the packaging and using drones for doing the delivery. So imagine the world today with an expanded view of this model, where clients and consumers browse the internet and market stores for doing the purchase, all the way to employing drones and robotics for doing the packaging and the delivery. That's a tremendous opportunity for innovation, but only if done securely and in times of peace. Otherwise, it will create unprecedented consequences if done insecurely or in bad times. Another angle to the adoption of emerging technology, and I think His Excellency, the Minister of Education, Al-Banyan, shed some light on this, is related to the impact on the paradigm shift of the skill sets that we need today. I believe decision makers today, they need to be prepared to make decisions at scale and speed at the same time. And the reason is very simple, because the emerging technologies is bringing so much material to the decision-making process. So we need to co-op with this level of complexity of understanding of the data and the advanced technologies. And that will be, I believe, also very impactful on the way we do the skill set development and the talent development today.
Thank you very much. Michael, we heard Saad there talking about everyone's favorite emerging technology. What challenges does AI and generative AI, which we've already been talking a bit about here this morning, present in the context of the global supply chain?
Well, I love AI. My academic career was in advanced analytics and evolutionary computations, genetic algorithms. So this is an area of passion for me, and I'm amazed at how this technology that was in labs and sitting in innovation centers within organizations have now propagated into the world, and the explosion of AI is amazing. It keeps me up at night as a person that worries about my clients' OT environments. These kinds of technologies are often adopted earliest by bad actors trying to be able to move up a very steep barrier curve that they're trying to overcome. And I think we're going to see some more incredibly sophisticated attacks that are going to come out, and many more attacks. So I think we'll continue to see more and more attacks on a year-over-year basis. The level of sophistication is going to increase, and they're going to be more coordinated attacks because the level of planning that an generative AI model would allow you is pretty amazing.
Thank you, Michael. Christoph, what would you add to that? And I guess if we think about solutions, which we want to get into now, is there an opportunity with AI in addressing some of these cybersecurity challenges if we kind of turn things on their head?
Yeah, we need to add a positive note to the AI threat, of course. and hoping that we are as fast as the bad guys to cope with new technologies and to defend ourselves, of course. And at the same time, AI is new and not new. Okay, so we have been using AI to track data, to do some preventive maintenance, to do some advanced analytics. What is really new is really the shock of generative AI of this year. And we have been saying for the last 10 years, hey, before you introduce a technology on the market or in an environment, so you check the risk before. For once here, so we just put a technology out there without having any clue about the risk that it can pose. So that's an interesting play. And then we are running behind the topic, but it's a major shock because, of course, it will transform every company on very standard elements like customer relationship, like R&D, like coding. So if you code, and Michael, you were saying that you were coding, so the coding experience will be very different now with GenAI and GPT or Bard or others. But the key point with this innovation, with this opportunity for ourselves to defend our critical infrastructure, for developing new technology, my hope, and hope will not be enough. I think regulation will come strong here, and we see EU AI Data Act, but we saw also 2 days ago the US executive order for AI safety and security from Mr. Biden. So it needs to come with some guardrails. And innovation needs to embed these guardrails on security and privacy. In the OT environment, in protecting the data, because it's not only personal data, it's about sensitive operational data that we care about. This is about also taking care about impersonation, deepfake, or information manipulation. So we see a rise of perfect phishing back to awareness that raise the bar for every of our employee, citizen to be aware. And we need to guardrail this topic with regulation, hoping also that regulation will be harmonized between countries there. So a lot of hope, and at the same time, certainly an opportunity to create tech champion, tech firms in every location of the world, because AI adoption will be very different here and there. There is a sovereignty agenda in every region as well. Let's make sure the sovereignty agenda is not opposing with the benefit of AI everywhere on the planet.
I'll let you on a little secret. I discovered some of the perils of AI. I use some software that transcribes my Zoom calls. So it just takes the voice and turns it into text and also backfills it with information, summarizes the call. What I didn't realize is that it summarizes, it transcribes all of the text even before the other participants in the call have joined the call. And after the call is over, it sends it to them. So we are learning as we are living when it comes to AI, which is very dangerous. So let's talk about the way forward, Saad. What do you think are the most important areas for us to focus on when it comes to ensuring the security of supply chains? And the big focus here at GCF is how we can collaborate to address these problems before they blow up in our face.
I think taking all these discussions and different views in mind, I believe for the way forward, we need to inject sovereignty in both streams, the stream of policymakers and the stream of industry players. On the policymakers front, I believe we need more robust regulations and international collaboration and info sharing. It's unfortunate truth today that the bad guys sometimes are more efficient in info sharing and collaboration than the good guys. And on the industry players front, I believe sovereignty is becoming an innate need for securing the cyberspace. And as we see today, more economical assets and items are becoming digitized, and they are being pushed from the physical space to the cyberspace. So the security of the cyberspace leads to the security of the economy, and therefore the prosperity of nations. So although these domains and notions are distinct, but their impact on each other is very intertwined. So I believe embedding sovereignty is the new logical step in the evolution of technology, all the way from the inception and design of technologies to development to the operations. And that will lead to the operational control and data provenance. And for tech companies, I believe the new logical mindset is to inject sovereignty as well into their solutions. Now, some of the companies have started this shift already. Cisco, for example, a few weeks ago, they announced their move towards establishing regions in other nations to cater for some of the regulatory aspects when it comes to the security. Amazon last week announced the establishment of a European hyperscaler cloud, sovereign cloud, for the European Union, which is separated from the Amazon public cloud. Another example also by Microsoft announcement in early October, where they said that they announced that they will make a sovereign version of their hyperscaler cloud. They will make it public and available to other nations by end of this year. So clearly there's a mindset, I think there is a need for a mindset shift to take companies toward the sovereignty. And if you reflect on the example of the cloud computing, for example, today the global cloud market is about 10% of the global ICT market. So that's around $600 billion out of the $6 trillion globally for the ICT market. And I believe the market share between the sovereign version and the public version for any tech offering is a zero-sum game. So what is changing is actually the distribution of the market share between the sovereign and the public version. And in light of this, I believe very soon we will start seeing the sovereign version of the hyperscaler cloud is the default version on the expense of on the public version. And the impact of this in tech companies is very obvious. I believe the way forward for tech companies is to inject sovereignty into their offering, because that's the way forward to sustain their businesses and maintain their market shares outside their home country. At the end of the day, this is a win-win to both ends of the spectrum of the supply. From the technology vendors, they will maintain their business, and from the consumer side, they will have a much better offering when it comes to the mitigation of risk and sovereignty.
And just very briefly, a clarification for me that I wanted to get to earlier but left aside. We heard the former Foreign Secretary of India, Ambassador Shamsaran, talking about, what we're really trying to do is wrap our analog minds around complex problems in the digital space. So just very briefly, what's the difference between solving a problem in the physical, real world, if you will, analog supply chain space and the digital space?
Well, I think, the challenges and the opportunities into the global supply chain when it comes to these two spaces is very interesting. Well, in good times, when both spaces are functioning well, there are tremendous opportunities for optimization with respect to the operational of supplies when it comes to the cost, performance, and delivery. And this is as a result of the gained benefits of the integration between these two domains. And also, depending on the reliability of the building blocks of the global supply chain grids. Of course, starting with the energy grid as the fuel for the rest of the value chain, all the way to electricity grid, logistical grid, and last but not least, the data grids as well. However, in bad times, imagine this intertwined relationship between these different domains across the value chain. The impact can be catastrophic. So I believe that's a distinction between the digital space and the cyberspace, because at the end of the day, it can be like few lines of code traversing the cyberspace, going multinationally, unchecked by border customs, can cripple the grids of critical supply chain in other places and sometimes maybe in other jurisdictions.
Thank you. Michael, question for you. And we heard Christoph there talking about how he hopes that we're faster at solving the problems that AI can present when it comes from the perspective of cybersecurity than AI is itself. So is that actually a real problem? Because if you think back to our plenary session, we heard Jose Manuel Barroso talking about how it took the European Union 9 years to agree on GDPR. And so they got that beautiful scale of whatever it is, 1.2 billion people. But it took a long time to get the standards. Do we have the standards in place when it comes to AI? And is the solution, like we heard from the former president of Estonia, that the private sector gets us there because maybe governments can't?
Well, look, we definitely don't have the policies today. I mean, policy lags innovation every day, all the time. And I think it's forums like this, like the Global Cybersecurity Forum, public-private partnerships that are going to be crucial for us to be able to create the level of policy needed. I absolutely agree that we need to be able to kind of bridge that gap between the way our analog laws and our digital implementations or innovations need to come together. All the things, you know, as the president of Estonia said, right, we need to just agree that all the things that are wrong in the analog world are also wrong in the cyber world, and then we need to move forward from that perspective. So I think that there's a road to get there with better, more informed policy. I think the challenge that we run into is that we have to do it in this public-private partnerships. We have to be able to bring corporations, governments, globally interconnected forums like this together to be able to solve those kinds of problems.
Krista.
Yeah, and as we say in the supply chain, you are not alone. So you are not alone with your security posture, you are not alone with your suppliers, with your customer, with the cyber agencies, with the critical infrastructure. So I'm really advocating for more symmetry in that domain, meaning that we should collaborate with our suppliers in the way we collaborate with our customer. There is a very inefficient way of working or assessing cybersecurity these days is to send a security questionnaire. This is still happening. Okay, and everybody is answering a cybersecurity questionnaire for multiple customers, multiple suppliers, etc. So there is really a call for collaboration horizontally in the supply chain, and at the same time, roles and responsibilities on technology vendor, technology suppliers, and responsibility also of the operators or operational environment that are using this technology. So with digitization, as we saw before, and we saw also that during the pandemic, environments that should be locked down behind closed gates, etc., are just open for attackers, etc. So that's the first thing. So there is open opportunity in the technology play, as we saw. I had one of my engineers showing me that it was possible to reverse engineer a firmware or a software with AI. So it was at the same time really interesting and super scary. So I think we need to balance these two things together and innovate with this in mind, not to do a big mistake. And at the end of the day, that's why I value this forum, and I thank GCF and NCA for that. This is the perfect example where we need to collaborate on standards, on framework, on intercert when it comes to answer, really to harmonize. I see there is a session this afternoon on harmonizing the standards, to speak the same language, because when it comes to a catastrophic attacks or incident that we were mentioning, there will be a worldwide response to such an attack. We cannot hide behind a regulation or a standard A and standard B, etc. And at the end of the day, it's about trust in the ecosystem between suppliers to source securely some technology, operator, customers, agencies, really on three pillars. So one is security. Of course, we need to mitigate the risk of such cyber attack on critical infrastructure. The second one is on sovereignty, because we need to protect data of every citizen. And we need also to protect the intellectual property of every nation. And the third one, this is the third S, on survivability of resilience. Whenever things happen, and things will happen, or is happening already, we need to make sure that critical services are able to operate even in terms of crisis. So having the B plan ready before it happens is mandatory for all of us.
Michael, I'm going to give you the last word. Square the circle for me here, because we have sort of competing views. We heard from our panelists this morning that they're concerned about, our fragmenting world, polarized world, getting in the way of international collaboration when it comes to cybersecurity. And yet, we have a real-world example, just in the last 48 hours, 40 countries coming together, agreeing to not pay ransom in cases of malware. So how optimistic are you? And because we're about solutions, we just got 30 seconds, or I'll give you a couple extra seconds. What's the practical thing we can do to forge this collaboration, and what should we be working on?
Yeah. Look, I think it starts with the fact that we have to recognize that there are layers to this problem. You need local regulations and local solutions, you need regionalized solutions, and then you need global solutions. And they all come together and interplay at some level. I think what we've done is we kind of believe that we can operate as one global society. And I think that's great. And to the degree that we can make that happen, that's wonderful. But I think we also have to have regional strategies and regional solutions and local strategies and local solutions. The problem's too big to try to tackle all at once. And working both from the bottom up and the top down allows us to be able to align in the middle and get to a better end state at some future.
All right, Michael Ruiz, Vice President and General Manager for Cyber Innovation at Honeywell. Schneider's Christoph Blasio, in charge of cyber and product security, and CEO of Site, Dr. Saad Alaboudi. Thank you very much. Please join me in giving a big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Catalyzing Cyber, stimulating cybersecurity market through ecosystem development. Engineer Walid Abu Khalid, Chief Executive Officer, Saudi Arabian Military Industries, SAMI. Dr. Miqat Zuhairi bin Miqat, Chief Executive, National Cybersecurity Agency, Malaysia. Felix Barrio Juarez, Director General, Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute. His Excellency Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Malki, National Cybersecurity Agency, Qatar. John Defterius, Moderator, former CNN, Emerging Markets, Editor and Anchor.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's great to be back for this session called Catalyzing Cyber. So when we were in our opening session today, we looked at the 5 key pillars that the GCF is looking at in 2023, and some of the companies here in Saudi Arabia which are supporting those different pillars. But what does that mean in practice? In this panel, we have specialists from government that actually run their cybersecurity authorities, and how they interact with, for example, the Finance Ministry, the Economy Ministry, the Ministry of Defense. We have the Saudi Industry of Military Industries here, which is excellent to show an example of how that sector, the defense sector, takes this very seriously. We're going to have a robust debate for 40 minutes. Can we give them a nice round of applause for joining us today? I'm obviously not Nisha Pillai, who is a friend, but John Defterius, as they announced. So I don't know if they can change the board behind us, but I'm happy and we know this community extremely well. If I may start with you, Engineer Walid, about how do you develop the system? And this is very important because you're very much, and everybody here on this panel, very much into processes about how you develop a cybersecurity apparatus. And in the conflicts that we see around the world today, most people think of security in the military sense of action, but this is a different, if you will, enemy, but also a different opportunity. Do you want to explain how SAMI, as a military industry here in the kingdom, sees that development and why it's so crucial for the security, but also the development of the country? I think that would be great. Please.
Sure. No, absolutely. Thank you, John. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله. أنا إذا تسمحوا لي بما أن هذا منتدى عالمي I will switch to English. هتكلم في الإنجليزية لأن ما شاء الله الحضور صراحة ممتاز جدا، نحصل أنه متنوع جدا ومن شتى أنحاء العالم. So I just took permission to speak in English because it's a truly global cybersecurity forum, and I think for all our benefits. First, I can't thank the organizer enough. I can't thank NCA enough for having us here, because if there's a topic that is at the highest level of importance, probably it is cybersecurity. If any company in the world, if any organization in the world think they are immune, they better think again. There's daily attacks on almost every strategic company, on every strategic asset. People who believe this may not happen to them, they better think again. So the presence of this really forum is amazing. It's great, and hopefully it will add great value, and I'm sure at the end of it there'll be certain recommendation other than the benefits of clear networking with subject matter experts. Look, at SAMI, we got to a point, of course we got to a point, I don't know how much you know about SAMI, but in just 20 seconds or 30 seconds, it's a national defense champion. It was established in 2018, 100% owned by public investment fund. Although we are owned by the government, we're 100% commercial mindset. We are in it for the business. Our mandate is to localize 50% of the defense spend in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As such, it means we have to develop our own system, state-of-the-art technology, to ensure independence, that we create our own defense system in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, what we know for a fact, the concern is not only cyber attacks on the company for people to take sensitive information. That's extremely important to our customers. But the system we build have to be cyber protected. So in everything we do, cybersecurity is part of our day-to-day business. If we are designing a system, a defense system, we need to make sure that this is very resilient, extremely protected, that no one can penetrate it. And we try our best, of course, because, as I said, there is no such thing as 100% secure. From education perspective, of course, now we have about 4,000 employees. I can assure you our cybersecurity function plays a tremendous role in educating. Education is the #1 issue, because there are many people still believe that it will not happen to me, it will happen to other people who don't take care. No, it does happen. It's unbelievable how many phishing emails we get per day, how many people try to penetrate and get information. And that, I can assure you, is happening to all. So as such, we take this extremely seriously. We build very rigid, very strong defense system when it comes to cyber. And we can't thank NCA enough, because they're doing tremendous work in putting clear regulations, clear policies for all of us to implement, and we ensure that we are fully aligned with the NCA in the kingdom.
Yeah, your clarity on this is very, very impressive. Before I call on His Excellency the engineer from Qatar, who speaks fluent English, but in deference to our audience, he's going to speak in Arabic. For our English speakers, or if you don't understand Arabic, do grab a translation device now. I'll therefore call on our friend from Malaysia, Dr. Megat. And I think we can start with how seriously Malaysia takes this initiative, because it's part of a national cybersecurity plan. And why, and I know Malaysia well, I've been there at least 15 times in the last 15 years, why it takes it so seriously as a financial center, as a trade hub, the development of the IT sector along the Silk Road and the Spice Route. I mean, Malaysia has quite deep ties in business. Why did you find it so strategic for Malaysia to have actually a 5-year plan?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me here today, especially after 2 months of holding this post. Before this, I was involved in digital transformation. I was not in cybersecurity. Just to answer to your question, John, I think we established our Malaysia cybersecurity strategy in 2020. It was a 5-year plan, which fight with 5 pillars. The first one is effective governance and management, which we established NACSA, National Cybersecurity Agency of Malaysia, which I am right now heading. Number 2 is legislative strengthening legislative and enforcement, of which that we will establish our cybersecurity bill next year in March, which we will table in the Parliament. Number 3 is all about innovation R&D. Number 4 is all about capability building, awareness, and also education. And number 4 is global collaboration. To respond to your Malaysia cybersecurity strategy, its vision is to establish a secure, trusted, and resilient cyberspace. It's just not that, it's actually supporting our Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint, our IR 4.0 policy, as well as the other policies. One is our science, technology, engineering, and math policy, promoting students to go into these 4 fields, and some other strategies. So the reason that Malaysia cybersecurity strategy very important, we see it as very strategic because it supports the other strategies and policies that has been established even before. So, yeah.
Great. If I can bring in His Excellency from Qatar, and if you can drive home, it's very interesting, if I can use an analogy. Qatar was the little engine that could, right? It's grown so rapidly off of the strategic decision in 1992 to develop natural gas, and then to have that pervasive development in the state. Your view on the link between a robust cybersecurity system, if you will, and the ability to foster growth on the ground locally, but how that makes Qatar a global player in this idea that Saudi Arabia is building an international hub here. Qatar's been doing the same. Why is the cyberspace component so vital, would you suggest, Engineer?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, John, for that. في البداية أول شيء أحب أشكر المنظمين حق المؤتمر على كل الجهود، وإحنا كلنا داعمين في دول مجلس التعاون حق المملكة العربية السعودية أنها تتقدم وتسير في هذا المجال وتكون الليدر في موضوع السايبر سيكيورتي. برجع حق سؤالك مستر جون. بالنسبة حق السايبر سيكيورتي من منظور عام، هو يعني الكل عارف أن السايبر سيكيورتي مكلف جدا أو مكلف جدا. الكل يقول أن تأمين الأنظمة وتأمين المواقع تكلف المبالغ الكبيرة، تؤدي إلى نقص في الميزانيات على بعض الوزارات أو حتى على الشركات الخاصة. من ناحية الليدرشيب لا، احنا نشوفها بطريقة ثانية، أن بطريقتين. الطريقة الأولى أن إذا أنت حطيت انفستمنت أو حطيت البجت المناسب حق السايبر سيكيورتي من البداية، هاي بيؤدي أنك أنت تحمي الممتلكات أو الأنظمة اللي عندك من الخطر الأكبر اللي هو الهجوم والخسائر المستمرة بعد الهجوم. والخسائر اللي بتؤدي إلى إرجاع النظام أو الأنظمة إلى العمل مرة ثانية، وهاي تكون خسائر أكبر بكثير من وضع ميزانية من البداية حق الأنظمة حق السايبر سيكيورتي. هاي من منظور. المنظور الثاني أن الدول اللي اتخذت قرار بوضع ميزانيات كبيرة في الأمن السيبراني استفادت على المدى القصير والمتوسط وحتى المدى الطويل في أنها أول شيء اجتذبت الحلول العالمية، وفرت البنية التحتية المناسبة حق المشاريع الجديدة وحق الأفكار الجديدة اللي بيتم تطبيقها مستقبلا. طبعا هذا أدى إلى جذب الشركات لأن الشركات دائما ما نشوف أول ما تدرس في أي موضوع جديد أو مشروع جديد هل البنية التحتية محمية بشكل كافي أن تحمي استثماراتها في هذا المشروع. فاحنا نشوف من هالمنظور ان وجود البجت العاليه هذا مش شيء سيء، هذا شيء ممتاز من ناحيتين. من ناحيه ان جذب الموارد الشركات الخارجيه للعمل في الدول هذه، وفي نفس الوقت حمايه الاسس نفسه اللي داخل الدوله من هجوم وتاثيرات اكبر في ارجاع الخدمات.
Good, thanks. I'm going to come back to you, engineer, if I can. Afterwards, after I ask our fourth guest, Mr. Barrios Juarez, to address what's happening in Spain. But I'd love to get your thoughts, if I can, engineer, after this question, so I can forewarn you. You had the World Cup, and I'm sure that must have been a challenge of a lifetime from a cyber standpoint. So the preparedness afterwards, if you can think about it, I'd love to get your thoughts on what was set up to make sure you could withstand a global event of that sort of scale. Felix, you're so respected in the business. It's great to have you with us today. I would like to discuss the role of R&D, and you could use the Spanish example or extend it out to the European example. You know, this is a cost. So what's the cost-benefit analysis of making the investment in R&D and how it feeds into the rest of the Spanish economy? And how did you structure the institute? Because I think it'd be wise here because the GCF has its own institute now. And I think that sort of information sharing could be very useful. Please.
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to participate in this amazing new edition of the Global Cybersecurity Forum. Congratulations. First of all, in the European Union, we have, since 3 years ago, public policy called Next Generation Action that pretends how recovery of the economy can be boosted after the COVID pandemic. And in this time, we have learned that the main successful experience has been, in fact, to invest directly in research and development in digital transformation. In fact, in the case of Spain, 1 of each 3 euros invested through this program of Next Generation is allocated to this purpose of digital transformation. And in particular, it's very important to invest in research and development in the SMEs. Small and medium enterprises is the successful vector for this catalyzing of the market, because at this moment we depend to extend all the layers of provision of services and solutions in cybersecurity in a peripheral moment. In fact, we lack of enough small and medium enterprises to reach all the requirements that we are putting on the table around the European directives. So important is that in 3 years in Spain, we have moved from 12% of our national economic growth to the 22% of the growth is depending on this purpose of digital transformation, and in particular, cybersecurity. It's very important. This year, we have spent more than 224 million euros directly in research and development for SMEs, with more than 140 different projects. And the condition is you have to be led by a small and medium enterprise. And this is directly linked to something that Mrs. Abu Khaled mentioned before. He said independence of the country. We have to talk about national sovereignty in terms of technology, and cybersecurity allows this.
So interesting. I'm glad you brought it up. And I think I'd love to have this question for the entire panel, so I just want us to be very direct. That was brought up in our opening plenary session today. How do you get the balance right between international cooperation and protecting national sovereignty? And where does international cooperation really go deep enough to the challenge of today? You're introducing AI, generative AI, into a system when we don't know whether we have the thresholds of protection ready. Do you want to touch on that, Walid, and where you think collaboration you came from an international defense player,
Right.
so you know the role of international cooperation. You want to use that model?
No, absolutely. Look, I believe not long ago, I'm not sure about the statistics now, but I know for a fact Saudi, a couple of years ago, was one of the most targeted in country, maybe in attacks, cyber attacks. And maybe this is 10 years ago. I saw lots of statistics, and it was definitely one of the most targeted. I believe there's lots and lots of lessons learned. And I hope we can set up here in the kingdom a command and control, global or regional command and control centers, where there are various countries who are joined or part of this command and control, and they can all share threats. They can all share the attacks, the type of attacks. Because these days, the minute you identify an attack, and of course you put the prevention to it, there's another one in the way, and that's going to be continuous, non-stop. So if there is a regional stroke global command and control centers set here, with various countries included, and where we can share regulatory reforms, where we can share the type of threats that's coming, and I can assure you it varies. Some attacks here are common in other countries, but some are different. And really put some regulatory framework where how can we develop the talents of the future leaders when it comes to cyber? How can we share best practices and so on? I believe this will be a win-win to all and will definitely benefit. There is a direct relationship between safety and security and prosperity of any nations. Foreign investments always linked to safety and security of any nation. So if a country want to invest in another country, they look at the safety and security of that nation. Make no mistakes, the future is all about cyber, and this is the huge security, about protecting strategic assets, protecting investments, and so on. So I totally recommend and support having a regional hub, stroke global, where they can share best practices and learn from each other.
Good. Does it make a difference? And I think this was a great question for you, Dr. Magat. To have somewhere geographically that straddles east and west and north and south, and I'm thinking of Saudi Arabia. I'm very aware of the Islamic roots going down to Southeast Asia, so there's a commonality, right, on the spice route. Could you see the kingdom serve as a bridge between the US and China, where they compete fiercely on technology, where you can at least, as the engineer was suggesting here, have a commonality, is that we have to have the common good of protection and to share knowledge. Is that possible that could happen here in your view?
Well, I think global collaboration is always the fifth pillar of Malaysia's cybersecurity strategy. We have been communicating or collaborating with our cybersecurity entities around the world, the globe. In fact, Malaysia
you are already?
Yes.
Oh, that's great to hear.
We have been seen as the middle ground country. We have received threat intels from ASEAN, EU, the US, China, and however, although with the abundance of data information, we could only respond to that with the necessary capacity and capability. We have our command center in Malaysia. We share our intels with Singapore, Indonesia, and the rest of the part of the world. However, without capability and capacity of us receiving that information, we will not be able to translate that, whether that it's a real threat or not, for example. So coming to that, I think on NISE point of view, we see that we need to invest a lot on capacity building. In fact, for a statistic, for example, we aim to have about 25,000 or 30,000 of cybersecurity knowledge personnel in Malaysia, but we only have about less than 15,000. So to do that, we have to do certain initiative of promoting people or students coming into Malaysia. I mean, in Malaysia, choosing cybersecurity as their choice, a career choice, and as well your education choice. That relates to our, again, science, technology, engineering, and math, promoting students from primary school, secondary school to choose cybersecurity as their field, then going to the industry, and then we'll be able to have enough knowledge personnel to then translate, to receive that intels and information from which we receive around the globe, so that that intels can be translated into a real decision. So, although global collaboration has been somehow successful in Malaysia. We have not get much from that value because we do not have enough talents to use that advantage.
Good. Very quick follow-up for you then. What's the relationship between the government, the private sector, and the universities? Because I've always seen successful PPP models where you have industry saying, I'm lacking that expertise, we need to put this in the curriculum. What are you doing on that front in Malaysia?
It's good that we see that everything that we do right now, especially in digital transformation, anything related to new policies or new direction, collaboration with the industries and academic institution has always been part of the strategy. So, in fact, when we draft our cybersecurity bill, number one is always about getting inputs from the industries, getting feedbacks from the academician to give inputs so that our cybersecurity bill does not just look into the aspect of governing, penalizing, setting standards, setting direction, which government thought we could behave and govern the industries and the stakeholders. So it is very important. In fact, collaborating with the industry, when we draft the Malaysian qualification agencies, when it drafted the requirement of approving certain program in the universities, they must prove, the universities has to prove that there are inputs from the industries.
Interesting.
So without that program will not be approved.
Okay, for those who need the translation devices, I'm going to call on Engineer Al-Maliki here. And the role of international cooperation, can you answer whether it's real? Now, we heard two regional examples, the collaboration between Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, for example, the GCC collaboration, even extending, I would imagine, to the Middle East, North Africa. Dr. Margat talked about the collaboration in Southeast Asia and the ASEAN countries. Do we have a model that works in Qatar? And you see the international cooperation, and if you want to answer this question about the World Cup, what sort of cooperation were you getting internationally on such a major event, if you can?
بشكل عام الجريمة السيبرانية أو الأمن السيبراني هو شيء عابر للحدود. فإحنا عمرنا ما نتكلم عن أمن سيبراني في دولة واحدة. الأمن السيبراني لازم إذا ما قدرنا نفعله على مستوى المنطقة أو على مستوى دول العالم. طبعا ما زال هناك العديد من التحديات في ضوء عدم وجود قوانين دولية تحدد الجرائم السيبرانية والعقوبة الخاصة فيها. فهذه طبعا يمكن أحد المشاكل الكبيرة اللي تواجهنا احنا كدول في حل هذه مشكلة الجرائم السيبرانية العابرة للحدود. احنا على مستوى مجلس التعاون الحمد لله في اجتماعات متواصلة وصلت على مستوى وزاري أن واضح أن القيادات مهتمين في الموضوع ويحاولون يحطون حلول خاصة بالمنطقة، وهذه الحلول احنا نتمنى في المستقبل أنها توصل إلى العالمية. نرجع حق موضوع تنظيم كأس العالم. طبعا يمكن أنا بس أرجع حق جملة قالها معالي وزير التربية والتعليم قبل شوي، أن احنا لازم ما نخاف، يعني we shouldn't start with fear. يعني دائما احنا نبدأ أن في مشكلة ونحط لها حلول، ما نبدأ في احنا خايفين من اللي بيصير. في دولة قطر احنا طبعا اشتغلنا تقريبا قبل 10 سنوات تنظيميا حق كأس العالم في جميع المجالات، في الانفراستراكشر، في المواصلات، ومنها مجال الأمن السيبراني من البداية كان مأخوذ جديا. ويمكن اليوم يمكن سمعنا خبر مبشر أن المملكة العربية السعودية بتستضيف إن شاء الله، ونتمنى لهم بالتوفيق في استضافة أعتقد الدورة في 34 أعتقد. نتمنى لهم إن شاء الله كل خير، وبنكون احنا طبعا داعمين لكل أي دولة خليجية بتقوم بالتنظيم إن شاء الله. نرجع حق الكاس العالم. احنا بدينا في موضوع وضع خطة شاملة لرؤية ما هي مشاكل الأمن السيبراني على مستوى دولة قطر. فهذه الرؤية كانت طلع عنها شيء يسمونه الإطار الوطني الفريم ورك اللي تم تطبيقه على جميع المؤسسات والهيئات والوزارات وحتى بعض الجهات الخاصة أو الشركات الخاصة اللي لها تعامل مباشر مع الجفرمنت. وبدينا التطبيق فعلا، لكن مش موضوع بس وضع إطار عمل أو إطار الأمن السيبراني الوطني، لا، حطينا الإطار وبدينا نتابع بشكل يومي، يعني في متابعة مباشرة مع كل الجهات هل هي تقوم بالتنفيذ أو لا. إلين اقتربنا من موعد الدورة نفسها أو كأس العالم. في الفترة هذه بدينا اتصالاتنا مع الدول الصديقة، كان عندنا كثير من الدول الصديقة اللي حبت أن تشارك معنا في الإيفنت، وإحنا كنا نشارك معاهم، شاركنا المشاكل وشاركنا معاهم شو التحديات اللي عندنا، والحمد لله قدرنا نوفر فرق عمل من بعض الدول كانت متواجدة في الدوحة أثناء كأس العالم، كانت تقدم لنا السبورت بأكثر من طريقة، خصوصا في حالة الهجمات اللي تجي من الدول اللي هي نفسها، كانوا دائما يتم التحليل واعطانا البيانات. في بعض الدول شاركتنا ببيانات مباشرة كانت على طول، واللي الشيء الجيد ان احنا ما زلنا في هذه العلاقة مع هذه الدول ونستلم منها بيانات ونقدم لها بيانات في الأمن السيبراني.
Very interesting. I didn't realize the level of collaboration was so great. Felix Barrio Juarez, I think it would be great to talk to you about can we move this conversation to the next level, right? And what I mean by that is, can we harmonize standards where we have this collaboration that we talked about here in the region, Southeast Asia, the European Union, which you signaled out in your first answer. How do we get harmonization in the cyberspace where we're speaking the same language, we don't have redundant systems that we're putting in, the investment has a channel where you see it's going to be robust for 4 or 5 years in a very changing market. How do we share those harmonization ideas, do you think, Felix?
Yeah, maybe is the main challenge we are facing at this moment in terms of reshaping of this global market that is the cybersecurity and the digital market in a broadly perspective. Because standards maybe can become a kind of a barrier for the entrance, not only for foreigner vendors and providers. It's a threat in terms of we are setting some kind of barrier for small and medium enterprises. And this is the question. In the European Union, we are boosting all the moment through the standardization process in order to establish a strong lay of requirements. This morning, President Barroso explained it very well, this, and how this has a purpose to accelerate the digital change. But on the other hand, we should think on the third countries. This is very real, not only for North and South countries, but also inside the European Union, because it's very different, the market in the Eastern countries and the Western countries. And we have to work in a level where standards allow new entrants of this new generation of SMEs. In the past debates around the NIS2 directive, the European Union Act for Cybersecurity, past November, it was expected that we will need more than 150,000 new SMEs in Europe in order to have the capability to provide this kind of new services in cybersecurity with these new requirements of standardization.
Very interesting.
And the problem is, what happens if we set some kind of a standard that is a barrier for this new, very small company that is based, for example, in a small town, and you depend only about the foreigner providers and big companies, big firms. So we have to work in these two different layers in order to combine.
What a great point. If I can share this idea, and Dr. Magad, I see you want to interject. How do we make sure this is inclusive? Because, you know, Assami's a beast, right? It's running the military sector, and you actually made an acquisition of a cybersecurity company, which you can bring up. Dr. Magad, you know, you have this disparity of wealth, and you don't want the SMEs create the most jobs, but you don't want them vulnerable. Do you want to pick it up?
I think I would like to comment on the aspect of standards itself.
Sure.
I think although standards may actually improve efficiency when it comes to communicating and information sharing. However, I would like to relate to, I'm from the engineering, and before this I was in construction industry. Standards is always our reason of not moving or change to a different, or in other words, innovating. Because in construction industry, standards is all about safety, health, and quality. And when you want to move away from the standards, no, we cannot do that because we are compromising these three aspects. This similar, I think, if we, however, the bad part of it is that it actually demote innovation. Similarly, I feel that if we are too much focused on standards, although they're positive, the advantage of that in terms of communication and efficiency, however, it may deter or demote innovation.
So you wanted to keep the innovation engine moving is what you're suggesting.
Number two is that when you are, the standards established, and we are actually exposing ourselves that the threats knows what the standards are, and we're actually exposing ourselves for more threats. And they know that we are not innovating, we are not improving ourselves, we are not transforming because we are too much focusing on standards.
On the standards. So there's a balance between the two is what you're saying.
Yeah.
What a great debate. Engineer Waleed?
No, sure. Look, SMEs in any industry, not only cyber, play absolutely crucial parts in supporting the bigger organization and the bigger mandates of any industry. Part of my career when I was working in defense, once I was with one of the largest global defense company globally. And I was with the head of strategy, and he said, we're going to go acquire a company, so let's go together and just take a look to start our due diligence. And I genuinely thought we're going to go to a huge headquarter, a huge company, big factories. He ended up going to a home, and that home had a garage, and we went inside the garage to see an individual who built something that's very innovative. And
where was this?
That's in the US.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like a Bill Gates story all over
Sort
again,
of,
right?
genuinely. And that was a global defense company. So you can imagine, when it comes to cybersecurity industries, without support of strong small and medium enterprises, I think we can kill innovations. I can tell you, we are big corporations. Innovation, we try to implement as much innovation as possible, but exactly as Doctor said, sometimes you have certain standards, certain compliance issues, quality and process and policies that prevent quick innovation, quick thinking, and so on. So I believe we definitely have to develop SMEs, support them, and I think we should support them by regulations. And I hope we can implement a policy where you say, if we give a contract, one of our company, Advanced Electronic Company, it's a SAMI Advanced Electronics, that 10% of this contract should go in supporting SMEs, or 15%, whatever. I hope that we can build this in the regulatory systems where we really encourage SMEs. They are the engines for any economic community or economic strength. So I believe that's going to be extremely important.
Okay, I'm going to do the final question, and I want you all to chip in on this final question with no more than a minute each, because then I want to ask a question about trust at the very end, which I think is very important. It's like, how do you maintain consumer trust? If you get onto an app and you're trying to do a business transaction or e-commerce for a small business, you don't have trust in the system because of cybersecurity, we have a problem. So think about it, because that wasn't in our list of topics. But I think trust, we assume that the companies have our back, the government has our back, but the challenge is always changing. So would you say is your biggest priority, Felix, on your side today, if you're going to look, if we sit down for GCF in 2024, what's going to be the priority that you have accomplished this year?
Yeah. Despite we need more than ever from the private initiative in order to build this level of capabilities in cybersecurity, we have to put all the public service focused in the more vulnerable sectors, and the consumer is the main. So we built 3 years ago a hotline, 017 telephone number, that attends every citizen, every small and medium enterprise, every professional is suffering some kind of cyber attack or they are suspecting, they can reach us every day of the year. This is very important. We receive more than 2,000 calling demands per week. And this is the way to say to the people the message that everybody is enough protected by the public service.
Very
This
interesting.
is a
Very
good experience.
consumer-facing, I think. Engineer Al-Maliki, do you want to tackle? What's your key priority this year?
في البداية احنا لازم نفهم على اساس نعرف الاشياء المهمة، لازم نعرف الريسك او المخاطر، لازم ندرس المخاطر ونعرف وين المخاطر موجودة. طبعا المخاطر تعتمد من دولة لدولة، يعني هو المخاطر عند دولة معينة مو بنفسها نفس المخاطر للدولة الثانية. بالنسبة لنا في قطر احنا درسنا الموضوع، كان عندنا توجهين. التوجه الأول بناء القدرات building capabilities، وبالإضافة إلى إيجاد آلية لترخيص العاملين في مجال الأمن السيبراني على مستوى الشركة، على مستوى الأنظمة، وعلى مستوى حتى الموظفين العاملين أو الانجينيرز. هذه الجزء الأول. طبعا من بعد دراستنا هذه اكتشفنا أن أكبر المخاطر تواجهنا اليوم اللي هي السبلاي تشين، التسلسل، ما عرفته بالعربي. المهم اعتقد السيشن اللي قبلنا كان تكلموا عن ذا الموضوع بتفاصيله، لكن فعلا حصلنا ان عدم دراسه السبلاي تشين حق اي خدمه او منظومه عندنا تسبب لنا اكبر مشكله، وهذه طبعا صارت في العالم، لكن بالنسبه لنا اكتشفنا ان اصغر انتيتي في السبلاي تشين ممكن يسبب الى انهيار الخدمه كامله بشكل كامل.
Excellent. Thank you for the answer on that. The two of you are going to finish up, Dr. Magat and Engineer Walid. Quite extraordinary. 60% of attacks are on airport infrastructure, so we take for granted that our skies are secure. 66% of healthcare organizations hit by ransomware attacks. Critical, right? If a hospital goes down, the threat. 86% of global CEOs believe there will be a catastrophic event in their cyber operations. So this is a trust game, and it's a race. How do you approach it as your priority, Dr. Magat? And we'll finish with His Excellency Walid. Thanks.
Malaysia always feels that it's all about secure, trusted, and resilient cyberspace. My priorities right now is all about capacity and capability building. In fact, when we promote, Malaysia always promote digital transformation. When we establish trust, more people will come into the cyberspace. More machines, people will be coming in cyberspace.
It can be a positive, is what you're saying, right?
Positive, but then we have to create more resilient, more approach, more people to protect, to establish a peaceful and resilient cyberspace. So capacity building, capability building is a continuous effort. We cannot stop because, again, innovation, the generative AI, establish a totally different cyberspace environment, which we may not know what the solution today. So capacity, capability building, that's my priority.
Great. We're going to have a session this afternoon, just after 2 o'clock, on widening the lens. What's the role of media in the process of supporting government and the consumer? Because you have to educate people to know of the potential threat and the opportunity, as we've all talked about. Engineer Walid, you have the last word.
Thank you so much. Look, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, have been consistent from the day of launching Vision 2030. The biggest wealth the kingdom have, it's its people, the youth, the human capital. It's all about developing talents. Specifically, I'm talking on the domain of cybersecurity, having the right talents. But we have issues. And I don't know how NCA can help us and help other companies in this. When I have a cybersecurity specialist, Saudi nationals, who probably 4 years of experience, they ask for a salary that's the same as mine, as a CEO of this company. we have.
That's true inflation. That's true inflation, right?
God bless them. I wish life can go back. I would have got into cybersecurity specialist. But genuinely developing the right talents and regulating the market. And I think we need a lot more. And really, when I discuss with my fellow CEOs from global companies, it's no exception. I mean, this issue is not only in the kingdom, it's issues globally. So that's something I hope we can put certain emphasis on. I totally agree with capacity and developing the right talent. But when you mention trust, as you know, is gained rather than. So NCA can put all the regulations, and we can comply 100%. But still, if I'm always penetrated and there's information lost, then there is an issue that we really need to look at it. The same applies for any applications. If I talk to my friend, and this happened recently, I was telling him I'm interested in buying a new car, Lucid, and all of a sudden all the advertisements appear about Lucid. Should I trust this application anymore that's listening to me? So it's really, in my view, trust is gained. We need the right regulatory framework. I genuinely hope, and I'm sure that this Global Cybersecurity Forum will learn a lot from it. I think there are global mindsets in here, and I truly believe this has been extremely beneficial to all. I look forward to the next one.
Yeah, knowledge is power, actually,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
And this is one of these things where I think we have to bring the consumer along for the ride, because if they don't know what their role is in this, and you have to, as you said, earn their trust to make sure that the government, but the private sector and academia has their back in a big, big way. Can I thank you again for an excellent assembly of fantastically good minds, Governor, to tackle this from the cyber authorities, the institutes that we have here, the government standpoint, and having such an important sector such as the military. Can we give them a nice round of applause? Thank you very, very much. Terrifically done. Excellent.
Thank you.
Really excellent.
Widening Lens, a new narrative for media coverage of cyberspace. Catalyzing Cyber, stimulating cybersecurity market through ecosystem development. Engineer Walid Abu Khalid, Chief Executive Officer, Saudi Arabian Military Industries, SAMI. Dr. Miqat Zuhairi bin Miqat, Chief Executive, National Cybersecurity Agency, Malaysia. Felix Barrio Juarez, Director General, Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute. His Excellency Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Malki, National Cybersecurity Agency, Qatar. John Defterius, Moderator, former CNN, Emerging Markets, Editor and Anchor. Massimo Mariuni, Europe Editor, Fortune. Rebecca McLaughlin, Eastham, Moderator, International TV Anchor, MC and Media Trainer. Marjorie Cross, Founder and Executive Chairman, APCO Worldwide. Faisal Abbas, Editor-in-Chief, Arab News.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to be here, see a packed room, and we have a fantastic conversation coming up. You've just heard my guests being introduced. I have luminaries from the world of media, strategic communications, and of course, journalism on stage with me. And we are going to have a deep dive into how cybersecurity is being covered in the media. Is the narrative correct? Is it balanced? Is it informative? Is it constructive? Is it responsible? It's our duty to inform and to engage, but we also don't want to spook. We don't want to deter. So how do we strike that right balance? Well, here with all of the answers, I'm delighted to say, are my esteemed guests. So let's start with the bigger picture. Faisal, let me come to you first from Arab News. How has the narrative traditionally been when it comes to covering global cybersecurity?
Oh, thank you, Rebecca, and thank you for that very important introduction. It is actually very telling that we are here discussing this particular topic at a Global Cybersecurity Forum. I say that because people occasionally, or more than occasionally, most likely relate cybersecurity to things like phone hacking, going into your bank account, etc. But the reality is cybersecurity should and must encompass much more than that. We are living in an era which we have, as a humanity, we've not experienced this before, where every person on the planet, provided they have Wi-Fi or internet connection, can disseminate and receive information at the same time. What has happened with the advancement of technology, particularly with what we're seeing with AI, is not only now are you allowed now or capable of disseminating and receiving information, you are also capable of faking realities and faking news. And if you think this is not related to cybersecurity, then you are wrong, because just look at some of the world events that have happened as a direct result of fake news spreading. I can name so many incidents. I don't want to get very political, so I'm going to name a non-political one, which is what we all know as the Pizzagate in 2016 in the United States, where somebody posted fake news that there is a child exploitation ring being used, children being exploited in a pizzeria, and somebody ended up taking a gun and shooting everybody, and it was a completely fake news story. I'm going to end with 3 figures on why cybersecurity should include media, and to make it easier for everybody to remember, just remember 80, 70, 60. According to the Arab Youth Survey, 80% of Arab youth get their information from social media. According to a recent study by MIT, 70% of people are more likely to retweet or repost fake news. 60%, according to the Edelman Trust Barometer, now no longer trust journalists and believe they are misleading. The conclusion is we are heading in a direction where we will no longer be able to tell what is true from what is fake. And this, I believe, is at the heart of what cybersecurity should be.
100%. Trust is integral to that and to our discussion today. Marjorie, let me come to you. Talk to me from both sides. At APCO, what are you doing when it comes to using systems for generative AI and the like? And also, what are your clients asking you for help on? And what are you telling them? Three-pronged question from a journalist there.
So I think, for us, I'm a big believer, even though we have about 5 generations in APCO, and I'm at the upper end of that. I've never run away from technology. I think technology is really important, and as we get into cyber, it's even more important because this is not something we're going to stop. So this is something we have to embrace. And I think this is something actually that the media needs to educate us more about in terms of how we embrace in a positive way, how we use cyber for good, how it becomes inclusive. And so within APCO, what we're doing is a lot of training in how AI can help transform our organization and how we can then use this so that some of the routine tasks that a company like ours would do, whether it's monitoring another thing that you can train AI to do, and then other things that then you can use your people for higher order things. And you're taking a lot of the routine out of the work and making it more interesting. And if we can do that transformation, I think that's a really important way to use this. So our clients are coming to us for 2 things. One is the more traditional things of cybersecurity and the fact that, as you read in the media, that there's a lot of abuse that goes on online, and how do they protect for it? How do they plan for it? How do they organize their crisis response? Things of that sort. But the other side is, hoping that we'll be an example, is coming to us for how can they deploy cyber in the most positive way in terms of what they're doing for the future. So I think, both of those are things that we end up doing.
Thank you. John, nice to see you again. You've covered breaches, you've covered GCF for many years. Talk to me about how you see it from a journalist's point of view. How are we covering global cybersecurity accurately, adequately, and what is the impact on consumers?
Yeah, you put a lot in there, and you're correct to do so, Rebecca, so thanks very much. Rebecca and I had a chance to tackle this subject in a podcast 2 months ago, which you can find on the GCF website. And I think it's a similar approach to this. I think it's undercovered, and we can talk later in the panel about from the broadcast journalism side, which I did for better than 30 years, and the challenges there. But at the FII last week, I thought it was very interesting. They polled the people that were attending FII, and they said, what are the most pressing issues of today's time? It varied between the youth at the end and those kind of in the C-suite and the ministers at the start of the FII. But the common ground was the cost of living, quality of life, conflict, and climate change, right? They listed those as the 4 major issues. And I have a very strong belief that cyberspace and cybersecurity should be at least in the top 5. Because of all those things I talked about there, you get information and make educated decisions based on what you're reading, but you have to have a common trust. And in the previous panel, when we said deciphering or catalyzing cyber, we got into this idea that right now the consumer is pretty unaware what the challenges are in the near future where AI, generative AI, meets cyber. Yeah. So I think as a duty from the journalistic community, I don't think anybody on this panel would disagree with me, we have a duty to inform society of what's ahead. We were even talking about in that panel, what sort of certifications, if you have a driver's license, for example, to drive a car, what sort of certificate do you have to surf the world? Because it's going to be a much more complex world in which to navigate. So we have a challenge now because of not AI, but algorithms, that we have people in different echo chambers not believing what is real news versus fake news, right? And that's a big challenge today. But I think, and this is a personal viewpoint, that cybersecurity should be in the top 3 subjects of our time because it's moving quickly. So right now we're lucky that governments like Saudi Arabia and others that we've talked to that are participating in the GCF take the challenge very seriously. We rely on the private sector to continue to innovate and invest and take care of society, but it's going to be much more challenging in the future. The numbers indicate it. So we're looking at least $2 trillion of lost commerce. In the last year, it's growing by 35 to 40% a year. That should get everybody's attention. But I think when consumers cannot trust what they have on technology platforms, whether it's their banking app or a B2B system or an e-commerce site like an Amazon, because you're worried about a transaction, it's when we have as a responsibility as journalists and media, strategic communications group, to educate society. So I think we should start there. The GCF and the Institute is a great place to start that journey. But I think we need to go into the next layer here where consumers have a greater awareness, and how do we tell those stories so they understand it?
Massimo, how do we tell these stories? We have a responsibility, we need to heighten awareness, we need to inform. How do we best do that in a balanced way?
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, it's my mic, yeah. So I think there's probably 6 things which help us do that. One of those things is fairly basic, and that's to fact check and verify. It sounds obvious and it's very core to all journalism, but especially with cybersecurity, I think it's even more important. Number 2 is to get experts involved, as many experts as we can, have that expert opinion across all coverage of cyberspace and cybersecurity, trying to educate, which John touched on, trying to educate a community who isn't perhaps as, well, I don't think many people are as savvy as they need to be in the cybersecurity game and consuming that news. So I think the more education and digital literacy that we can give people, the better they will be. Constantly reminding people of best practices, whether that's with passwords or whether that's with banking. My mother is 80 years old and she's quite savvy with digital and things like that, but she still sometimes, contacts me whenever something comes through. She gets an email and she's not sure about it. Sometimes it's from me and she's asking, did you really send me this? I was like, yes. I don't need any money, but, and avoiding sensationalism, I think, is also quite crucial. There's a temptation within all of media to hype up either the really bad or the really good. And I think that can spread fear and uncertainty across audiences when perhaps there isn't that immediate need to do that. And lastly, balance. I think reporting on the solutions and progress of cybersecurity or AI or whatever it is just as important as reporting on the problems. So those 6 aspects, I think, are ways that media can really help bring that knowledge and literacy to the audience.
Talk to me, just before we go any further, about the expertise that you do have in-house. Arguably every newsroom around the world will have national security experts, IT reporters, tech reporters. But what about AI, Massimo? Do you have people dedicated to that?
Yeah, so we've got a reporter called Jeremy Khan, and he's been an AI expert for many years, so we're very lucky to have him. And he's covered AI in various forms for a long time. And, people sort of think that it's just popped up in the last few months. AI has been a thing for a very long time, and Jeremy's been an expert for a very long time. So at Fortune, we're very lucky to have someone with deep understanding and deep knowledge of AI. But obviously, that isn't an area which every newsroom has devoted time and resource to. So that's very important, I think, for newsrooms across the world to invest those resources into experts like Jeremy. Don't leave, Jeremy, if you're listening to this. Into experts who can really deliver value for their audience for this, super important topic.
Thank you. John, I'll come back to you in just a second. Faisal, take me inside your newsroom. Who is dedicated to that beat? Cybersecurity in particular.
Here's where I disagree. I don't think it's the job of one person. It's the job for the whole newsroom collectively. Look, let me talk about a much bigger example. A huge organization such as the BBC. They have a whole initiative called BBC Verify, which all they do is go on the internet, look for fake news and identify it. Great initiative. But let's be realistic here. This is a drop in the ocean. Okay, that is not going to be enough. There is, in fact, no newsroom in the world, no matter how much resources they have, that are capable of standing up to this thing. My point of view is as follows. What AI breaks, only AI can fix. And as we are at a global cybersecurity forum, there needs to be global action towards this. I'm not here to do fear-mongering, but this is a reality. We are currently living a war in this region. We've seen how quickly fake news spreads, and this is now just words. And this is with AI still tiptoeing. Imagine the same war in 5 years' time, when you can instantly create fake news videos about babies being decapitated or soldiers being killed, etc. This is the stuff that starts wars, and there is no human capability to be able to identify, because these videos, in terms of sound, in terms of video, in terms of the surrounding, are so real that you cannot tell what's fake from what's new. So the only solution is a global initiative to have AI filters that can identify immediately what is real, genuine footage, which is then our job as news to reporters, but immediately label things that are manufactured by AI as manufactured by AI.
John, do you want to come in on this?
Sure, I'll take it from the prism of broadcasting. And I think it's a tall order, and Massimo touched on this, and so did Faisal. It's a tall order to say that somebody that covers national security should also cover cybersecurity. It's also a very tall order, a big ask, if you will, for somebody who covers IT. And I think there's a tendency within the television community, which I spent my career in, to stray away from the FANGs, or the biggest technology companies of the world. So we know Jeff Bezos, we know Meta, Facebook, Google, Apple, Twitter, now X. And the tendency is to gravitate to those big companies and those personalities because they get a lot of traffic. But again, this is where responsibility comes in, right? So that gets a lot of traffic. There's a tendency to cover those companies way too much, or the latest gadgets that are out there, because consumers interface with those gadgets and they're so pervasive in our lives. But there's a big gap in the middle to have an expertise. And I'm suggesting, if the private sector and the governments are paying so much attention to cyber and cyber threats and the future of cyberspace and making it a safe place for people to operate, we should be dedicating resources, trained resources, to be able to cover it. Now, the second layer of what I'd like to talk about is, how do you tell this story? In television, and Rebecca, you have that experience as well, there are no visuals. So you say you had a hack on the air traffic landing system in Heathrow. It's not fair to be using file video of the Heathrow airport and say they had a big technology breach today, because that lasts for about 30 seconds. We had a case in the last year where the South Asian Bank was hit for $200 million, which is extraordinary. It's an extraordinary event. Or 80% of the airports and 65% of the power systems in the world are being hacked on a daily basis. But you can't go in and show it physically as a television correspondent. So I think we should, A, be a lot more clever about how we tell the stories, and this is where data visualization would come into play. It works for Faisal at Arab News, it works for Massimo at Fortune. You use data to tell your story and to educate people at the same time. But I think we're making a profound mistake in our profession to say that the same person that covers national security and the same person that covers IT, try to give this a whack and cover cyber. I think it's a profound mistake. And we should take it more seriously as a topic, is what I'm saying. I mean, I'm talking to the converted there because you educated me for our podcast. But the reality is we need to be taking it at a much more higher level of attentiveness. Final point that Massimo brought up in his opening remarks, there's a pool of experts, but I think we often call, as a knee-jerk reaction, a IT specialist or an ICT specialist to talk about cyber, or we call a national security person to talk about cyber. Let's, as a community, build experts that we share the resources and say, if I'm in America, these are the top 25 people. If I'm in the European Union or in the UK, these are the people that really know cyber. If I'm in the Middle East and North Africa, if I'm in Asia, and we should, I think, as a GCF, I would even extend, let's help that process to say these are the top 50 cyber security specialists in the world. So if there's a story to be told, let's respond that way.
Absolutely. Marjorie, please.
So I want to come at this just a little different and follow on something Massimo said as well, and take it more from the other end of the telescope. Because I think that one of the things, you talked about media literacy, and there was a whole time when we were teaching younger people how to discern news, how to check their sources, how to look for various things. And we need to do that. We need to create cyber literacy on the part of young people. How do they know what sources? You said 80% get their information from cyber, from these platforms. Think of how terrifying that is, given fake news. So what skill sets and what can we bring, and how do we demonstrate this through the media to have more educated consumers, especially young people? So they know where to find the news, they know, or where to find information, they know how to verify it as much as they can. They know if they're being bullied, where to go for help. They know, there's certain basic skills. And as this cyber world kind of envelops all of us, we need to give young people the skills, and older adults, so that when they, it's great that your mother called you if she should open the email. I wonder how many other people would call if they're getting an email like that. They would open it, and they would be subject to all kinds of scams. So I think that's one of the things the media could do, is to help us all understand better how to consume what it is that we're getting. I think one other thing that the media could do is also focus on some of the positive uses of cyber and the way in which we are using it to become more, to have more equity in society, or to give people access to education and things of that sort. And it tends to be that, good news doesn't get covered as well as difficult things.
It's interesting. Thank you, Marjorie. Well, Faisal, let me pick up on that with you in terms of the positive aspects, the good news stories rather than the scary headlines, let's say. The media arguably has a responsibility, of course, to be balanced, but is one overshadowing the other? The urgent is crowding out the other important stories that should be told, but aren't as much.
Well, look, journalism 101, right? So if a dog bites a man, that's not a story. If a man bites a dog, that's a story. That's always been the case, and that's always been human. People don't want to know what they already know. But here's where I disagree with my honorable colleagues. It's not the media to blame for reporting negative stories. That's your job. Your job is to alert people to important things. But let me take you to the beginning of last year, when the Facebook whistleblower Frances Hogan spoke in Congress. And this is not from me, take it from the horse's mouth. This is what she said. She said, at some point at Facebook, we realized that the emotion that triggers the most traffic, the most engagement, the most reaction is anger. So I'm not saying Facebook or Meta or Twitter are evil. I am saying it is, given that it is in their interest, this is how they make money. More engagement means more users on their website, on their pages, means more advertising revenue. There is a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed here with that business model. And again, I'm not pointing fingers, and I'm not accusing them of being deliberately behind this. But we need to remember one important aspect. These companies were not built by journalists, like newspapers or broadcasters. These companies were built by teenagers who were coders and engineers who probably didn't understand or appreciate the impact of what they are doing, and the result is what we are having to deal with today. And I reiterate, this is very important, because the next war, this war might be contained, the next one might not be containable because of fake news.
Massimo, coming to you at the end. Is the end nigh? Give me an optimistic outlook, or even a bleak one. Do you agree with Faisal or disagree?
Yes, to an extent. Meta did discover that, and they fueled a lot of the problems that we're facing today. But I think every news organization, to an extent, also can identify with the similar sort of sentiments and findings that Meta found. that anger and shock drives more interaction than say good news stories or happy stories or stories of progress and solutions. So, you know, I think there is a responsibility there on the media to not just chase that engagement, but to also try to, you know, break down the complexities that you know, your average reader may switch off when they're reading, because ultimately, you know, the cyberspace, you know, world and cybersecurity, they're complex things, and readers don't tend to read too deeply into things that they don't understand unless they're super engaged. So the media's job is, one, to break down that complexity, to avoid sensationalism where they can. Obviously, as Faisal mentioned, you know, it's our job to report newsworthy events which people find interesting, events which are important for the readers' everyday lives, and usually that's on the spectrum of really good and really bad, and the stuff in the middle doesn't really generate the interest or engagement that perhaps it needs to. And because all media companies are trying to make money as well and keep themselves afloat, it's a very challenging time for media. The temptation is to veer into one side of the spectrum. So
I think somebody at Facebook doesn't like what I said.
Somebody is watching.
Yes.
So they sent a drone.
Wow.
They sent a drone for revenge.
Is Facebook coming for us? I mean,
It's so quiet. I hardly noticed it was there. Please, Massimo, continue if you can.
I don't know what I was saying anymore. That's amazing.
You must have said something very inflammatory.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear us in the audience?
Can someone shoot it down?
Stay with us.
Can we get the drone to land is the question.
I think so. There we go.
Yay.
Safe landing.
Yay.
Just like in TV, expensive piece of kit, so you have to make sure it lands gently.
A real-life example of how technology can disturb reality.
Oh, yes. And you're always being watched, yes.
For 10 seconds there, I was a little bit worried that it actually might have been an armed drone, but
I
thank God it wasn't.
I must have upset Facebook or something.
They're coming out. Sorry, Massimo, please finish your sentiment.
I think that was it.
You are.
No, the only thing I would add to this is that, and Faisal alluded to it, we've taken algorithms for granted, and I think it's actually caused a lot of damage in terms of our attention spans. So it was into the market to help us. So if you were searching a story and you said you want to get more of this story, or if you're looking for a restaurant, it offers you alternatives. That's the good side of it. But it does divide us into the group that could be far left in its politics, far right in its politics, and there's very little voice given to the center, which I think is part of the problem. The reason I bring that up, a lot of people may not be interested in global cybersecurity and a safe cyberspace, but they should know. It's not the sexiest story in town. It probably won't get you to click, but we could be much more creative in the way we tell those stories. In a 24-hour news cycle, Rebecca knows this, if it's a major breach and it was news, as Faisal was suggesting, you do need to cover it. So if there's a major breach in the world, our role was to inform, because it was a who's, what, where, when, and why. It was big enough. It affected enough people. It threatened our water supply. Our power system went down, right? It could have been contamination in your local drinking waters, as just examples of what we've seen. A major data breach where people's private data were breached and went into public. We need to inform it, but we need a much deeper knowledge of the sector to be able to inform people correctly, is my view on this. We should go deep, not quick. And usually if you're in a 24-hour news cycle, we'd have a conference call. What are the major stories? Oh, I saw there was a breach on the water system in Australia. It almost killed, 50,000 people, but they were able to detect it. But let's give it 30 seconds, and then it's gone. There was a Northern Ireland police breach of data, which was a huge story in the UK, but they didn't have the visuals to tell it, so it lasted for a 24-hour news cycle, but it was the it was the data that goes back 20 years and it risked lives of those police officers and detectives. So it shows the vulnerabilities of the systems. I don't think we should be so flippant in our coverage going forward is my premise here.
Thank you. Marjorie, and I'll ask all of my esteemed panelists the same question as we conclude. In terms of the theme of GCF 2023, our shared priorities in cyberspace, when it comes to advocacy, strategic communications, what is the most important shared priority that we should all have? Marjorie, what would you say?
I think the shared priority is to try to bring multi-sectors, the way we're doing it here at GCF, together to come up with belts and suspenders frameworks for solutions of how we can deploy the benefits of cyber with the right frameworks so that the abuses are limited. There are always going to be abuses, and we have to try to keep one step. But if we don't do, what Faisal was saying about engaging with the corporate side, and if we don't improve the coverage of how we expand the knowledge about cyber, we're going to end up in a place where this gets so far ahead of us. People are already afraid, and if we feed into that fear, we will never take the full advantage of what cyber has to offer us. So getting this right is really important.
Thank you. Faisal, getting this right is very important. When will we get there?
Well, we need to start with education, education, education. It is mind-boggling. It is unthinkable that we give iPads to 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, and we don't monitor the content that they are watching. To use the metaphor that John used, this is the equivalent of giving a 4-year-old keys to a car without a driving license and without brakes. So, and then we complain when the car jumps off a cliff. There needs to be literacy from a very young age. There needs to be a serious conversation with tech companies to what are we being exposed to. And there needs to be a global initiative to immediately identify what is genuine and what is manufactured by AI, because as I said in my opening remarks, the line is going to become very, very blurry in the very near future.
John, a global initiative much needed.
Okay, number one, I think, and we've addressed this at different sessions, I think it's extremely important from a policy perspective, and this even trickles into the media, that we are inclusive across the board. So I would say inclusive for the Global South. So we can use two examples of the COVID-19 pandemic when there was hoarding taking place and it was every government for themselves until about 9 months into it. And then the Global South became part of the equation. So it's very important because cyber has no boundaries. We've talked about it. It does cross borders. What happens in the Global South, what would happen in Africa would also make the GCC quite vulnerable because they have great connectivity. So we should be aware of that. When it comes to climate, it's very difficult to try to build a consensus of 190 plus countries. But when it comes to cyber, and we've heard the collaboration on previous panels, we see collaboration on a regional basis in Asia. We see it in the GCC, and it was articulated, it should extend to the Middle East and North Africa. We see it in the Americas collaboration. How do we make that global collaboration to have the sharing of best practices, the data is where it's comfortable to protect your sovereignty. And then I think the third leg of this, and this is why I'm very proud to be involved with the Global Cybersecurity Forum, we have two elephants in the room, it's US and China. They compete fiercely when it comes to technology, and they're competing fiercely when it comes to data. We need a center for cybersecurity that is an equal broker, that can go east and it can go west. It tilts north and it tilts south. It can be a unifier. So I think there's an opportunity in the cyberspace. I think there's an opportunity when it comes to the regional conflict where the kingdom can serve a role to be a unifier, to find solutions, to allow a safe space to deal with cybersecurity. And I think that's our shared responsibility at GCF 2023.
Thank you very much. Massimo, the final word to you, our shared responsibility and key priorities for GCF and going forward into 2024.
Yeah, I think, as I said before, I think imparting digital literacy on on the audience is probably the key thing, because, and that's a difficult task, because you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So as much as we try to educate and inform and bring the most important news to the audience, it's difficult to make them consume something that they perhaps don't understand or don't have an interest in. So that's, I think, the key challenge, which is not just on one organization to overcome. It's got to be a combined effort from governments, from media, from tech companies, a very collaborative effort to bring this very important attention or very important topic to the audience and make them interested in what needs to be known.
Thank you very much. And on that collaborative note, that optimistic note, we shall have to wrap up proceedings. But those are your GCF headlines, ladies and gentlemen, for this panel discussion. Please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for their contribution to our forum today. It's a pleasure. I hope we meet again. Thank you.
Smoke and mirrors, social engineering and sophisticated phishing. Joy Chick, President, Identity and Network Access, Microsoft. Lucy Hedges, Moderator, Technology Journalist and TV Presenter.
Hello, hello. I hope we're all having a great event so far, lots of insights and lots of inspiration to go home with after today. So we are here to talk about social engineering and sophisticated phishing. These are the kinds of attacks that involve the use of deception by incredibly skilled perpetrators who are really adept when it comes to exploiting human vulnerabilities and security gaps to really capitalize on trust to gain unauthorized access to sensitive information and systems. Now, these kind of attacks are moving moving at unprecedented speed, which is in no small part down to emerging technologies like Gen AI. That's really, really accelerating the innovation curve when it comes to modern social engineering, which is ultimately escalating its threats to our digital society. So it's crucial, or critical even, for us to really understand the intricacies of these attacks, which are getting more sophisticated by the day, in order to really understand how to defend against them. Now, I am joined by someone who is very well versed in this area. Joy Chick is, I think it's fair to say, a force to be reckoned with in the security landscape. She runs Microsoft's identity and network security solutions, running the world's largest security systems across consumer and commercial, which has over 1 million enterprise users, billion enterprise users, and almost 1 billion consumers on a monthly basis. So, Joy, how are you?
Great, thank you, Lucy. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is actually my first time visiting the kingdom, and it's very much a great honor to be here.
Absolutely. Now, we've got a lot to get through in a short space of time, so I'm going to dive straight into my first question. So we're going to start by, defining the problem and the impact of this issue. So why are phishing and social engineering attacks such a big problem in cybersecurity?
Yeah, with any breaches, the most important thing that our criminals want to get is your credentials.
Yes.
And guess what? The easiest way to get the credentials is through social engineering and phishing. That's because, it's just easy when we are busy. It's easy for us, when we're not paying attention.
Yes.
You click on that email link, and then you get hacked. And I think we talked over the breaks, like, geez, even us as security professionals,
yes,
we get tricked sometimes. And when it happens, it really feels like, it really breaches our trust, if you will. But this happens. And actually, when it happens, it's not just for consumers, it's across the entire industry, whether it's healthcare, whether it's government, critical infrastructures, financial industry,
yes,
and the impact is devastating.
Yeah. I think there's this misconception, isn't there, that these kind of attacks happen to people that aren't very clued up, they don't work in tech, they don't really know. But it can happen to anyone.
To anyone and to every one of us.
Hands up who's been a victim of a phishing attack or have clicked on a nefarious link in the past. I know I have. I was busy, I was on the move, and I clicked a link in WhatsApp, and my phone got taken over. It was really scary, a really scary time. Things are evolving so quickly at such an incredible pace. It really keeps us on our toes, and especially you in your line of work. So how have social engineering attacks evolved over time? And in what ways have they become increasingly sophisticated?
Yeah, and I would say the sophistication is both volume, scope, and also just the scale, if you will. And, from Microsoft, we see globally all the attack that happens across our cloud services. Just some data points. In 2021, we see about almost 600 passwords gets attacked every single second, okay? And in 2022, the number has doubled to over 1,000. Wow. And guess what? In 2023, we haven't finished yet, and the numbers has already quadrupled to 4,000 passwords attack every single second. Wow. So it is really that exponential scale, if you will. And also at the same time, our criminals are getting very well funded. And, frankly, I would say they're innovating at the speed, just like our cybersecurity professionals, if you will. So they're getting really well organized, and many are backed by nation state and multinational criminals, if you will. And some of the patterns, what we see is, you can say the old days or the easiest way is really just send you an email, trick you to a website, and then you accidentally type your credentials, and you get hacked. And that still probably remain to be predominantly the primary attack vectors. So we tell all our users, our customers, to turn on multi-factor authentication, which by itself, by the way, so multi-factor authentication is in addition to a password, second factor, like SMS, second factor authentication. By itself, it really reduces the attack by 99.9%.
Yes.
However, the cyber criminals then continue to work around it. So some of the techniques is called MFA SIM jacking, because the majority of the MFA is through SMS. So what the attacker does is they get in between your telephony and your phone. So they intercept the SMS signals and then kind of reply that multi-factor authentication on your behalf.
Wow.
So that's something they're escalating. So then we said, hey, then we can talk about, maybe doing phishing-resistant MFA, if you will. But the reality is, I think Lucy, you and I all get a lot of MFA prompts every day.
Yes.
Sometimes we just get fatigued and frankly confused.
Yeah.
So what happens, you might accidentally approve the one that
Yes.
is not being intended. And then there's other methods. For example, like, the criminals can do something called adversary in the middle phishing, which is they can fake a website that looks exactly like the real website and get you over there and then store your credentials through that method. And sometimes they can come across as from some kind of official authorities and hey, I come from officially some tech support. So you thought you are being helped, but instead you are being hijacked.
Yeah, it really is unbelievable just how sophisticated and complex these attacks are. And like you say, these kind of nefarious characters are moving at the same pace in which the industry is moving. And if these guys could only just apply this incredible knowledge to good, the world would be a much better place. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. You'd be out of a job, that's for sure.
And I'm gladly to be, if that's the case.
So let's talk about Gen AI, because this is a massive talking point at the moment for various reasons. So how are cyber criminals leveraging emerging technologies like Gen AI and machine learning to really enhance these phishing attacks and create more convincing and targeted phishing emails and websites like you just discussed?
So I would say, in the past, we probably, for those of us a little bit more sophisticated, we say, hey, maybe you can detect phishing email from, an email is like a poorly written with grammar mistakes, or kind of in a form, it is, sort of massively produced, so I don't need this, right? So you kind of can filter some of that.
Or the address looks a bit dodgy, or the
address looks a bit dodgy and all that. But now with Gen AI, they can improve the quality of the email. So it's a lot more compelling email, and frankly, they can also tailor that email. They can tailor to be more coming from your work, from people from work, because they can actually use some of the AI to learn what's your context. So through that. They can also tailor to your own personal needs. Like Lucy, if you like, shopping or sort of specific website, they might tailor as if it come from that specific website that's tailored to your needs. So they have more context about you. So from that perspective, I think it makes it a lot harder to detect it's a phishing email, and frankly, a lot easier to trick people. And at the same time, also, Gen AI helps, to generate these phishing email campaign much faster. And the fact that you can, using kind of natural language, so even for the, attackers, they actually have to write less code, they have to less scripts, and they, Gen AI help them to automate the phishing campaign for what it's worth. So I think that's why we see the attack patterns has been exponentially escalating over the years.
It's almost enough to make us incredibly paranoid, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think the rule of thumb here is to really always assume breach. I think sometimes that can be detrimental. Something good might come in and you're like, I don't trust that, and you don't click it or you don't get involved in it, and that can be detrimental to the user. But unfortunately, the sophistication of which these attacks are coming, it means that we always have to have our guard up.
Absolutely.
So let's talk Gen AI for good. We've talked about the evil side, the nefarious side. How can Gen AI, would Gen AI also, how can Gen AI help defend and protect in the cybersecurity space?
Yeah, I would say both AI and now Gen AI, if you will. So, one of the things, at Microsoft, we're really thinking about protecting our customer is you have to think about an end-to-end approach. Because, it starts with identities, user identity and credentials, But like, you're using the iPad. The device you are on, whether the iPad can be trusted or not, or it's been compromised or not, the network we're on, whether the network is secure or whether the network is compromised. And frankly, the application you access, the data you are trying to protect. So we are really looking at, we call the digital estate of end-to-end for our customers. So from that perspective, as we're looking through all the trillions of signals in our cloud services, we can really apply AI, machine learning, to detect what are the anomalies and how to then real time, if you will, to help help our customer to detect any breach and remediate quickly.
Yeah.
And then with Gen AI, what helps is really to help us to automate a lot of these processes, as well as helping security professionals so that rather than they have to use different security tools, rather they have to understand the logs, then they can use more human natural languages to understand, hey, if Lucy is being compromised, why Lucy is compromised? By simply asking that question, rather than have to be the detective to go through all the tools and find out what's happening. So I think Gen AI really democratized in terms of the skill set that's required to be a cybersecurity specialist.
Yeah. And this is, I think it's fair to say, quite relatively new territory for a lot of businesses. You know, Microsoft is obviously incredibly well versed when it comes to this. But do you think there's maybe a bit of a apprehension or, this lack of knowledge and education that prevents companies from really benefiting from this technology that ultimately is going to benefit their customers and benefit them as a business?
Yeah, go back to the phishing campaign, if you will. And we always, talk about education is important.
Yes.
But guess what, Lucy, just admit it. Do you share your credentials across your user accounts? Maybe?
Some of them,
Some of them.
But on my to-do list is always switch, on the iPhone, for example, it's constantly telling you when you're using multiple passwords, and I know it's there.
Right.
But
it's not convenient,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
How many passwords do you want to remember?
I'll do it later.
So, we talk about, hey, don't reuse your, password. Don't use your credentials for multiple accounts. Sometimes, we still say, even to this day and age, we still put a little password on a sticky note on our, iPads
I can't believe
computers.
people still do that. That is crazy.
Right.
I don't do that, at least.
Or share your credentials with your friends, because of some services you want to use. So these are some of the basics. But the reality is, I would have called it, we don't want to, have the burden of protecting our users to be on the users, right? They can have the education, but that's just not an excuse to say, hey, you get hacked. It's because you don't know.
Yes.
I think at the end of the day, we ask, why do we need passwords? Frankly, it is really, passwords is not a magic. It's really about how to identify, Lucy, you as a unique person. And so we now look ahead to say, hey, what is a better way of doing that? So one of the things that's industry standards is called a Fast Identity Online, FIDO. It is an industry standard. It is a way to leverage biometric, because your biometrics is uniquely, Lucy. Yes. And then, in addition, something you have, like your iPad. So both something you are and something you have is a great way to identify Lucy as a unique person and as your credential, but in a way that is so user-friendly because you do not have to remember password at all. So some of the examples are Microsoft Windows Hello, if you will, the Authenticator app. And then now some of the newer inventions that we collaborate across Apple, Google, Microsoft, and the industry is about passkey support. Yes. So it is a phishing-resistant, passwordless method that can roam across trusted devices. Yes. And these are the things we're moving forward as an industry so that we can help our customers, users to be secure, and so they can, prevent things like these credential theft.
Yeah, and it really is about time that this stuff becomes more mainstream, more talked about. I was saying to you earlier when we were having a chat, about 5 or 6 years ago, I wrote an article for the Metro newspaper where I used to work, which was "The password is dead." And, I wrote this article, we're moving on from the password, and years later, we're still using passwords. So
And I would say, at least now, we have more and more ways for us to accomplish that.
Yes.
But we still have a ways to go as an industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, not everyone is up to date with these latest mitigation techniques. So I want to ask you, what role does education and awareness training, such as, digital literacy initiatives, what role do they play in preventing social engineering attacks?
These are if I tell all customers, one thing they need to do is really turn on multi-factor authentication. Because even like we talk about, you may have still legacy, applications, so you still use passwords. Turn on MFA, multi-factor authentication itself. By itself, it reduces attack by 99.9% of the time. So I think that's a great start. But I don't think that's enough, right? So the next thing we really tell, I think that's more about the governments and all our enterprise commercial customers, is really how do we apply techniques we call the real-time conditional access risk-based access control. Basically, we're sitting here, I typically don't travel this far, so suddenly if I'm right now at this moment, I signed into my work account, at least there's a policy trying to validate, hey, is Joy really trying to access work at this location at this time? What we call is an anomaly, if you will. And these are the things that if we can apply these in real time based on user's identity, based on where their location they're trying to sign in, and then based on what kind of applications and all these we call the risk factors or condition factors, then we can really help to protect our customer.
Yes.
And you earlier talked about zero trust.
Yes.
One of the key principles we always apply is always use zero trust, what we call assume breach. You always verify, and then you apply the least amount of privileges. So you only get the access you need with the amount of time you need for the resources you need, right? And you always assume breach so that you can detect when it happens and how can you quickly remediate, and also how can you reduce that blast radius or the impact, if you will. Oh, and then I would say, we talked a lot about human identities. But as we all know, as our customers move online, move to more and more cloud services, and guess what? There are more non-human identities than human identities combined. And so how do we think about protect the we call the workload identity? Just think about all the services, the microservices across the cloud. How do we protect them is equally, if not more important. And last thing I would just say is we still have too many identities. So how can we move to a system so that we have fewer identities, using techniques like digital identities that call the decentralized verifiable credentials, so that we can have a portable identities, so that we can make it secure and apply across all different applications.
Absolutely.
That's the way moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just to quickly wrap up, my final question, what advice do you have for organizations trying to stay secure, in addition to all the amazing things that you've said already on this stage? I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience that
I would say, AI, right? Do what I just said, and then really look into how AI can revolutionize for us in this industry. AI, I think it can be scary, but at the same time, it can use to really help us to secure for all of us.
Absolutely.
And so I think, keep that mind open, and I think we need to, I always say security is a team sport. So we have to do this together as an industry, as a society together.
And what a brilliant sentiment to end this whistle-stop conversation on. Joy Chick, it's been an absolute pleasure. I did not doubt for a second that this conversation would be nothing but insightful and inspirational, and it's brilliant to hear from someone like yourself who is such an impressive force in the world of cybersecurity. So I want to thank you very much. Let's give it up for my amazing panelists, Joy.
Thank you.
Cybercrime and Law Enforcement, Convincing Jurisdiction in a Borderless Space. Bernardo Pilot, Assistant Director, Cybercrime Operations, Interpol. Professor Marco Gurk, Moderator, Director, Cybercrime Research Institute. Dr. Albert Antoine Boisiaco, Director General, Cybersecurity Authority. Ghana. Sheikh Salman bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, Chief Executive Officer, National Cybersecurity Center, Kingdom of Bahrain.
Good. Welcome to the audience and to this session. I have excellent experts here with me to answer questions that we're like to discuss with you. I'm going to be just making some brief statements. Jurisdiction is the holy grail of cybersecurity, to be very honest. If we four would be able to solve the issue of jurisdiction, or we all together in this room today, we'd made a major step forward. I don't think this is going to be possible. And I think what we need to do is we need to distinguish between two topics. There is the topic of jurisdiction, which is usually related to crime, to criminal investigations, to cybercrime. And there is the more broader topic of cooperation. Cooperation can take place outside of any criminal field. It can be cooperation in cybersecurity, exchange of information. So we'd like to address both topics. They're intertwined, but I'd like to separate them for a moment. And I'd like, as a criminal law professor, to maybe make one comment. There are a lot of people who say jurisdiction is one of the key problems, one of the obstacles to successful fight against crime, against cybercrime, and ensuring our security. I like to caution you a little bit. Jurisdiction is what we understand when we're saying there are limitations to the authority of an enforcement agency within a country. So the enforcement agencies in Saudi Arabia will find their limits in general at the border. That means if a crime is happening outside the country, they will not be able to enforce it unless there is certain agreement of cooperation in the criminal field. There are very few cases where you want to claim jurisdiction outside your borders. These are very, very rare cases. And in general, jurisdiction and the limitation to jurisdiction serves an important purpose. It allows us to have different criminal law systems in the world. It allows you to criminalize things which are not criminalized in other parts of the world. And cooperation in general finds its limit if countries have to work together and they realize we're not talking about a criminal offense in both countries. If one country criminalizes something, the other country does not criminalize it, the possibilities for cooperation in criminal matters is very much limited. Therefore, if we had jurisdiction, or one of the conditions for closer cooperation in criminal matters is actually that we would align our criminal law systems as well, we would criminalize the same things. Okay, that as a general remark. We have excellent experts here, and I'd like to pass on the question to Bernardo, maybe from Interpol, as you are one of the organizations that is closest associated with the first part, fighting crime. What's your view? What is hindering effective fight against cybercrime? Is it the problem of jurisdiction? Lack of cooperation in general? Is it missing criminalization? What's the issue?
Sure. Thank you, first of all, for having me here. I'm honored to be here representing Interpol. This is our third year participating in the Global Cybersecurity Forum, so I'm thankful to be here on behalf of Interpol. That's an excellent question. I think it hits different points. Jurisdiction is a big problem. Cyber is not your traditional crime area where you have law enforcement responding to a crime, initiating evidence collection, interviews. The jurisdiction is in the country, and in an example of traditional crime. In cybercrime, it's global. You know, it transcends borders. You could have a cyber criminal operating in one country, you could have infrastructure in another country, and then you could have victims in a third country. So it's very complicated navigating that environment in the law enforcement community, and that's where Interpol comes in. We have 195 member countries around the world. Each member country has a national central bureau, which is the way that Interpol member countries communicate. So our role is basically to collaborate and bring countries together to look at cybercrime, in particular how to exchange information across jurisdictions. And then when we see there's a lack of perhaps capacity or knowledge in cybercrime, then we do capacity building where we set up programs to train law enforcement around the globe on fighting cybercrime.
Can I just follow up with a brief issue? As you are working with so many different countries, do you believe that culture is an issue, that we have a lack of cooperation in certain areas because of a lack of culture, or is it just that we're lacking an international instrument that we have in other areas, for example, organized crime, where we have a UN convention? What's the difficulty?
Well, the difficulty can be cultural. For our cybercrime program, we recognize that we can't treat every country the same. We have 195 member countries. Cybercrime is unique. There's some similarities. But as was mentioned, there's different legal frameworks in different areas. So we look at a regional model where we break the country up, the world into different regions and focus on providing our support for that particular region, looking at the challenges that they face and the threats that are important to them. And I think that's the unique way that we have been handling this issue as far as collaboration. The Budapest Convention, I believe, is 22 years old next month. Obviously, a lot has changed in 22 years. We have a lot of advancement in technology. Interpol has been heavily involved in the UN ad hoc committee process. We're there to serve as the global law enforcement voice. Obviously, this is negotiations between countries to establish a new way of working, which can be challenging, obviously based on a lot of geopolitical conflicts. But we're hopeful that by us being part of this forum, that we can give a voice to the law enforcement community, which are the ones that actually have to do the work. A lot of countries are represented by diplomats and maybe not the people that are actually going to be using the mechanisms that are being negotiated at this point.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Albert, before I come to you, one issue. It was last year's forum here where we discussed the UN approach towards cybercrime, the discussion, negotiation about a convention. I think we were all hoping that at this stage we would be at a different place. The negotiations were not as successful as we were hoping here last year, with a lot of encouraging comments for this. Let's see where this is heading. The process is not over, but it's definitely at a difficult stage. Albert, with your experience, taking this beyond just jurisdiction, the question of jurisdiction, going into cooperation, where do you see the key challenges at the moment, and where do you see the solution for the discussion in cybersecurity field?
Prof. Marco, thank you for the question. But first of all, on behalf of my country, the Republic of Ghana, our appreciation to the Kingdom, to the National Cybersecurity Authority in particular, for extending an invitation to us. This is the second time participating. This is the last time I was with my minister, and I think it's been exciting. We appreciate the hospitality of the Kingdom. I think the issue of jurisdiction, sovereignty, cooperation is an important one. Whenever the subject of cybercrime comes into the picture. Prof, I think you alluded to the issue earlier. Traditionally, not just law students, but once you came across jurisdiction, then understand there's a physical space, isn't it, with a certain boundary. But in the cybersphere, how do you then define the jurisdiction? When somebody could be in Saudi Arabia and still be able to commission an act targeting IT infrastructure, certainly in Ghana. These are some of the challenges that we've seen in this particular area. So digital transformation is now interrogating the concept of jurisdiction as the law applies. Of course, if you're talking of cybercrime, then the law is also very important here. But, Prof, one area of difficulty is also attribution. Is another huge area. Beyond the techniques of IP spoofing and others, even the advent of artificial intelligence, I think we are interrogating how do we establish attribution when AI-enabled systems are actually behind certain crimes. So it's a kind of important discussion. From our perspective, Ghana as a developing country, I think we are heavily dependent on consuming technologies which are hosted elsewhere. There's the issue of data localization. That also raises its own question, data governance, data protection, and how to lawfully access data to support criminal investigation. But of course, I think at the end of the day, the question you raise is also the variability of domestic legislation, because if you have the concept of jurisdiction implicates a law governing that particular space. And that has been a challenge in terms of legal harmonization, that a particular cyber act will be designated as a crime in Ghana, and that same act will also be seen as a crime in another jurisdiction. I think the world is moving towards that angle. Ghana is a member of the Budapest Convention, which Bernardo mentioned about. It's among a few African countries, about 6 or 7, which is a signatory to this, and we've also signed up to the African Union Convention, just to address those sort of gaps. But Budapest Convention membership is just about 60, but it has been a good foundational international cooperation instrument. And I think I also wanted to add up to the UN resolution that has necessitated negotiations on an international treaty to counter the use of ICTs in cybercrime, which Ghana has been participating. So I do believe the world is moving towards that direction, but we are not moving quicker. Hackers move with the speed of light, but the bureaucrats, whether the EU, African Union, or the UN, the pace by which we are, and I've sat, as a technical person, I've sat in negotiations, sometimes you get annoyed. We need to move because you see the issues happening. You see the ransomware. You see the organized criminal network acting. And you expect the world leaders to also act in a manner that is equally giving that sense of urgency to address the issue. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. But I do believe, I'm quite optimistic that recent developments at the regional level, at the sub-regional level, but the international level is moving us, because we do not have a choice. I think it's an imperative that we find international cooperation arrangement. Of course, we can't agree on everything, but the baseline understanding and mutual mechanisms of cooperation is required to be able to address cybercrime as a transnational crime in this particular manner. Prof, thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. So you see again, there's great unity in the call for some kind of closer cooperation and having those frameworks in place. So it's a pleasure having you here with your experience. So we would like to benefit from this. When you're looking at cybersecurity, and again, going beyond only the issue of jurisdiction, which is a more legal thing, but cooperation. If you're looking at the region, if you're looking at it globally, what's the path forward? How can we get to a closer cooperation that we're not standing there and just looking at crimes and attacks happening, but that we can respond in due time?
So I do see cooperation on the ground. So we cannot just say it's negative all the time, but there is real examples of successes. For example, we had a case where there was child abuse, online child abuse, stemming from Bahrain to the UK. And the cooperation between the Kingdom of Bahrain and United Kingdom enabled us to cooperate, track, monitor, and collect the evidence necessary to prosecute the criminal in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Collaboration is a tool and allows us to resolve our problems even if we don't have jurisdiction. We can make it as difficult as we would like it to be, and we can simplify it if we choose to simplify it. But I think there is the intent between countries to resolve certainly certain crimes that are common to all of us. And I think as human beings, seeing people being abused is something that we all reject. Seeing crimes committed across the border is something that we all strive to stop. And I think establishing one-on-one relationship is one way of solving that problem. But also we have international corporations and regional cooperation. For example, the GCC has the GCC agreement there where we can, any crime that happens in one country, we will support another country in investigating and resolving it in all online crimes. And that's the kind of collaboration you want. You want inter-regional, international, and maybe cross-regional agreements. So if we do not need to wait for the international community to agree. So the GCC can work with the African Union as well so that we can harmonize our cooperation and utilize each one's jurisdiction to resolve that cybercrime. So we don't need to wait for the UN to solve our problem. I think we can have it happen at a regional level and cross regions. And then eventually, maybe the UN will catch up.
But that's a very good point. I think it's important to highlight that I had the pleasure of working with a lot of governments in different parts of the world. I've been in Africa. I've done a lot of work with countries here in the region with the GCC. There are those instruments in place already. We see it. We had the former president of the European Commission here. So you're in the EU, there is regional cooperation. The Council of Europe member states, there is regional cooperation. We have it in Africa. We see that there is a great degree of cooperation in GCC. We see it also in Southern Africa, Southern America, and the OAS there is a cooperation. So we see those regional instruments. What is currently still lacking is the global dimension that is adding something to it, as cyber threats are truly global. Bernardo, I would like to ask you again on one of the issues. How about the private sector, the public-private partnership? Can that add to it? Can that, even if there is no legal framework, no global legal framework in place, can the fact that we have those large international, multinational companies that are based in the United States, for example, help law enforcement agencies around the world to get access to data that they need, even if there is no legal framework in place?
Sure, absolutely. We at Interpol have a project called Project Gateway, where we connect with the private industry, public-private sector. We have 13 companies that have signed on to this agreement. And the idea is to exchange intelligence. Obviously, these big companies are protecting their clients, but they hold a lot of the intelligence that law enforcement needs to move forward in investigation, to identify different threats. So this collaboration that's been ongoing with Interpol and these companies have allowed us to provide that intelligence to countries to act on it. The idea is to have actionable intelligence where countries can actually take action on cyber threat actors that have been identified. So we recognized early on that as law enforcement, especially in cybercrime, companies, big industry hold that data that we need. They have the expertise, the tools, and what we need to do is leverage on that. And it would be not just for the benefit of the companies, but obviously for the benefit of our member countries around the globe.
So did you want to add to it? No, I thought it was... Oh, okay, but I'd like to have your view on this issue as well, because there is an opportunity, certainly, with global companies supporting the work of law enforcement or the fight against cyber attacks. Is this something that we need to enforce, where we need a forum like this one, where we need to involve the industry and ensure that there are maybe global standards, a protocol, something, even if it is not legislation in place, that there is some kind of mechanism in place that we can improve this cooperation with nation states? For example, if you need to access data in the United States, do you have the right tools, or do you believe this needs to or should be improved?
I think that is a difficult ask. because there are legal ramifications to that. If, for example, private sector companies took action or shared information they were not supposed to, for example, take Europe, that's part of GDPR, and by sharing information without the consent of the companies or the information owner, they can be sued. So, and I think there needs to be some kind of protectionism given at the global level, or at least at a regional level, to the information shared in cases of cybercrime. And we can focus on just that aspect of it and minimize the risk that they have to bear from a legal perspective, so that they cannot be sued from the information owner or from the governments in the region.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. I still remember discussions with law enforcement agencies at the time when cloud services started to pop up. And they were really afraid that they said, we will not be able to go to the premise of the suspect anymore and seize material there because they're all stored in the cloud. And that makes it significantly more difficult for us to get access to the material. However, after a short period of time, they realized, okay, but there is a centralized cloud provider. And instead of having to search at the suspect's premise, I can simply call the cloud provider and say, give me the data. And I don't even need to enter the suspect's premise. So there are certainly two sides to each of the issues. There are opportunities and risks. I'd like to discuss a little bit the way forward. We only have 9 minutes left. I'd like to try to look out. Where do we need to put the focus? Do we need to do it on the national level? Do we need to solve the issue there? Where do you see where we should take action, where the focus should be? It can be, again, as we did last year, call for the United Nations to take action. It can, however, also be to say, okay, let's clean up our house first and make sure that we have the instruments.
Prof, I think there is interrelationships around us. You can't address this issue just only at the international level, at the sub-regional level, without looking at the domestic level. So I think at each level, we need to make some tangible progress. Certainly, the minimum is at the national level, you need a legislation that is fit for purpose. So for example, Ghana in 2020 passed a Cybersecurity Act that tried to address some of these gaps. You need to. I think as a rule of law country, that is a baseline that you need to. Of course, the alignment with the sub-regional instrument is also key. And I think from my region, ECOWAS has got instruments on cybercrime to facilitate collaboration. It is needed. At the African Union level, working with Malabo Convention, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity, and of course, at the global level. I don't think we should be overly ambitious with expectation of what to achieve at the global level. But I think at the domestic level, at the sub-regional level, there is that opportunity to agree on basic cooperation framework that we can address this issue. And I think it's an evolving situation, there's no doubt. And my last example, what the refusal or the difficulty for countries like Ghana to access lawful access to data from the big tech firms is leading to what we call, data governance and sovereignty. You are likely to do a domestic law that will compel service providers, institutions to rather invest in keeping their data within the country instead of keeping them out. So I think the environment is opening up. And I think, linking to the private sector issue, I think the private sector needs to be aware of what is happening and cooperate with states so that we can make progress in this particular area.
I mean, you heard during the opening presentation, and those of you who are following the discussion already knew before, that there is now a GCF Institute. And maybe that would be something that the GCF Institute could look into and have a look at different frameworks that are already there, different ways of cooperation, and maybe to see if it is possible to build upon this. Maybe we have to get back to the drawing board when the negotiations in the room don't work. Bernardo, there are different areas that we're associating with cybersecurity and cybercrime. From a perspective that was discussed here very frequently of critical infrastructure. There are attacks against critical infrastructure, but that's not the only problem. We can go all the way down to for example, child sexual exploitation material, which was mentioned here by Sheikh Salman before. So what are the areas where cooperation works, where you see that's something where it's happening frequently and it's happening routinely at a high speed, and where are areas where we're finding it more challenging? Because I think this is really important. If you're a provider of of critical infrastructure and you're realizing chances for cooperation are limited, that's where the pressure starts to build up.
From an Interpol perspective, the cooperation that we see that happens pretty quickly is anything having to do with children. Obviously, that's important. Anything related to child sexual abuse material is almost immediate. Everyone collaborates, everyone works together, including private companies, obviously given access of their information to law enforcement to take action. I don't see that as an issue. I think the issue that we're seeing is when you look at a ransomware attack, how are countries working together and exchanging information. A lot of times what we're seeing, and is a tendency in law enforcement, is keeping things to themselves and not sharing with other jurisdictions that potentially can help mitigate the attack or find a way to attribute that attack to an actual person. So I think we need to work together in a better way, a more organized way. I think this is where Interpol plays a big role. We're a neutral organization. We have 195 member countries, like I mentioned, around the globe. We're not taking sides with one country or another. Our idea is to facilitate that exchange of information, but it has to come from a place of trust, and I think it's inherent in law enforcement that we don't trust each other, so we need just to do a better job at that.
That's a good word, almost a good final word. We met here twice. This is the second time we're meeting. When we're meeting again, if we're meeting, inshallah, next year, what will have changed? What are you hoping for as a realistic target? What could we have achieved over the next year when it comes to cooperation? Do you think there is anything where you see there is going to be a breakthrough, or do you believe it's the small things that you do not necessarily see on a daily basis where agencies are working together, which will make most of the difference in this year?
So I see two things. So with regards to ransomware, we've seen 40 countries sign up for cooperation in order to not only stop paying ransomware, but actually sharing critical information about decrypting certain information. Now, if the whole countries started sharing how to decrypt that ransomware and sharing those keys, we would have less crime. That trend I can see happening. I see greater regional cooperation, so inter-regional cooperation between, say, the GCC and the African Union or South American countries. This inter-cooperation will also enable us to better respond in probably sometimes with the support, obviously, of Interpol, allows us to move faster. And I think that's what we should see. More inter-organizational established relationship to rapidly respond to these attacks. Yes, cybercrime related to children is an emotion that everybody supports and the laws support it, but we need to extend that as well to ransomware that can destroy organization and the livelihoods of individuals and companies globally.
Thank you so much, Albert. If I can ask you if you can make a 30-second wish. You only have here we go.
In fact, I was going to ask you, Prof, thank you. Ghana is hosting an international event later November, the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity, being organized by the World Bank in collaboration with the World Economic Forum, GFC, also Cyber Peace Institute. We are expecting close to 1,000 international delegates in Accra. And the team is capacity with Ghana's vision to lead cybersecurity on the African continent. And we look forward to see some of you if you receive your invitations already. Other than that, we'll also be happy to engage on this going forward.
Thank you so much for basically inviting the people in the room over to the next conference, which would be definitely a pleasure. The only thing I can do is I can carefully close this session, this panel, by thanking the panelists, thanking the audience. I think we have seen that there is already progress that maybe we do not necessarily focus on when we're only looking at the big global developments with the discussion about the UN Convention being stuck. We heard various examples of successful regional corporations that we can maybe learn from. We've heard that there are areas where cooperation works because everybody's interested, like the protection of children, where we've heard from successful examples where this cooperation takes place. Do I personally wish for more? Do you think we should wish for more, that we get this broad approach? Yes, I think it's realistic, but maybe on the way there, we need some more research, getting back to the drawing board, and maybe the GCF Institute can play a role there. With this, I would like to thank you all, and please enjoy the rest of the conference, and maybe see you all in Africa.
Tech transformed cybersecurity. AI's role in securing the future. Dr. Helmut Reisinger, Chief Executive Officer, EMEA and LATAM, Palo Alto Networks. Ken Nauman, Chief Executive Officer, NetWitness. Sean Yang, Global Cybersecurity and Privacy Officer, Huawei. Massimo Mariuni, Moderator, Europe Editor, Fortune.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel titled AI's Role in Securing the Future. Now, in today's world, where there are always new online dangers, we really need elite systems to warn us early about these risks. And technology is changing fast, so that's why AI has become super important in keeping us all safe online. Now, this session is all about how AI can fix and find online security problems and identify them before they cause great damage. So we'll start off by asking Helmut, can you start by explaining how AI can be used to identify and mitigate cybersecurity vulnerabilities? And can you tell us about any cool ways that that's already been done?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I am representing Palo Alto Networks. We are a cybersecurity specialist, and just to give you one number, we are detecting every day 1.5 million new attacks that have not been there before. Newly individual identifiable attacks. This cannot be done by humans, so AI is part of the solution. And we have been doing AI machine learning for more than 8 years now. We did not start when ChatGPT, the generative AI, was announced. And it's built across our different platforms. And why is that important? Because we believe that the threat landscape that you are facing here in the kingdom, in the region, but also globally, and this has been shared since the morning, is actually exponentially growing. And AI brings 3 dimensions to it. It's going to be more speedy, or it allows for more speed on attack side. It allows for more scale. We heard about ransomware as a service. Now you can even program it and get scale and speed. And it will allow for an even higher sophistication, if you think about social engineering. And taking this together with the ingredients, what drives the threat landscape that is exposing you as public organizations, as enterprises here in the kingdom, which is geopolitics is a driver. A driver is your supercritical infrastructure that you have here. supplying energy to the world. It's the AI and digital transformation that you're having. And with that, we believe you need to leverage AI on that. And how do we do that? Is we combine telemetry data of security from firewalls, networks, the cloud assets, and we provide it then into Security Operations Center solution that we provide. And that gives an outcome based on AI, which is basically 10 seconds mean time to detect and 1 minute mean time to repair. Because the topic is that the speed, the time between infiltration of an organization and exfiltration of data is shrinking. It was about 40, I think I heard it in the morning as well, somebody said it was 2 months in the OT infrastructure people were wandering around. It was about 40 days 2021. It's been 5 days last year, and with AI, it's going to be a matter of hours. So in a nutshell, AI enables what we believe is the future, which is real-time cybersecurity and highly automated cybersecurity, because we human beings, we cannot deal with all of that at the same time.
Now that's how AI can identify and nip these risks before they happen. Ken, on the flip side, what are some of the common tactics used to manipulate or poison AI systems that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, I think many of the techniques being used now are really not that different from typical techniques that everyday hackers use, right? And what these criminal organizations are doing, or nation states that are pointed in the wrong direction, are coming up with ways to access.
Sorry, that's a drone that's going around. That came up in the last panel I did. Try to ignore it.
Coming up with ways to access AI, right. and poison the data. So creating situations where AI is starting to hallucinate, starting to actually act as a bad actor within an organization's environment. And once that gets out into the wild, it's really hard to bring back in. Yeah. So as these organizations become more sophisticated and are able to access the data, controlling the AI and manipulating these models, you are going to start to see AI take on a life of its own that was deployed for the benefit of an organization actually turn against that organization. And hackers are currently working on that today.
Now, looking ahead, what do you see as the future for AI making cyber safer, Helmut?
Well, if I take into account, by the way, that's a good example here. It's a very noisy drone. That's easily identifiable. If you have digital threats, they are not as easily identifiable. And this is why what we at Palo Alto always do is we cross-correlate with machine learning and AI. What do we cross-correlate? We cross-correlate telemetry data for cybersecurity, as I said, across firewalls, networks, cloud assets, and endpoints. And we cross-correlate the behavior, the user identity, the device identity, and the application. And out of this cross-correlation, which you need to do by machine learning and AI, then you can apply the right models, and then you come to the outcomes of 10 seconds mean time to detect and 1 minute mean time to repair. So this cross-correlation is critical. And what we see, and I think this is for the whole of the cybersecurity industry that we are all representing here, as a challenge is that today's system are or the industry itself is very fragmented. There's 3,500 technology providers out there. On average, a medium to large enterprise in the kingdom, in Germany, in the United States, is using between 20 to 30 different tools to protect the digital assets. But they don't talk to each other. This is why we fundamentally believe, what Gartner is also saying, we need to help you on a modular basis to consolidate your security estate so that you have an end-to-end security in whichever cloud you have your workloads, and also from code to cloud. We heard the CEO from Aramco speaking about the importance of OT, and there's a lot of code being created. The problem is 80% of the code that is created in the world, also here in the kingdom, is using open source components. Now, the problem is if one of these open source libraries contain malware, you have a big snowball effect. And again here, identity, device, application, and behavior cross-correlated with AI, this is the way how to sort it.
Now, Sean, can see you at the end there. Building a pool of talent is a key factor for progressing AI. So what kind of classes or training do people need to prepare for AI in the workplace, especially when AI keeps changing at such a rapid rate?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I think in recent days, and suddenly AI getting very hot, and every country they start working on AI and AI-related security. And I would like to see, like the GCF and all the people working here, and trying to improve the international consensus on the AI governance. But if you're talking about the real classes, to answer your questions, I would like to see first, we need to think about what kind of structure we need to build. Now, we should like to say AI governance, we need to have different roles. Just like one of the speakers mentioned about, like cybersecurity is a team sport, and same like AI. Now we identify with 5 rules. First one is AI user, like the enterprise or like anyone who apply the AI to their product and to your production or to your daily enterprise operations. The number 2 is technical vendors or the AI providers, and also the government regulators, and the third-party certification body, and also the public peoples. Because eventually AI's application will significantly impact their life. Okay, if we identify the different multiple stakeholders, then different stakeholders need to take their responsibility, and also they need a different training or different awareness. So I would like to see in the recent days, I found a very interesting things. And 2 weeks ago, and we had a discussion in Singapore International Cybersecurity Week. And we're talking about talent, we say over-knowledged but unskilled workforce, which means now to get knowledge is very easy, but questions how to apply this kind of knowledge to their practice is a kind of challenge. So from this point of view, I would like to see to fill 3 gaps. The first one is to see how we can significantly improve the decision makers' awareness. And for example, if we're talking about governance, and normally it's always from top to down. So which means the top senior executives who decided the strategy, who decided the policies, and need to have awareness about AI. So which means they need to know, they may not need to know all the details, but they need to know and what kind of risk behind AI's applications. The second one is working level. I would like to see a lot of situations is pretty similar like cybersecurity. You can see, and Ken just mentioned about a lot of things like open source software. To address all this kind of supply chain security issues, we need to review all this kind of traditional concept like the software engineering, security engineering, data engineering. All this kind of ideas is pretty traditional ideas. However, now we have AI. Then we have to review, and also we need to put a lot of new meaning and new concept inside. That can absolutely consolidate the cornerstone of the basic abilities in the working level or technology levels to support the fast growth of the digital transformation and also the AI applications. The third one, and probably is like a training inside the universities. While we work together with 79 universities in China, and we figured out a lot of universities still using a very old textbook. So that's the reason why we work together with top 11 universities to see how we can share our practice on software engineering capabilities together with them. Then using this way, and we train all this kind of training of trainer, the young teachers, and as well as the young graduate. And once they finish the graduation, they already understand what is the practice inside industry. They can quickly update, quickly catch up the industry practice.
Thank you. And now, another key issue is collaboration, not just in the workplace, but across the world. And that's a complex challenge. So can you explain how different countries can set rules for AI, even when they're not all necessarily aligned on how to use the technology? For instance, when ChatGPT first exploded, Italy wanted to ban it for a certain amount of time. So it's a very complex challenge, and I've heard people say, if you don't have worldwide regulation over AI, you've got no regulation. Ken, do you agree with that sentiment?
I do agree with that. The adoption of generative AI has surprised me considerably over the last year and a half. And, for me, and my belief is, the regulations, whether they're on a country basis or on a worldwide basis, are going to be playing catch up for the future. And I don't think we're ever going to totally catch up through coming up with a comprehensive set of regulations or standards. Things that I think we can do are things like what we're doing today, where we're sharing information, we're sharing ideas, and I think the GCF has done a big service to the entire cyber community. Other things we can do is come up with standards as a community, not necessarily trying to get governments to cooperate with one another, but as a community of cyber professionals on what the role of AI should be as it relates to cyber. Standards around modeling, standards around data, the ability to share data across country borders, and coming up with safe and effective ways to do that, I think, is going to be a big step in the right direction. And ultimately, the more data that can be shared honestly and securely, I think the more likely we are going to be able to catch up with any bad use of the technology.
Yeah, Helmut, what's your take?
Well, first of all, cybersecurity is a universal topic because digitalization is happening everywhere, notably also here in the kingdom. On the other hand, we should not dream. We should be realistic that we will not have tomorrow immediately one standard across the globe, which means we need to respect different ecosystems of digital space regulation or cybersecurity regulation. For example, Sean is coming from Shenzhen. We as Palo Alto, our SASE solution is fully compliant as well for China active businesses, which means if a German company active in China needs the same security across the globe, in Saudi Arabia, in China, as well as, for example, in Brazil, they get one standard, but it fits as well to the local regulation that is needed. We need to adapt that. Same is here. You have a specific governance here on data and where data needs to be stored in the kingdom. That's where we need to simply adapt. That's what we need to respect. On the other hand, I believe that some areas, other theaters in the world are setting the pace. We heard this morning from Barroso, Europe was probably setting the pace in GDPR. Europe was also quite fast when it comes to AI, talking about unacceptable risk AI, sensitive AI, foundational model AI, and then basically risk-free AI. Now, this week, US has also issued the first executive order on AI. This will help to set the scene, to get the discussion going, and to get to a better level. And of course, AI, I think regulation is kind of needed because there is a big potential of using it for the dark side of the world against your industrial, your enterprise, your public sector services that you want to provide. And I can only see it also in Europe. You know, about 1 year ago, President Biden issued an executive order as well on attack surface management. ASM, attack surface, it does, you step from outside and look into an enterprise, what are your risk areas and vulnerabilities? And he forced every entity of the federal government of the US to do an attack surface analysis every 7 days. This is by far not the standard in Europe. But the closer you get to the Ukraine border, I can tell you, Baltics, you heard the lady from Estonia this morning, the more alertedness you have on that. So I think this will set step-by-step the standard, and I think the world will step-by-step converge on that. But again, let's not dream and be realistic.
Now, you're all senior leaders within your companies. What do you think are the most important things for leaders to think about when they're making rules in order to strike a balance between promoting innovation and safeguarding against potential risks? So I'll give you all a chance to answer here. So let's start with Sean.
Thank you for the question. Actually, we think probably, first of all, we need to say AI is not a product. AI is a general enabling technology. If you compare with the last round of the industry renovation, like the computer science, they change everything, right? So from this point of view, I would like to see if we're talking about all the rules and the governance, and probably is not need to focus on AI technology itself, but need to think about how we can build the rules, structures, and governance structures, and to manage this kind of scenarios or this kind of product. If we not talking about the application scenarios, we're talking about AI governance, there's no meaning, because AI technologies are evolving, right? They are changing. If you based on changing technology, talking about the governance, sometimes cannot generate concrete things. That's number one. Number two, I think, we are facing a lot of challenge and probably generated by AI. And first of all, we need to say, and AI eventually will support or serving the people, so which is the people-oriented technologies. So the governance or rules, and first of all, need to improve the applications. So from this point of view, and that's the reason why we create this kind of internal governance, which define the intention, define the principle, and define the scenario, and define the product, and how we apply the technology inside of solution or inside of business situations. I think whatever from the security by design or security by default or security by operations, we need to pay attention to the overall end-to-end life cycles management for AI application. That probably it can bring more concrete meaning for AI governance.
Ken, number one thing for leaders to think about when implementing
I
these?
think there's a big decision coming up for technology leaders, especially developers of software in the cyberspace. And that decision is when you turn over more and more responsibility to the AI technology. When does that shift happen where right now, or in the immediate future, AI can serve as a very good co-pilot? But when does it actually become the pilot? And I think it's up to us as leaders of the organizations that are innovating around this technology to make that determination in a way that A, is going to be safe for the people who adopt the technology, B, doing it in an honest way in terms of being able to recognize what the current state of evolution is around AI, and then C, do it in a way that's going to protect the people who are currently doing those jobs. And there's a bit of a push-pull in the industry right now. Some people think that AI technology is going to take over the analyst role in a SOC within the next 3 to 5 years. Other people think that the steps that need to be taken before that happen need to be very measured, and it needs to happen over a much more elongated period of time. The other thing that I would bring up is, what is the role ultimately going to be of a cybersecurity specialist? And, is it going to actually be protecting the environment or protecting AI? And, to me, there's going to be a lot of A, process, B, procedures in terms of how you go about doing that, what technologies you use to do that, and making sure that we put all the building blocks in place ultimately before we turn over our security future to machines.
Very well said. Helmut, last word. 1 minute.
Well, if it's true that, remember, the time of infiltration versus exfiltration is shrinking heavily, the world will need to have real-time and autonomous meaning highly automated cybersecurity solution. That does not come without AI. It's a prerequisite. So if this is a prerequisite, the innovation will be, how can we have the best use of AI? That is only possible if you have good data. So if you want to come to an outcome of 10 seconds mean time to detect and 1 minute mean time to remediate, you need to have the right telemetry data. Remember, device, ID, as well as the endpoint telemetry data and from the cloud, and then apply those algorithms. And I think policymakers are very well advised to give space and oxygen to the AI space. On the other hand as well, to be aware and cognizant that AI is also a driver on the attacker side. Just to give you one final number, in the first 7 months since ChatGPT was launched, our market-leading Unit 42, it's a threat intelligence unit that we have noticed 910% increase of faked/vulnerable ChatGPT-like websites being created as a trap for people and the public. So it's important for societies, for enterprises and public organizations. I think AI without cybersecurity or cybersecurity without AI, vice versa, will not work if we want to keep your digital assets safe in a real-time and autonomous cybersecurity version.
Thank you very much. That wraps up our panel, everyone. There's a 10-minute break before the start of the next panel, so there we go.
Begin in 1 minute. Goodbyes. Critical System Obsolescence. Ben Meller, Vice President, Threat Operations Services, Dragos Inc. Major General Manjeet Singh, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, India. Dr. Yassine Jmail, Chief Executive Officer, National Agency for Cybersecurity, Tunisia. Rebecca McLaughlin, East Ham, Moderator, International TV Anchor, MC and Media Trainer. Joshua Kennedy White, Executive Board Member, Sirar by STC.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all again. I hope you're continuing to enjoy a fantastic first day of GCF 2023. It's wonderful to be back on this hallowed stage with another fantastic panel. Our topic is obsolescence, the long or maybe the short goodbye. We shall have to debate and see. In today's world, with such rapidly advancing technology, the life cycle of critical systems is becoming ever shorter. So what exposure, what challenges, what threats does that pose to organizations around the world today? And what can we do to traverse these waters to mitigate those dangerous times? So I have all the answers in my learned friends to my left. You've heard them introduced, but let me come to you each individually first, just to set the scene. Tell me a bit about your role and your remit, and what you bring to this conversation today. Major General Manjeet Singh, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you for being here. How are you?
Thank you, everyone. At the very outset, let me thank the Global Cybersecurity team for having invited us to speak on an important issue such as obsolescence. I also thank the moderator who has introduced us, and to my fellow panelists to be all here. Let's hope we have a great discussion on the topic. Obsolescence, in my initial thoughts, is something I would like to say that it's not a new concept. It's been practiced all over. It's been practiced by the militaries, wherein they do lay down certain percentages of what do they really maintain in their inventories? Say 30% of the equipment which is obsolete or in the obsolescence phase, about 40% is current, and there is 30% wherein the induction of the modern technology or the modern equipment happens. So 30, 40, 30 concept. Some people may practice 20-60-20 concept, depending upon various factors of technology, regulation, the budgets, the HR, all those constraints. So, however, in light of the technological advancements, the going analog to digital, the user aspirations, the market-driven forces, our aspirations, our security requirements, all that has really speeded up the way the obsolescence is happening. So therefore, it's really become a challenge to take care of that cycle of obsolescence. And however, the bottom line is that we should be able to maintain the functionality as also maintain the security. So we have to maintain a very fine balance between the two and ensure that we have a cycle wherein we are able to manage obsolescence.
Thank you so much. Ben, nice to see you again. Familiar face in Saudi Arabia. Hope you're enjoying it at GCF 2023. Tell us a little bit more about what you do for those who might be unfamiliar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be back here 2 years running. I work at Dragos. So Dragos is focused on obsolescence systems at the end of the day. We focus on defending and securing industrial control systems, sometimes called operational technology. And in my role at Dragos, I lead the services team. So our incident response team, our assessments team, the teams that do preparedness and checks against the defenses. And so in many ways, what I'm representing today is not so much Dragos, but our customers at large and what we see from that ground level.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Yassin, nice to see you. How are you today?
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about, from your point of view, when it comes to Tunisia and the importance of not only core systems, but obsolescence.
Yeah, this is a great issue that we should discuss carefully when we deal with critical infrastructure, because there is many factors that should be considered when we look carefully to the component of critical infrastructure. So we will find that there is a dependency between the software and the hardware for each component in the most cases. We are updating, we will update software the first time, the second time, but at the moment there is a limit, there is a point where we stop because the hardware does not respond. And this will initiate for us the process to replace such hardware in order to be able to continue providing the needed service by this critical infrastructure. This is an important point. Now, this timeout between the instant where the system does not provide the needed hardware properties may lead to a set of threats regarding our critical infrastructure, and this is most dangerous because we are providing critical services, and at this time we are not able to provide this service in an efficient manner. Means that there is something that is missing, there is some vulnerabilities related to these systems that may be exploited by attacker to engender damage to this infrastructure. In this way, from the Tunisian experience, we have tried to focus on a major component that is the regulation. And we have defined since 2023 a new law for cybersecurity, since we have a law that is dated from 2004. And in this year, we have elaborated a new law text for cybersecurity, and we have dedicated for critical infrastructure a chapter and a set of clauses that should be respected by major company. So this is very important, and this is the first step if we need to help company to be compliant with the requirement of critical infrastructure. So this is a first point that should be discussed here regarding the regulation that should be up to date, followed by the strategy that should be also up to date in a country regarding critical infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Policy and regulation will definitely be discussed, absolutely so important to our conversation. Joshua, let me come to you. From the standpoint of SIRAR by STC, how are we currently positioned when it comes to obsolescence?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. It's my second time here, and I've been coming to the Kingdom since about 2005, which I think is a nice backdrop to think about how much has changed. Just when we talk about obsolescence, we normally think of legacy technology and how we adapt and change. It's interesting that we're having that conversation here at the Global Cybersecurity Forum in a quite new and modern country that doesn't have a lot of existing legacy, perhaps less than others. I'm privileged to be an executive board member on SIRAR, which is a young company that we spun out of STC, the telco, with a young team that is addressing a lot of the problems that are emerging now in the Kingdom, or the opportunities, if you like. And that, when I think of the obsolescence question, I like to just take a step back. You know, if we were having this conversation 200 years ago, and we were talking about critical infrastructure, probably the two things that would stand out would be a lighthouse and telegraph lines, right? Two things that don't really exist anymore, or maybe they do as a tourist attraction. They existed for a long time. Technology didn't have much of an effect on them. Lighthouses went from using wood to oil to electricity. Telegraph had Morse code and other things, but they generally didn't change. And now we're in an environment where the thing that fundamentally changes the obsolescence of critical infrastructure is technology. It's just compressed in such a short space of time. And if you were to think of just three things in business, telecommunications, we now have 5G, that's made 4G obsolete, that's made 3G obsolete. We have multi-core processors, we've got the cloud, there's so many things there. So what does that mean? When I look at that from a SIRAR perspective, the ultimate question is, we know that things that we're dealing with today are going to be obsolete tomorrow. So how do we plan around that? And I think back to, you know, the best trait in evolution is to be adaptive, to be adaptable, to accept those things are coming. So from our perspective, it's not to be too fixed in our ideas, to be able to have flexibility to say, we need to adapt, we need to change. And that has to be pervasive throughout the organization as a culture, as an approach to R&D, as an approach to training, as a diversity of the workforce. And when I look at what we're trying to achieve with SIRAR, I think that sits behind that. When I look at the numbers that we have in terms of what we're doing, the people, the projects they're working on, I think in the background we're preparing ourselves for a constantly changing world and how we can help our business and government clients adapt to that.
What are the leading causes of obsolescence? Let's take it back to basics. And how do we make sure that they're on our radar, that we're aware of what we need to be fixing? Let me come to you, Joshua, first.
Yeah, well, look, I think the biggest one is technology. I mean, and we're now living in, I don't know, is it the fourth or is it the fifth industrial revolution? You know, the rate of change of ChatGPT and large language models it's happening right now. I mean, when we look at the first industrial revolution with steam and others with electrification and automation and mechanization, those things took decades to happen. We're looking at things that are happening now in literally months. So I think that the technological change, which poses so many challenges, the things we define as critical infrastructure, there are many, many more of those. The regulations around them, I mean, look at AI, we haven't even begun to get our heads around that. And I used to work in government, with all due respect to government, we're not normally on the cusp of technology and the ability to regulate it, and we tend to go through a cycle of making something illegal, compulsory, obsolete. These cycles happen. So I think the big one for me is technology, the pace of the change, the depth of the change, whether it's space, quantum, AI, 5G. And there are other things that sit behind that, we might bring in a new navigation system for airlines, which makes a whole fleet of aircraft obsolete. Or we might driverless cars. It's probably going to make me as a driver obsolete. There's a range of those things. Or traffic signals might be obsolete, or railway signals. So I think that as we devolve to harness all of the benefits of this next digital transformation, enabled by this amazing new technology that's out there, it will create a wave of obsolescence. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but it does pose many, many questions to how we're going to secure it, how we're going to regulate it, etc., which we're only just thinking about.
Well, let's talk about security and regulation, not least for a variety of sectors, because the impact is different, of course, across many different industries. In Tunisia, Dr. Yassine, what regulation do you want to see? What is it critical to put in place to make sure that there is a more manageable, seamless transition?
Yeah, well, we deal with this regulation. When we focus on the content of this regulation regarding critical infrastructure, we will find that there is some restrictions that should be applied for this infrastructure regarding if the components are certified against a set of criteria. So we should keep this constraint available in order to have to implement the needed replacement updates in time in order to comply with this law. This is a first point that should be mentioned regarding this obsolescence. Now, another problem that should be also presented is related to the act of replacement. When we make the upgrade, the needed upgrade for the hardware, either the hardware or the software, and especially for the government companies, when we need to plan to get the budget. And this time, to plan the needed budget and to get the needed amount in order to be able to make this change in order to be compliant with the law may be for a long period, and this period will be also another issue for our infrastructure. So this is among the aspect that should be also discussed, and we should find solution for that in order to reduce this time and to be able to make the needed change in an efficient time.
Thank you.
So this is another issue that should be also discussed.
Ben, when it comes to budgeting, when it comes to spending, protecting ourselves, making ourselves more resilient, sometimes the CapEx is not there, or even the OpEx, as we were discussing backstage. So what level of preparedness and protection do companies and entities tend to have today? If you were to give us the broad view, how protected or how exposed are we when it comes to obsolescence and the vulnerabilities that causes?
Sure, yeah. Sure. I think the challenge within many of the critical infrastructure environments is around the idea of first 10 years ago, we were segmented, we're okay. Or actually, no, it was air-gapped. We're air-gapped, we're not touching any other systems, we're fine. And then it moved to what we're segmented, so we're protected. And now with the age of digital transformation, and we're adding more systems that are talking to each other, and they're more homogeneous, so they're very similar from an attack surface perspective. We have this challenge now where we can't just rely on prevention. It's getting in front of that. So when prevention fails, what's next? And the old proverb, chance favors the prepared. How are we getting in front of an attack so we have the right visibility to detect them when they're in their environment? And backstage, we were talking about a recent case my team supported, ransomware related, that affected a traffic control system. They were within that environment in an order of months, and it wasn't until they deployed the ransomware that they were detected, pretty obvious at that point. But there's an opportunity there if you're deploying the right technology to create that visibility. I think that's when you're dealing with old technology, and by old technology, I mean systems that went end of life 8 years ago. The mitigations there are creating visibility and understanding what's happening within those environments.
It may be basic to observe, but the actors are moving faster than we are. The technology is moving faster than companies and even governments are. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we step one step ahead? You've given some solutions, but what would your key advice to entities, to governments, to companies in the room be?
It really does come back to the idea of prevention does eventually fail. And so not just creating a strong architecture, but a defensible architecture. So that means people that are actively monitoring the systems and able to respond, and creating the expectation that the operators and the engineers know what to do if there is a response action, if a facility that if it were to go into a dangerous state is actually a human safety issue. It's not my database is corrupt. Like that there's a degree of impact there that's really important to understand. And those staff members that are in that facility need to understand how to operate in an environment where they might be given the wrong information and make the wrong choices because of that. That's the leading edge in training and where we need to build towards.
Thank you. Major General, how are you minimizing the impact of obsolescence in India? What examples can you point to?
India is a huge country, has got a huge cyberspace. If we look at the numbers, we have about 800 million internet users. We have 1.3 billion people using these phones, wherein the large quantity of them is smartphones. So the interconnectedness is very heavy. If we look at the overall payment landscape, it's in, say, 10 billions of transactions happening every month, and they run into billions of rupees. So it's a huge landscape. If I look at the resilience aspects at the strategic level, we are addressing it at the policy and the strategy level. Then we have the governance. Governance of cyberspace is being addressed through suitable governance structures. We have huge amount of infrastructure development, capacity building programs. That's at the strategic level. And if we come to the tactical level, we're putting in place all issues which contribute to the resilience, whether it is the crisis management plan or whether it is putting in place resilient infrastructure, having disaster recovery, backup plans for the data, the network resilience, the network time protocol, the DNS systems, the safety and security of our submarine cables is all that is being put in place. So it's something, a work in progress. We are doing fairly well to secure our cyberspace.
It's a work in progress. Joshua, talk to me about the biggest pain point, transitioning from legacy to modern technologies and infrastructures and reinforcing those core infrastructure systems. Where is the weakness, or what's the biggest headache, if we can call it that?
So I think in a word, it's people. You always hear people are our greatest asset. They're also incredibly hard to change, they're hard to train, they're hard to find, they're hard to keep. I used to have a very large team with a lot of people. I'm sure I miss them individually, but in aggregate, less so. So I think the people piece is hard. But I just want to pick up on a theme that was talked about there, and Rebecca, you mentioned it with minimize. There seems to be sometimes, maybe often in the security vendor community, this obsession with making something absolutely safe. I can tell you absolute security is absolutely impossible. And so if you think of that in the context of critical infrastructure, I think historically the government had more of the ownership of those assets, power stations and the like. And today, if I was to define critical infrastructure in my house, it's probably Netflix, and it's probably the Uber deliveries and Grab and all these sort of things. So I think that poses a couple of questions, right? The first of it is, let's not always assume that it's the government's fault and the government has to fix things, but that the other side of it is, as a consumer of that service, whether it is provided by the government or not, maybe we do have to have an idea around resilience and good enough to be able to get there. We manage perfectly well without these things. Suddenly it's invented, it owes us a favor. Why can't I have Wi-Fi streaming on the aeroplane? So I think we have to recalibrate that discussion. And that's a subtle political piece as well of what we expect of our political leaders. And maybe I'm being kind because I used to be in that frame. But the key thing, I suppose, when I look at moving from legacy through to the next generation is, in the absence of a really good strategic plan, you end up doing these tactical things and you amass a whole bunch of stuff and you feel secure because you've got one of everything, and that doesn't really happen. So I think a better approach is to be able to say, this has a shelf life, it's an interim solution, we're planning to do something else, we're going to have a modular style architecture, we're going to have a relationship with our vendors, that they're going to be part of the upgrade process, that it's not, there's a lot of people involved in legacy infrastructure to get from where you are to where you need to be, and I think there's interesting contracts that you can write with your technology providers. You can kick the question to them. I've been to multiple conferences where you walk in, and if you're someone trying to buy a solution, you'd be baffled. There's 4,000 things, all with a variation of shadow this, carbon that, trace this, and it's quite baffling. I think the other part of it is we always think that it's some super sophisticated hacker, probably criminal gang backed by a state. I can tell you, in the lion's share, a lot of these things are kind of mistakes that people make. It goes back to the people thing because they're not trained, they don't understand it, they don't know what they're doing. So it's a complex problem. I don't think it's going to be easily solved by perfect technology solutions. I think it's about redundancy, resiliency, a discussion with people. Maybe I would say that because as a service provider.
Of course, he would never say that as a service provider. I've got to bring in Ben here. It takes many people. It takes a village. Absolutely safe is absolutely impossible. Do you agree?
That it takes a village?
That it's possible?
Oh, that it's possible. Well, I think it depends on what your end goal is. I think if you're focused on creating a robust, resilient, defensible system, absolutely. If it's about preventing all attacks or that we're 100% bulletproof secure, I don't think that's a reality that we live in. And even if it were, it would be very transitory of, hey, we reached this state, and, oh, there's a new technology, there's a new capability that the adversary is deploying that pushes everything to the side. I think a lot of our customers, as an example, focus on secure remote access. I've seen adversaries take advantage of secure remote access and use those appliances and that equipment to actually gain access, unauthorized access. So it's always a cat and mouse game, and it's a journey, not a destination.
Speaking of cat and mouse, or perhaps friction of a different kind, IT and OT. What's the future? Never the twain shall meet. One will always outpace the other, or have a disagreement, shall we say?
Yeah, well, you had in your last question, you had a great phrase that stuck out, actually, legacy. I think perhaps in many environments, the IT teams see all what they would call legacy equipment and software that's deployed at, pick your type of infrastructure, refinery, generation plant, green energy. They see that as legacy. That plant was built maybe 10 years ago. It's not legacy. It's that the pace of change is way different than IT. It's not a phone. And so that the life cycle there is entirely different. And it's not, again, we need to patch all your systems all the time, because that would put that facility in outage. And so that's that friction, right, of actually, we're generating the revenue for the business. Why are you creating downtime when we're actually operating and building the capacity that's needed for the business? So there's that tension that exists. And I think as we understand the mission, as IT staff understands the mission of the facility and the constraints of the facility and works within those constraints rather than trying to constrain that revenue generating asset, I think that's where the conversation needs to go.
Okay. I wish we had more time. We need to talk about collaboration as well, but sadly the clock has beaten us. But ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking my fantastic guests for their contribution today.
Hello from the Cyberverse, maximizing the benefits of future technologies. Adam Russell, Vice President, Cloud Security, Oracle. Ahmed Al-Isawi, Director of Cybersecurity Governance, Risk and Compliance, GRC, NEOM. Chanti Mauryo, Vice President and General Manager, Identity Management and Security, UL Solutions. Lucy Hedges, Moderator, Technology Journalist and TV Presenter.
All right, well, that's the introductions out of the way. Hello, everybody. Hope we're all good and the energy levels are still high, even though we are getting towards the end of the day. So we are about to dive into why it's so critical to understand and act upon the implications of a digital future in order to prepare for it from a cybersecurity perspective and ultimately lay the foundations of a stable and secure cyberspace for future generations. Now, I have a brilliant bunch of esteemed panelists to my left who are very well versed to talk in this area and divulge their expertise while navigating through the current progress of emerging technologies like quantum computing, AI, and the metaverse, for example, and why we need to develop mechanisms and policies to maximize the benefits and opportunities presented by these future technologies. So first things first, hi guys. How are you? Adam, Shantae, and Ahmed, all the way over there, hi. Thank you. So we've got 35 minutes to talk about quite a complex topic, so I'm just going to dive in with my first question to get things going. So I think a great place to start would be to paint a bigger picture, to really contextualize the conversation. So how has the cybersecurity landscape evolved with the advent of emerging technologies like quantum computing, AI, and the metaverse? Adam, I'm going to throw that to you first.
You've heard a lot of these topics today, from the advent of AI, how we can use AI for security purposes, and some of the risks with AI overall around safety. Overall, I think the world's growing more and more complex. You're seeing more transactions on a daily basis, more data being stored throughout the world. Yeah. And yet we're growing more of our security platform and tools globally. We're introducing new techniques to prevent hackers from attacking our data, introducing ransomware across the landscape. But the data shows that we're continually enabling attackers into our networks, unfortunately. Yeah. So with the advent of AI, what we're seeing is ultimately the attackers and what my organization's ultimately doing from a security operations perspective is utilizing AI for gaining context quickly on adversaries and bringing down that mean time to detection, ultimately. Yeah. And we're introducing those into our tool sets and then ultimately leveraging them to protect customers globally.
Yeah, it really is quite fascinating just how fast everything's evolved. Yep. And companies like Oracle really have to be at the top of their game in order to not only help yourselves, but help customers and businesses as well. Yep. Do you guys have anything to add to that question?
I mean, Lucy, maybe, well, first of all, thanks to NCA and the GCF for having me here today. And maybe just to add, I mean, with any technology advancement, there's positives. And as you spoke to, there's the opportunity to go through large sets of data and use it in predictive ways. There's also the challenges that come with that on the other hand. And with AI, it enables the bad actors to be trained up faster. It takes maybe a less skilled individual and allows them to build capabilities that they would otherwise not have been able to. So it increases the threat in many ways.
And go on, Ahmed.
Yeah. First of all, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and really thankful for being here. Thanks for NCA and the Global Cybersecurity Forum for making this happen. And actually, to be honest, I'm terrified. Yeah? I'm really terrified. Why? Because I started as a hacker, and I know exactly how hackers are thinking and how devastating they can be. If we live in, for example, a city that everything around us is digital, we have sensory around us, picking things about us and about our personal lives. And for example, I'm thinking about the line being developed in NEOM. I'm responsible over there with the rest of the team led by Mr. Al-Misfer, he's the CISO over there, and the rest of my colleagues. We have the responsibility of protecting this future and protecting the livability of the residents who will come there, the companies that will come, the business that will come there. So actually, I'm terrified because I'm standing on the front end of all the advances that human science and innovation came to. How really we can take it further and protect the future for this? How can I protect the future of my children when AI help them in solving, for example, their homeworks? Are they getting the right education, for example? Are they really developing their skills while the AI itself is helping them? How originality are we keeping in the future generations?
Yeah.
Things like that. But actually, I'm terrified, a little bit terrified.
Yeah, and I think you have a right to be terrified. You know, AI is something that's been around for an incredibly long time, but it's only really being pushed into the mainstream, I'd say now. I think it might be fair to say that, and it's incredibly complex. And, you know, we're still really only scratching the surface of how we're going to benefit from this technology. Is it going to be detrimental to us? Is it going to be incredibly beneficial? And what is the best way to really balance that, you know? So with that, what would you say are the most important cybersecurity challenges of these emerging technologies? And there's a lot of emerging technologies, but is there anything that stands out to you guys?
I think ultimately right now we have a true opportunity to forward look on post-quantum crypto. That is an emerging topic that's been discussed for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
But we're finally coming to a reality where a large percentage of the tech companies globally are introducing quantum computing, leveraging qubits, and there's a lot of energy in the cybersecurity spectrum through NIST in the US, as well as organizations globally in Germany, as well as in the kingdom here, that are looking at mechanisms to safeguard their data and their encrypted data against threats. NIST just recently announced the selection of PQC algorithms on signing and digital signatures, as well as the encryption mechanisms under the hood, such as Kyber. And although quantum computing isn't breaking our encryption today, it's nice to see that it's not a fear-mongering effect in the cybersecurity spectrum. We're actually taking this as an opportunity rather than as a challenge.
Yeah, so you're seeing things moving in the right direction right now. Yeah, I can see you nodding away, Shantae. Have you got anything to add to that?
Maybe to supplement it, you're talking about the technology aspect of the challenges, and when we think about these emerging technologies, in addition to the technology challenges, there's the people challenge. There's the talent challenges that we all have in the marketplace. So finding ways to overcome the talent challenge, whether it's using AI to substitute for some of the analysts and upskilling the analysts. We talked about that in an earlier session today. Or whether it's putting together proper educational programs. It's going to be very important for the success of the global economy in coming back against some of the risks that are created.
I can expand to what my colleague panelists shared here. Maybe the challenge for us as we are in the leadership right now is how can we lead others through to innovation actually and beyond innovation. You know, we need to look at the problem not only from technology but also from other dimensions, like how us as leadership can we lead others. There's a very interesting study. I think it was conducted by NASA itself. They tried to understand how much innovation, how much percentage of innovation in different age categories. Like, for example, they found in the children of age 5, they have 95% capability to innovate new things, for example. When in age 31, I think, it became much less, like 5%. I'm at age 44. I'm wondering how much innovation I can bring to the table. But maybe my responsibility and the challenge on me right now is how can I foster a team that innovates? How can I multiply this within my team? How can I drive them through this journey? And of course, I believe whatever challenges will come in front of us, if we have the right skills, knowledge, and values in our team, in the thinking of our team, in the design thinking, for example, for the future, we can embed cybersecurity from the initial stages of the ideation itself and then drive it through. Like one of the things we are discussing, in the big projects we been developed in NEOM, what's the right ontology of things? How can we bring security in the ontology of things themselves? So there's many challenges, but maybe if I can conclude with this, the challenge on us as the leaders of today to build the future, to lead to the future.
I think a key word just to pull out of what you just said there is team. This is a collaborative effort. You feel that compared to maybe the younger generation, you don't feel as innovative, that you're not as innovating as much, but you are really strong when it comes to leadership. And when you've got so many different facets kind of working together, that's what helps build a stronger environment in order to bolster this technology and in order to make everything and all these emerging technologies more secure. We can't do things by ourselves. We all bring different things to the table. Just want to take it back and go back to talking about AI for a sec. How can AI be effectively leveraged to enhance cybersecurity, and what are the considerations for AI-driven threat detection and response?
So I think AI has been discussed quite a bit, Lucy, throughout today's conference.
Yes, it's an underlying theme.
But I don't think it's a general panacea that we should all fear. It's a tool that we can leverage to better protect our networks as well as our people and data. You're seeing the advent of AI being applied to security operations as well as ultimately as an example the supply chain, the supply chain security aspect. At least in the context of many startups globally, what we're seeing is they're looking at mechanisms to perform semantic analysis as well as detect adversaries that are pushing backdoors into the most popular third-party libraries. And they're leveraging that social network graph on vector databases as well as ultimately the database backends and your normalized relational databases. And so you can use large-scale language models to detect when there's a single developer developing on Log4j as an example, or a developer sitting in country X that your particular country doesn't trust anymore. It gives us the ability to better understand our supply chain that today is more complex than ever and make decisions on that on a real-time basis. And then you can apply that into your build system so you can evict actors or say, I no longer want to take a dependency on that particular third-party library. And AI is a powerful tool in that context, but it's also a threat intelligence component on the supply chain in this context. So
Like
it's super
AI
helpful.
versus AI, isn't it? But it's like I said, it's this collaborative effort. You use it to enhance, current infrastructure. Anyone got anything to add before I move on?
Well, definitely AI has a big role to enhance the cybersecurity, but I think the biggest limit is our imagination. How can we imagine, doing, traditionally we need big space for a SOC, you see. I think through metaverse, for example, and AI, it can be something different, something more innovative. Like, breaking the traditional boundaries. One of the things we always say is that if we keep trying to solve modern problems using traditional, methods and solutions, whether it's governance, whether it's policy, whether even the idea of the solution itself, we will never be able to secure the AI nor use the AI itself. But just to name few examples, like if we have this huge supply chain, and we need not only to monitor ourselves internally and our digital space, cyberspace, we need to keep an eye on even the supply chain, supplying to us the technology goods or whatever kind of product or service. If we can use AI to pick up anything that's happening there and directly reacting to that. We have only matter of minutes before something bad happens. Even the turnaround time for detection and for reacting to the incident is becoming much shorter. We have much shorter window. I think for the recent studies, it's around 8 minutes just to, as a window to react. As a human, we cannot.
Yeah.
We have to use AI in that.
And that's such a great example of just the power of artificial intelligence and how it can really enhance businesses. Now, you mentioned the metaverse, which segues me in nicely to my next question. Now, of course, the metaverse is this virtual, interconnected digital universe, and it presents, a host of quite unique cybersecurity challenges. With the convergence of all these various technologies that are kind of living within this digital world. So what unique cybersecurity challenges does the metaverse present? And what security measures are necessary to protect users and their data in these virtual environments? Who wants to go?
One of the earliest, metaverses is called Second Life. It's a game. I think, sadly, and you will be very lucky if you pass the first 5 seconds without being bullied or harassed in Second Life. And this is one of the challenges. Like, we can, as a cybersecurity, we can protect the infrastructure, but who will protect the individuals inside that digital world?
Yeah.
A human-to-human interaction is something that very important in my opinion. And we can use the emerging technology to protect emerging technology itself, like the idea of using decentralized digital identities inside the metaverse itself. You see, once this person is identified, of course, will behave much better than without identity, I think. But still, not only cybersecurity experts should work to protect this new technology. Even other domains should also contribute to protecting like the police, for example. Making sure that the morals of people interacting inside this digital space is at good level.
Well, that's just it. I think in the real world, obviously, we know when we do things wrong, we've got police, we've got law enforcement in place and, punishments for people that do bad. But I think in the virtual world, we haven't, there's nothing there at the moment. You can be bullied, you can be beaten up, you can, all types of things can happen. And sometimes we brush it under the carpet. Oh, so, it's digital. But it's like, no, eventually our digital lives are merging with the physical and, these experiences really need to be regulated and there needs to be some kind of enforcement in place that's going to punish people or reprimand them for the negative behavior that they enforce in these environments. Yeah.
I think, at least me personally, I grew up in the advent of the internet where it allowed innovation, a lot of freedom, a lot of independence to hack, like my fellow panelists. I grew up as a hacker in the underground. I know when things can go awry, but I think there's further discussions today around cyberpaths. Ultimately, we all need a little bit of exploration and independence to innovate and look for opportunities to build new tools on top of protecting our citizens within the metaverse.
Yeah.
So to take an example on Second Life became extremely important and ultimately popular because it enabled hacking. It enabled that conversation without a domination of regulation within that space.
Yeah.
Where it was almost like a tit-for-tat game in the metaverse within Second Life, where they built in regulation, they enabled users where they felt safe in different ecosystems, and if users broke that trust, they are cordoned off into an area that they could ultimately have some freedom that wouldn't disrupt other users. And so within the metaverse, I think there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all within a safety domain. You're going to have to look at a metaverse of metaverses, so to speak, and it's going to give users choice and opportunities for innovation. And you're seeing that, at least in the context of social media. There's an explosion of social media networks, and I think we're going to see this within the metaverse as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything to add?
Well,
go ahead, please.
You know, metaverse has its you know, negative things, but also it's contributing, I think, very greatly to the advancements. Like, for example, having doing doing, you know, school experiments in a metaverse. Imagine that. You know, this will not only cut cost on schools and education, but it will also give everybody or students the chance to have this experience, you know, in a very safe environment. Like how chemicals will react with each other. You know, imagine this in schools. I think this is a very fantastic idea.
Would have made my education a lot more exciting, that's for sure. So Shante, my next question's for you. What are the potential challenges that might arise from the uneven adoption and control of emerging technologies, particularly when it comes to cross-border contexts?
It's an interesting question, and a really interesting word that's in the question. So when I hear control in the context of cross-border scenarios, I think regulations. And as we all know, regulations lag adoption in many cases. And so when there's uneven adoption and uneven control of emerging technologies, the potential exists to create market confusion for companies as they are trying to navigate various market requirements around the globe. And as they're trying to navigate these market requirements, it can create an issue of equity of access for particular citizens in geographies as well, while also creating competitive imbalances for companies and countries as well. So the implications of an uneven adoption really run the gamut, and they stretch from the citizens to the companies from a commercial perspective as well as to the countries as well. In the absence of regulations, I'm always a proponent of frameworks and standards. We have a wide variety of frameworks and standards today in the cybersecurity market, and there's really been a waterfall. I think we were speaking about it before in the green room, really a waterfall of regulations just in the last 12 to 18 months in the space. But because of this, UL Solutions, the company that I work for, we've long been a supporter of harmonization. And so global harmonization is really what's going to allow companies to navigate the adoption of standards around the world and allow for access by the citizens so that there aren't the equity concerns or the competition issues in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, while we're in the realm of regulation, what are the key considerations for governments in developing adaptable regulatory frameworks that really foster innovation while addressing concerns related to data privacy, cybersecurity, job displacement? Ahmed, I'm going to throw that at you. Given your insights on cybersecurity, GRC, and regulatory frameworks, it'd be great to hear from you on this.
So I think there's a fundamental challenge because regulations usually work well in asymmetric world, you know, like establishing the baseline that every infrastructure or organization should operate on. But the problem is, fundamentally, cyberspace and emerging technology are so disruptive. They are making the world, they are pushing the world to asymmetric, you know, nature. How can you protect something that is, you know, flying object like a drone? There's no cable from here to the drone. It's all waves in the air. How can you protect that, for example? And I think working, having more than 19 year of experience just in crafting policy and frameworks and trying to use automation as much as possible. I think there's no framework as of now that can protect this emerging technology. We are learning as we go. We're trying to protect as we go. But one of the issues, for example, one of the studies expects that next year, around 60% of the employees will start using AI in their work, if not already. You see, are we ready from policy for this? Should we allow our employees to use AI? What are the implications of that? Everything is going into data, and how can we protect this data? How can we enable our employees to benefit from this powerhouse of AI tools? And I think we should start from now exploring this area. There's, we used to say bring your own device, but next year we'll say bring your own AI. Think about that. Everybody is using AI in their digital, phones or smartphones, or even in their work. How can we regulate that? How can we protect the data? How much data can we allow our employees to put in AI? Of course, for me, I'm always feel much safer if I have more control, enforcement around that. But still, there's also an issue that, do you know that AI itself, or generative AI itself, can hallucinate, can fake information for you? And this is really proven. If you take a fake website and you give it to ChatGPT and you ask a question, you will receive an answer, even if the website does not exist. AI hallucinates, it's hallucination. And this is very, very dangerous, because if we become dependent on AI, how can we judge whether the AI itself is reliable? And this brings us to the point of, AI explains to us the steps of, solving the problem or generating the answer itself. So this is what I think.
Yeah. And do you think it's down to the kind of convoluted and multi-layered nature of all these emerging technologies as to why we're not really nailing this regulatory framework yet? Kind of to your point, there's kind of not a one-size-fits-all, but regulation really needs to happen because the technology is moving at such a fast pace. We need to make sure that we're protected in all senses of the word.
Yeah.
I think,
Go ahead, Adam.
I'll keep it short and I'll pass it to you. I think regulation should occur for the security of our critical systems, as well as the safety of our users. But we should be wary about how fast we want to push regulation on top of AI or large language models. I think right now we're just in the midst of innovation. And if we start pushing regulation too quickly, you're going to end up in a world where there's going to be that lack of adoption or lack of ability for a country to ultimately intake that technology. And there's going to be that varied approach ultimately. So at least what we're doing at Oracle is we're giving enough platform tools for our enterprise users globally to make the decisions on how they want to regulate the data that they have in their ecosystem, giving them flexibility. Because flexibility is ultimately the key that we want to provide.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I think maybe two comments. One on what you just said. I think there's a reason. There's many reasons, right? There's many reasons that regulations lag innovation and adoption. And one of those reasons is because if you put regulations in place and the ecosystem understands that too soon, then you'll stop innovation and you'll stop the technology from reaching its potential and its capability. And so what the overall ecosystem around technology creation and adoption has to think about is what is the right time? What is the right time to introduce framework standards, regulations into an environment? And we talk a lot, now to Ahmed's comment earlier, we talk a lot about the technology, the technical requirements that are going to exist in regulation. And there's also this ethical piece that maybe us as technicians don't think about all the time. I know you do, because I've heard you mention it many times in today's conversation, which is wonderful. But we do need to think about how we are going to manage through, and I know that there's many big brains thinking around this already, but how do we manage through all of the ethical considerations as well?
Yeah. Go on, Ahmed.
I think, regulations will not solve everything.
No.
Because there's a value dimension that we need to preserve, especially for our kids when they go into an uncontrolled metaverse. It all comes back to us as human beings as having values, cultural values, or religious values, etc. How can we, values cannot be regulated by frameworks. It's something that goes back to the education, parenting, for example. So we have to solve this problem from multi-dimensions, not only from regulations. We can secure servers, no problem about, but how can we secure the human? We always say that humans are the weakest link. I don't like that, but literally we have to work on the human element in this ecosystem.
Yeah, so to your point about, education is education that needs to happen. What steps, or what better steps can be taken to educate and train individuals and organizations on cybersecurity best practices and all the unique threats that come along with all these emerging technologies? What can be done in this department, do you think?
I think one really fortunate thing about new and emerging areas is the people and the individuals that are attracted to it. The people that are attracted are people that are individuals that are very curious, lifelong learners, individuals that are constantly seeking knowledge, problem solvers, individuals that like to solve problems and like to solve puzzles, which leads to the innovation that you talked about earlier. And so that's wonderful. Those are critical aspects of education, because at the end of the day, we are all responsible for the ownership of our own learning and development journey. And so I think that first and foremost is important to note. Once you have individuals in place and once individuals are attracted to a particular domain that are knowledge seekers, that are lifelong learners, that are problem solvers, there's a number of resources available to support these individuals and organizations to better understand cybersecurity, for example. Using that as an example, in the US, the National Institute of Standards and Technologies offers a number of technical documents and standards, such as the NIST Cybersecurity Framework and the Cyber Essentials Toolkit to support it. If we zoom out and we think more from the global environment, you have the Global Cyber Alliance and the Cyber Readiness Institute that offer free cybersecurity training for small businesses, addressing some of that equity conversation that was alluded to earlier, and then testing, certification, inspection organizations like UL Solutions and the International Society of Automation offer trainings, personnel qualifications, certificate programs to support. And then honestly, forums like the one we're in today, these are fantastic, right? They build communities, they allow us to exchange ideas, and they allow us to learn and grow together. And so these forums are also incredibly important.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. You guys like to add anything?
I think she nailed it.
No, well, we're nearly out of time, guys. So I'm just going to wrap up our conversation. My final question to you is, how can international cooperation and collaboration, back to this key theme of collaboration that we've been talking about, how can this help establish common cybersecurity standards and norms in the face of global challenges that are posed by all these emerging technologies? So final thoughts.
I think ultimately we need to strengthen more and more of our partnerships. I think we're doing that today through combating child safety on the internet, as an example. I think we're doing a lot already. We could do even more on stopping ransomware attacks. So we're setting these standards, but I think it extends beyond just the standard body. We need to start looking at partnerships. A large percentage of private enterprises are hosting a large percentage of our data such as the Googles of the world, even Oracle as an example, it creates that opportunity for public-private partnership. And I just want to thank GCF and NCA for allowing us to participate. And I'm looking forward to future collaboration.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a brilliant example of that international collaboration that we're just talking about. Shantae, would you like to add anything?
I think I spoke earlier about the importance of frameworks and standards introduced at the right time into an ecosystem. And once they're introduced, what's important is that we begin to see baseline standards that kind of bubble to the top. And we're beginning to see that, for example, in industrial IoT with IEC 62443 and in consumer IoT with EN 303645. And so adoption, though, of those baseline standards is still somewhat fragmented. And at the same time, when they are adopted, there's additions and there's deviations that are created along with them. Those additions and deviations are absolutely necessary. There's reasons and there's a purpose for them. What we need to be able to do is then map those back to the baseline so it's readily visible how these anomaly requirements actually map back. And so there's organizations out there that can support that. IEC, ISO, ISA, those organizations, those standards bodies create great forums for the collaboration and the cooperation to really align around those. And I think that's going to be critical moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And last but not least, Ahmed, let's hear from you.
Yeah. Maybe I can contribute to my esteemed panelists here. Like, this is a new domain, but it's really in closed doors or behind closed doors. It's not a public domain knowledge. It's not well supported by open source. So we have very limitation in this area. So maybe if it can be supported by open source being also provided to the public, so everybody can play with it, can experience it. We reach to this point only after long journey of trial and error. If this advanced technologies, emerging technologies being developed behind closed doors, I understand the confidentiality and the intellectual property behind that. But the real advancement is when everybody can play with it, can practice it, and this will generate knowledge lots faster, more faster than the traditional research.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, I'd like to thank my all knowledgeable panelists. Thank you so much for taking the time, for sharing your insights and expertise. Please, round of applause for these guys. They did an amazing job. Thank you. There's we're moving in the right direction. So much incredible things are happening in this space, but still a lot of work to be done. But the positive to take away is that we are moving in the right direction, and that can only be a good thing. So, thank you once again. All right, and thank you.
The state of cyber diplomacy. Momentum, inertia, or something else altogether? His Excellency Massimo Marotti, Ambassador, International Relations, National Agency for Cybersecurity, Italy. Dr. Jovan Corbaglia, Director, Diplo Foundation Head, Geneva Internet Platform. Dr. Bernd Pilchmer, former cybersecurity advisor to the Chancellor of Austria Federal Chancellery. Rudolf Lumiere, moderator, partner, Kearney and head, National Transformation Institute.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here for this panel and to be with you all. I think, can we all acknowledge it has been a remarkable day? To make sure that this was not an empty compliment. I asked my fellow panelists if they agreed, and they did, that the substantive depth of the panels of this day has been rare. It's been exceptional. You know, at events of this kind, I've rarely seen such an interest in actually going to a level that matters, and it's been a pleasure. And in those discussions, so many of the themes that have emerged across this day since the opening panel have converged in the topic of this panel, which is cyber diplomacy. And of course, it makes sense. We're at the Global Cybersecurity Forum. If we're going to protect a truly global cyberspace, it requires that countries speak to each other, which is the heart and soul of diplomacy. Not just countries that are friends, even adversaries, and also not just countries, but in the context of cyber diplomacy, also very much the private sector, who plays an indispensable role as a partner in cyber diplomacy, of course, but also increasingly is demanding or asking the government leaders of the world to find a way to come to some consensus on norms, on conventions, on standards in which they can operate more seamlessly. Sundar Pichai, famously, not long ago, made this call, saying we need the same kind of norms and conventions we have with respect to warfare. We need those in the cyber environment. So calling upon cyber diplomats to achieve that. And of course, it's also important to acknowledge that cyber diplomacy, although it certainly shares a lot with the traditional disciplines of diplomacy, like commercial diplomacy and defense diplomacy, it is a separate and distinct discipline with its own institutional requirements, its own skill requirements. This unique inclusion of the requirement for some technical depth very much distinguishes it. And so it's very different, and we have a remarkable panel here to help understand what makes it different, understand what's happening in the world of cyber diplomacy, and where are the opportunities to make very substantive progress. And there's a lot happening. Bilaterally, we're seeing an increasing number of countries have cyber diplomats deployed in their embassies. Of course, regionally, in ASEAN, here in the GCC, in Africa, elsewhere, we're seeing increasing collaboration among cyber diplomats to create, among like-minded countries, more consensus on norms and conventions. And then, of course, crucially, at the United Nations, work continues towards global agreements. In the ad hoc committee that has been mentioned so many times today, and of course, also in the open-ended working group. And so this is the domain of our discussion. And we couldn't be more lucky than to have you, Mr. Ambassador, with us today as a seasoned diplomat in the traditional domains of diplomacy, now given your role in diplomacy on behalf of Italy in the context of cybersecurity. Tell us your perspective on what makes cyber diplomacy different. What distinguishes it in practice?
Good evening. Certainly, the moment when we realize what cyber diplomacy is when we read our own national strategy for cybersecurity. I think in those documents, any diplomat see that when you approach this field, there is something new from what normally we have been experienced. And it's not only the character of the cyberspace, a space with no boundaries, no physical boundaries. And for a diplomat, this is the first new world to discover. And the second one is that the proliferation of non-state actors. This defines a field, a territory that completely new, which requires to adapt our traditional tool, because diplomacy is a tool, is a language. The way you articulate it makes the difference, and you do it according to who you have around, the field you are in, and that is the moment when we enter a new field of diplomacy.
Clear. Thank you so much. It's so true, because not only is it intrinsically technically deep, but because of the pace of change in technology, the issue set is also constantly changing. Which brings me to Dr. Pichelmeier. You have had unique experience at the frontier of understanding how we reach agreements and then how they're implemented in practice. What strikes you about what distinguishes cyber diplomacy as most important?
Before I answer your question, let me quickly congratulate the organizers of the GCF, the NCA, and the entire team that is working backstage and front stage. It is such a great event. Thank you for the invitation and congratulations. I think that's worth a round of applause. Coming back to your question, if you define diplomacy as the art of managing international relations with your national interests in your mind, cyber diplomacy would be an extension into the digital realm, but following the same principles. However, there are certain aspects that make it, in my observation, and I'm the only not diplomat on stage, I'm sorry for that, that's the reason why I'm not wearing a tie. But there are some observations that I made in the last couple of years why it is a totally different material compared to the rest of diplomacy. One is, it involves complex technical issues. Diplomats, when they are educated in Vienna, they are taught in history, they are taught in cultural aspects, in language, all that kind of stuff. But they are not so much taught about latency times of 5G or the difference between DDoS attacks and APTs, which would be needed if you're sent by your nation to negotiate something like that on the international stage. So that's one of the distinctions. The other one is diplomats, in my observation, in my humble one, are used to negotiate and discuss with sovereign states. But all of a sudden, if you talk about cybersecurity, that changes because, and we talked about that earlier backstage, that there are many similarities of the opening talk with President Barroso to our closing talk that we're having here right now. When you're going through the program, we had the protection of children in the internet, civil society. We had representatives of big tech companies that play an important role. We have law enforcement, cyber criminals that somehow are also in the game. So all of a sudden, it's no longer sovereign states that you have to discuss with, but also other stakeholders that you have to include, and where many countries, but also international organizations, are still having a hard time to find the right ways how to include them because they are not sovereign. That's the second point, yeah, global reach and instant impact. The pace in the cyber realm is faster than everywhere else, which makes it also harder and more complicated to deal, and that's what makes cyber diplomacy, I think, special.
Absolutely, and you know, I remember so well when President Barroso spoke about the fact, it's a sensitive fact, that nation states, those especially that are most powerful, have domains that are, for them, no-go zones in cyber diplomacy, and that becomes a constraint. And yet, a key question for us in this panel will come to is where is there common ground, given some of those maybe necessary limitations? Dr. Kubalia, we come to you, sir, as somebody who is truly an expert and focuses specifically on this domain and what makes it different. Tell us your perspective. What makes it different? How is it evolving in the ways that seem most important to you?
Well, cyber diplomacy is both same and different, and it's always good to start from the very simple things. Diplomacy per se is as old as humanity. When our far predecessor realized that it was better to talk than to fight, diplomacy started. And in that sense, cyber diplomacy is not different from, well, diplomacy centuries ago. But then cyber brings a few specificities. One is that you have to negotiate with a wide range of actors. And by the way, this forum is an excellent example of cyber diplomacy, especially in the corridors. In our session as well, people meet, they try to reduce lost in translation, they speak across different devices, but in particular professional. And this is important for cyber diplomacy. The other element which is crucial is that you cannot stand in the specific realm of, let's say, cybersecurity. And I'll give you an example. There are currently negotiations in WTO in Geneva where you have quite a few issues which are related to cybersecurity. And I asked my colleagues, WTO trade diplomats, negotiators, I said, do you consult with your people back in capital? And the situation is not very rosy because many countries are trying to find a way to manage this cross-disciplinary nature of cyber, which crosses different realms. And I always tell them, protocol is the world that exists in diplomacy, how we see it, how we organize etiquette. It is also term used in the technology, protocol for the data. But there is not yet effective protocol for communication between cyber community, technical community, and diplomatic community. And it is a huge challenge for all countries in the world. And I think that this forum is a good step towards facilitating, nurturing that dynamics.
Fantastic. I couldn't agree more, and I thank you for that. And because of this landscape, because of its unique characteristics, because of the challenges we've heard, of technical complexity, of deep multidisciplinarity, as Dr. Jovan just so articulately expressed, of the presence of a whole range of different stakeholders, progress is not linear, I think we could agree, but it happens in pockets and places. And I guess that's what I would like you to speak about now. Mr. Ambassador, speaking with you, give us your assessment as a diplomat of the state of play of cyber diplomacy. Some feel that things are stuck, that there's inertia. Others see progress. What's your assessment of that landscape?
In the morning, the former president of Estonia was saying that if we apply the rule, or in the morning in the panel, one of the first panel, they were saying that if we apply the rules in any circumstances, international laws, we will be at ease with the issue that we are dealing with, which is mainly the lack of regulations valid for everybody and for every need. But even if we had that, probably the discussion will be on how to apply those rules, which is the terms of the problem today, in my view, in the major multilateral forum in New York, and many small groups that by necessity are moving on because the common denominator that we all need a way to regulate the cyberspace. And the delay in time of a process that started more than 10 years ago is now. Now we realize that there is not much time. And so this process is moving. I'm not pessimistic in this sense. Nothing happened in a 198 countries environment in a split of a second. The process required its time. And the small groups function as an accelerator in the sense that what we all need is to have a general agreement where on the possible largest common understanding among the all member state with different asymmetric interests and positions in a way, but nonetheless we need a general agreement on that. And the small group that are flourishing around, including the groups that is behind this event, in a way, will inject in this process more energy, more effectiveness, and the mandate of the open-ended working group has 2 years, but the need is to reach something before that too. And if everybody works in this group knowing, in my view, that if there is a failure there, then the small group will prevail and there will be more several regulations founded. And this is not in the benefit of the general group.
Absolutely.
If we work with this understanding, I think we will all have the right motivation to work for the common ground, which is the diplomacy at its peak in a way, and reduce the frictions that naturally are there in a process complex like that one.
Very clear. Thank you. The idea that small groups can demonstrate the benefits of new forms of collaboration that could then be extensible, as I think is a crucial part of the rationale that we need. Dr. Bennett, what's your perspective? As you've been an advisor to the Chancellor, that's a unique position to have occupied. How do you see the state of play currently in the landscape?
It was also mentioned earlier today. Especially that aspect, that small groups, like-minded groups come together and work on problems that unifies them. And let me stress that one. I came across that phenomenon in 2020, 2021. There was the Colonial Pipeline hack in the United States. Yes. And all of a sudden, the Biden administration saw this is a serious national security problem that we have to deal with, and obviously they were not able to deal with it only on a national level. So they created such a small group that was only focusing on that one topic, and that was the Counter-Ransomware Initiative. Started with 28, 30 countries, in the meantime 40 plus. And I think that is one of the secrets and chances that I see in cyber diplomacy. If you cannot reach common ground in big fora with many stakeholders involved, look for the problems that you have in common with other countries and try to solve them first multilaterally and then invite others to join. I think with regard to cyber and the pace we talked about, it might in some cases be a better solution than to discuss it in larger and bigger forums on an international level.
That really resonates because there's a trade-off, isn't there, in a way. Dr. Jovan, see if you agree. There can be a trade-off between breadth and depth. The breadth of inclusion is necessary and ultimately critical. At the same time, when there's more alignment among a smaller group, to some extent, greater depth is possible. How do you see the landscape right now of cyber diplomacy globally? You're sitting in Geneva. You have a very unique perspective on it. Please.
Well, there is a famous African saying, if you want to move fast, you move alone. If you want to move far, you move with the others. And I think that applies to cyberspace. The word optimism is not a fashionable word these days. We know what's going on in the world, in geopolitics. But I'm a bit optimistic, and I'll substantiate with the three main reasons. First reason is that internet still functions. Somebody sitting in Kyiv can send email to somebody sitting in St. Petersburg. Internet has not disintegrated in the case of conflict in Ukraine. There was a cut of the internet in the Gaza Strip, but it is reconnected. And it is remarkable that internet managed to survive all geopolitical tensions so far. That's the first point. Second point is that over the years, generation of people, including director of the National Cybersecurity Agency, who was attending meetings, multi-stakeholder and other meetings in Geneva, grow in understanding this interprofessional communication. Tech people understanding diplomats, diplomats understanding tech people. And third point is that we often forget that cyber diplomats, or traditional one, negotiate, as we are discussing, Cybercrime Convention that should be adopted next year. They negotiate on cybersecurity. And unlike in some other fields, in cyber field, there is negotiation even between the powers which are in the conflict. And this is essential because communication is for diplomacy what is blood for human body. Once communication stops, especially in times of crisis, diplomacy ceases to exist. Therefore, I'm rather optimistic that cyber field can contribute at least to calm some tensions and hopefully help us to see the light at the end of the current geopolitical tunnel.
Thank you. As we say, from your lips to God's ears. I think it's so important. I mean, as you say, our attention as human beings and the global media environment is properly focusing on certainly tragic events happening in this region right now and in the world. But it's easy to forget all of the vast majority of people working productively together to try to make progress. And I guess that brings me to our final question before we close, starting with you, Mr. Ambassador, which is, where do you see the most promising opportunities, the pathways for progress in cyber diplomacy? Where do you see those that are most urgent and maybe where progress you think is most possible? I'll ask the same question to each of you, please.
In my view, capacity building is the key word. Is what in the contact among between countries and agencies. The word that I hear more is cooperation for institution building. Help each other, sharing. Everybody is in need to acquire some capacity, some capabilities. Everybody share the problem, how to have enough engineer and informatics working in agencies, in state agencies. Everybody has the problem how to address the education related to cybersecurity, how to improve the knowledge necessary to protect the system, the space, cyberspace. And so this word is, again, a generator of activity, interest, and cooperation. In my view, this will trigger more working together, because it's probably the real common need across the nation, the continents, and the organizations.
Bravo, clear. And by the way, that's something I have the privilege of seeing indirectly, how much the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is working on precisely the frontier of trying to lift globally capacity in the cyber environment for the benefit of all. Dr. Bent, where do you see the most promising pathways?
3 points and 1 platform. The platform the ambassador already mentioned, and that is a minimum capacity every Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs with regard to expertise. You need to have a basic understanding of the cyber elements that you're discussing about, that you're negotiating. So that is, I would say, a basis before we come to the outlook. I see 3 bullets that are very positive. One of them is the already existing things we have. We never talk about them, we take them for granted, but we have the normative framework that is already in place, normative framework of responsible state behavior. We have the UN Cybercrime Convention that is currently, to the surprise of some, in the final stage.
January 24th.
January 2024. Yeah. If we manage to agree on maybe what is not the perfect solution, but a minimum solution, at least there is a solution that would be a first step into the right direction. I think that is something everyone could agree on. So we have positive examples. Let's try to use them and continue the way. Bullet number 1. Bullet number 2, the flexible issue-specific alliances that I already mentioned. So if I would be asked to advise a government, one of my advices would be, in regard to cyber diplomacy, find your niche, focus on that niche, find like-minded partners, and start walking and try to expand. And the third thing, and that's how the circle closes with the Global Cybersecurity Forum, are formats like this one, events like this one, multi-stakeholder platforms. Next year, Saudi Arabia is hosting the Internet Governance Forum, which was established by Secretary General of the United Nations, which is also a multi-stakeholder session. And I think being aware that it's not only sovereign states that need to sit and have a voice at the table, but also many others like civil society, like big tech corporations. If you understand this rule, an important step for cyber diplomacy is made.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gubalia, and to you. Where do you see the opportunity?
Few points.
Please.
One important point is that most of stakeholders are keen to find solutions. And I'll tell you from practical experience, we are running Geneva Dialogue, which will result in Geneva Manual, similar to famous Tallinn Manual, which was triggered by calls by private sector companies, tech and other companies, to find some solution to move these general norms of the UN to the practice of cybersecurity specialists. And on 7th of December, I would like to invite you to put it in your calendar. It will be launched in Geneva. This is the first point which makes me optimistic. Second one, which we always advise governments, is to develop cyber diplomacy and digital diplomacy, whatever prefix you use, capabilities. By developing strategy, national strategy, by training people, and by establishing innovative forms, like, for example, representation in Silicon Valley. There are about 60 countries with some sort of informal embassy in Silicon Valley, usually formally consulates or other elements. And third point, and I'm getting back to the forum and the function of the forum, is to facilitate this type of dialogues and to have exchanges, understandings, developing professional empathy, listening to the other professions, diplomatic, technical, business, and advancing that. It takes time, but there are no shortcuts when it comes to us, our way of dealing with things, and that would be the main message for the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Couldn't agree more. Without interaction, without the dialogue that is the heart, soul, the blood of diplomacy, as you say, we cannot discover where there might be, even at a micro level, shared interest and make progress. In a way, I think it's truly a game theoretic challenge. Can we find our way on shared interest to cooperate and raise the level, or will we fall prey to defection and the worst outcome? If you haven't read Non-Zero by Robert Wright, I can't endorse it to you more strongly. I think we need to find the win-wins wherever we can find them, and we build on them. Please join me in giving a warm thanks to our panelists. And with that, on behalf of the Global Cybersecurity Forum, I'm honored to say we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Many thanks. Grazie. What a pleasure.